What if Naruto and Sasuke were demigods movie? Across the vast Naruto verse by Adventrator 221. All was well on the mountain of the gods, nothing was troubling them, there were no titan lords out for blood, Gaia was asleep once again.
No worries, no responsibilities besides the ones already given, absolutely perfect. That is until, whoa, hey, watch where you put your hands, seaweed brain. What the hell? And many more comments of the like from the group of teenagers that had literally appeared out of thin air in the middle of the throne room. As this was happening, several more flashes appeared around the teenagers as the gods themselves appeared on their own thrones with confused looks on their faces as they sat down. What the hell is going on here? Hades asked as he was flashed into the throne room. I don't know, you tell me, brother. Zeus responded as Hades hardly ever came to Olympus or was hardly invited due to his busy schedule. Uncle? Percy asked, confused, seeing the god of death appear. Hades? Poseidon asked, confused. We've already established that I am here, Poseidon. Hades growled out to his kelp-headed brother. What? I was just asking. The sea god responded. No need for input from the peanut gallery. Aphrodite stated with a smirk as several of the demigods snickered. However, before any more questions could be asked, another flash appeared and a table with a book appeared in the center of the throne room, gaining everyone's attention. Annabeth Chase, the daughter of Athena, the goddess of war and wisdom, walked over and picked the book up. The sound of shaking? She questioned curiously as she read the cover. This confused a lot of the demigods as they had never heard of such a title before. What does that even mean? Percy asked his girlfriend. When this was asked, a small flash appeared on the table in the form of a note. Setting the book down, Annabeth picked the note up and began to read. It says, Olympians and demigods alike. The story you are about to read is something we have been stalling for too long. Enjoy, for there are things that even you do not know of yet that will come to light. Sincerely, the three fates, that is all, she said. Zeus gave a huff. Well, since you have the book, why don't you just start us off, young Annabeth? Zeus said to her. Annabeth nodded her head. All right, here we go, she said as she opened the book to the first page and began to read. Atop the Empire State Building, a man looked out across the city with a blank face. He gave a sigh as he looked back on the times he had journeyed to the other world, good times. None so more than the time he had married his beloved Kushina.
He was to be a husband as well as father, but the only way he could do any of that was for him to take a mortal form. Yes, that is correct, mortal form. The man was no ordinary man, for he was a god, Poseidon, the god of the sea to be precise. However, as he was thinking of his past, a sudden feeling of raw energy washed over him. One he hadn't felt in thousands of years. He felt his eyes widen before he vanished in a blue flash of light to the heart of Mount Olympus.
However, he wasn't the only one to feel it, as just as it was happening, Zeus himself felt it. He was in the middle of a conversation with his wife Hera when they felt it wash over them. The goddess looked to him with a wary eye. Zeus, she said cautiously. I know, he responded. The king of God nodded his head at his queen's call and summoned his master bolt. Launching a massive thunderbolt to the sky that shook an entire sky, Zeus summoned the other 12 Olympians, even Hades. In flashes of light, all 12 Olympians appeared in the throne room, sitting down their respective throne with an confused expression on their face, especially the younger gods and goddesses. Hades appeared a moment later and sat down the chair prepared for him, actually surprised by the sudden invitation to Olympus. Hestia was also present and sitting at her usual place beside the hearth. Olympians, Zeus spoke with a book. I summon you all here to discuss about the sudden wave of energy hit the godly world just a moment ago. What about it, father? Athena spoke up. In all my immortal life I have never feel something like that. I tried to search for it in book and... Please, Athena, we don't need you to rant about what you found in there, Ares spoke up sarcastically. You have a death wish, Ares? The goddess of war looked at him dangerously. You want to fight? Oh, I get it. Apollo laughed while pointing between Aphrodite and the god of war. Zeus disturbed the both of you, didn't he? I guess Ares was about to see. Don't finish that sentence, Apollo, or I will hex your children with the worst kind of love. Aphrodite waved her hand annoyedly before summoning her makeups to fix herself, face and everything, which was ruined by the rough sex she just had with her lover. Ah, you're no. Silent. Zeus roared, making all voices in the throne room disappeared. Good, then listen carefully. What you felt just a moment ago was the alerting energy, only appear when a human fighting on the equal ground against a primordial being. Almost every jaws in the room were dropped down to the ground in shock. You're kidding, father. Athena was the first Olympians to regain her cool. You're kidding. No mere mortal could fight against a god, let alone a primordial being which could be even stronger than gods themselves. My words are the truth. I swear it on the sticks. Thunders rumbled outside and, even most of them didn't admit it, they hoped Zeus was punished by telling lie, even though it couldn't happen due to his position as a god. Now, as I was saying, this wave of energy only appeared to alert the immortal whenever a human have power to fight against someone equal, or even a higher level than them. We still don't know much about this mortal or the one he was fighting, but that mortal can become a dangerous threat to us if we don't do something about it. Zeus told them before giving an order of, Iris, show us, before Zeus sat down to his throne and called out loudly to the goddess of rainbow. A thin mist appeared at the middle of the throne room and the screen of different place slowly appeared inside. A humanoid figure then slowly made itself clear within the mist. At first it was just a shadow figure, but slowly they could see what the humanoid figure truly looked like. No, they all heard. Hera gasped in shock. Even Zeus dropped his master bolt and stood up from his throne in shock. It can't be, Zeus muttered, anyone, but her.
The person within the iris mist was a woman with extremely beauty, with extremely long, sweeping white hair that touched the ground.
Most noticeable were two horn-like protrusions which stuck out from her head. The woman had abnormal white eyes, with the veins around her temples became noticeable, and she also had a third eye on the center of her forehead that's eyelids parted vertically.
Her eyebrows were cut very short, a symbol of nobility, and she wore a dark shade of lipstick on her lips and a dark shade of nail polish on her long fingernails. She wore the transitional high-collared kimono which was adorned with intricate lines that are gold and purple and tomo running down the center and edges of the gown. It was then the sounds of battle that raged throughout the area as two unparalleled warriors fought to save the world reached their ears. The earth shook nearly every moment before a gout of black flames erupted shortly after. What? Zeus and Hera cried out in shock as well as a tone others hadn't expected, fear. Suddenly another flash appeared in the form of a giant television that showed them what the person looked like. The person on the screen was a woman with extremely beauty, with extremely long, sweeping white hair that touched the ground.
Most noticeable were two horn-like protrusions which stuck out from her head.
The woman had abnormal white eyes, with the veins around her temples became noticeable, and she also had a third eye on the center of her forehead that's eyelids parted vertically. Her eyebrows were cut very short which was to show as a symbol of nobility, and she wore a dark shade of lipstick on her lips and a dark shade of nail polish on her long fingernails. She wore the transitional high-collared kimono which was adorned with intricate lines that are gold and purple and tomo running down the center and edges of the gown. Apollo, Hermes, and Ares gave a wolf whistle. Hot damn, what a woman. Ares said. I'd go a couple rounds under the sheets with her. Hermes admitted. Ooh, Apollo likey. I likey a lot, Apollo stated with a perverse grin on his face which made Artemis cringe in disgust at her brother. Impossible. Just how did she get out? Zeus muttered in absolute horror. Now, the other children of Zeus also recognized her as well and was looking at the mist in shock. Father, who is she? Athena asked with a worrying tone. She had never seen the look of shock and horror on her father, his wife and the other older gods and goddesses' face like that. Yeah, who is she? I mean, yeah, she's hot and all, but that doesn't explain much about her. Clarice, a demigod of Ares, asked him. Let it be known that Clarice was bisexual and was up for a romp in the bed with man and woman alike. Kaguya Otsutsuki, the first human who ever became a primordial by eating the fruit of world tree, and she became the primordial goddess of rabbit, standing at the equal ground as the other primordial gods and goddesses. Zeus informed them, making all widen their eyes in shock, even the fighting-loving war god like Ares. However, since she was not originally an immortal being herself, Kaguya Otsutsuki had grown despotic and developed both a god complex and messiah complex. More or less she became mad with power, he stated, shocking everyone there. But father, how come we never heard of her? Talia asked. Surely someone with that much power will, but she was interrupted mid-sentence. Because she is not from this dimension, Hades spoke up with a dark tone. He looked to Annabeth, read on Chase. But if there is an explanation similar to the one just given, skip over it as we don't need extra monologue, okay? He ordered, and she nodded her head. However, her smirk was to last as suddenly a flash of light appeared next to Kaguya. With energy-like claws formed around their hands, the person used it to cut away one of the goddess of rabbit's hand. Annabeth read. It just means he's the coolest guy ever. The person shouted before disappearing again in a flash of light. She read. Hermes felt his eyes widen. So fast. He exclaimed. I didn't even see him. Athena stated in awe. Annabeth continued reading. The person then reappeared behind Kaguya and delivered a roundhouse kick to her back, sending her flying before pulling out two black sticks from the black orbs levitating behind his back, throwing it toward the limp arm of Kaguya on the ground, and don't you ever disrespect him again. The blonde warrior yelled as two black rods pinned the arm to the ground, stabbing through it like he was doing it to keep that arm immobile. They finally got a glimpse of the mortal who was fighting Kaguya head-on, which made Poseidon gasp in total shock. He was wearing what looked like a yellow, energy coat with a black bodysuit underneath. The bodysuit covered his torso, reaching down his arms to his knuckles, and down his legs to the point just above his sandals. He also had a pattern of 6 magatama around his collar. Sasuke, out of the way, it seemed that he wasn't the only one who was fighting her, as there was another boy who covered his entire body in a thick, purple-like energy in the shape of a gigantic warrior samurai with wings. Quick Naruto, the black-haired boy shot himself out of the gigantic warrior and shouted, "It's time to finish this," in a sure tone. However, when he looked back to Kaguya, she wasn't there. Sensing something coming from behind him, he clenched his fist, causing a glowing white orb to appear on his hand. Sending his energy through his arm, the orb turned from a stark white to emerald green as the energy charged up more into his fist. Turning around, he saw Kaguya nearly in his face, arm regrown and a fresh bone protruding from her palm. With a yell, he brought his arm back and thrust it forward, where upon contact, the world shattered once again. Annabeth read. As she read this, the scene changed to show the blonde warrior with a hand lashed out at the goddess. However, that was not all. For surrounding the hand from the point of impact, was a massive crack that spilt the air in a way that made it look like glass. Everyone felt their eyes widen in shock at the sight. What the hell? Hades muttered in confusion, having never seen something like that before in his life. That looks like something out of anime. Apollo said with wide eyes. Fucking awesome. Ares said with a grin on his face. Even some of his children agreed to that statement. It's like the air shattered, almost as if it were made of glass. Aphrodite said in shock. Annabeth cleared her throat after she got over her shock and continued to read, "And you stay the fuck back, ya hear me?" He roared out. Kaguya coughed up spit from the sheer force of the impact as a shockwave blasted out from behind her and destroyed more of the dimension she had summoned. Taking his bisinto in his hand and sticking it to his back, he raised both his hands into the air and gave a roar as he pulled them down with full force, which slammed Kaguya into the ground as he gave a yell of roar of the heavens and earth, causing something Kaguya had never before expected to happen right in front of her very eyes. Annabeth read as the screen on television changed once again, except this time it showed exactly what had happened. The world on the television screen looked like it was about to end, but that wasn't all. The land itself was tilting. Large slabs of earth, miles long in length and width, were pushed up from the ground as a tidal wave appeared above the goddess and slammed down on her before the slabs of earth cracked apart and fell into the water below, stirring it up, thus creating yet another tidal wave. Holy shit! Apollo gasped out in shock. This guy, he wasn't normal. Damn, Ares exclaimed with wide eyes, truly shocked for the first time in a long time. It's almost like he forced the earth to do his bidding. Athena stated. This guy isn't normal. Percy said in awe. It's almost like looking at a younger Poseidon with blonde hair. Hera said in observation. The screen changed to get a view of the one responsible, and Poseidon gasped out in shock at what he saw. No, it can't be. I was told he was dead, he said, gaining everyone's attention. Brother, what is the meaning of tis? Hades asked coldly. You broke the oath yet again. He demanded. I married her, thus the oath was null. Perfectly legal. He stated to his brother. Be glad that you were, otherwise I would send the monsters after him. Hades said as he sat back. Annabeth cleared her throat and once more gained everyone's attention before she began to read once again. Kaguya gasped as she rose from the water of the dimension she had brought her adversary to and continued to cough up water she had inhaled. Sure, she couldn't die, but man, did it suck to have water-filled lungs while knowing she couldn't die. Climbing out of the water, she continued to cough up water. However, when she looked up, she could no longer see, nor sense, the presence of her enemy. It was almost as if he had disappeared from her senses. However, before Kaguya could begin her search, Ka-sama, look out. An unknown voice yelled frantically as a shadow appeared behind her before she suddenly felt the full force of the blonde's killer intent bear down on his shoulders. Time seemed to almost stop as the man planted his bisinto into the ground, cratering it, while Kaguya felt her eyes widen in shock. How'd Naruto get behind her so fast? She slowly turned around and noticed that Naruto seemed to look almost like a massive shadow. Naruto's look of sorrow for his enemy turned friend suddenly turned to rage as he covered his fist in a gigantic blue bubble of his power, where the fist connected to Kaguya's face and begun to drive her into the ground, creating powerful shockwaves. This is for Obito. The blonde yelled in rage. Shit, Naruto's pissed off. Sasuke yelled out. Guys, we need to get out of the area. Now, a pink-haired teenage girl called out loudly as the three of them suddenly begun to run as powerful shockwaves finally reached them. Annabeth read as the screen showed them exactly what Naruto was doing to the goddess. Holy shit! Hades exclaimed. This guy, Zeus muttered with narrowed eyes. This teen wasn't normal. So, that what the title meant by, sound of shaking, incredible. Athena muttered. Annabeth just decided to keep on reading. Deeper and deeper Naruto's fist pushed Kaguya into the earth until the feeling suddenly stopped, allowing her to raise herself up a bit. She felt her eyes widen as she watched Naruto coat his foot in a bubble of energy and fall towards the ground, and quickly rolled out of the way as Naruto slammed his foot into the earth, cratering it, causing chunks of rock to fly into the air. Naruto saw Kaguya stop rolling and ran at her with his Bisunto now in his hand. Drawing it back, he gave a yell as he swung it into the ground as Kaguya barely dodged the swing. The goddess rolled to her feet and coated her arm in the hottest form of lava she could before she sent several balls of white-hot lava flying at Naruto. Each ball of fire crashed into Naruto's chest, face, and arm and even burned away half his bangs when he leaned out of the way. However, in the end, Naruto continued to walk forward and endured each strike against him without wavering. Annabeth read as the screen showed them what had happened to Naruto in the form of a small video clip. Just what the hell is this kid? He's enduring all those attacks like they're nothing. A young demigod screamed out in shock as he watched Naruto swat a fireball away with his bare hand. I don't know, it's like he's built like a tank. Another yelled. This is crazy, he can dish out so much damage, but I didn't expect the kid to be able to literally tank so much as well. Demeter cried out in shock. Annabeth continued to read once everyone calmed down, including herself. Kaguya gave a yell as she rushed forward at Naruto and tried to punch him, only for the blonde to block her with his forearm. Again and again she tried to attack, only to be blocked with hardly any effort. Finally Naruto got tired of blocking as Kaguya went to kick him in the face. Naruto drew back a fist and struck her hard, causing her to roll away once more in a cloud of dust. Naruto appeared to calmly walk forward towards the fallen goddess with a scowl on his face as the now pained woman looked up towards her enemy. Naruto knelt down and drew back a fist and went to punch his enemy. However, it wasn't to be so easy as Kaguya gave a yell as she slammed a white-hot lava-coated fist through Naruto's stomach. Annabeth read before the screen showed them Kaguya shoving her fist through Naruto's stomach, causing them to all wince in phantom pain. That had to have hurt a lot. Damn, that woman has no mercy. Hephaestus stated with a wince. No kidding. Ares muttered in agreement. Nothing is worse than a woman scorned. Aphrodite said to herself. I wonder what'll happen next. Athena asked curiously. Annabeth took a deep breath and continued on with the story. She then surged her chakra as much as she could, causing Naruto's stomach to burn as it gave a bulge before she removed her hand from his abdomen with no hesitation. The blonde teen fell to a knee as Kaguya rose to her feet, breathing heavily from the experience she would never forget. You have no choice, you must resign. Just let me take over, it will be alright, she told Naruto. However, what she, and by extent nobody else, not that there was anybody else besides the blonde's comrades, expected was for Naruto to reach through the screen of flame burning his stomach and grab Kaguya by his collar, shocking him, and everyone else watching, a great amount. Annabeth read as the screen showed her actions to the group, causing a few to gasp in shock. Damn, that kid takes the saying, takes a lick but keeps on ticking, to a whole new level. Artemis muttered to herself. His pain tolerance as well as his endurance is off the charts. Hades stated in mild awe and impressment. This kid just won't go down. Dionysus said to himself. A true warrior in every sense of the word. Athena complimented in respect. If I already didn't know any better, I would have said he was one of Ares' kids. Hestia stated. Shit, I wish he was now. Ares admitted. With a son like that, he would gladly gloat to the other gods about how proud he was of a demigod he sired. I believe this is one of my proudest moments as a father to a demigod. Poseidon stated honestly. And why wouldn't he be proud? One of his own was practically destroying a bitch on his own. Annabeth just decided to keep her comment to herself. Slowly, but surely, Naruto rose to his feet with his hands still on Kaguya's collar. This is nothing for me. Besides, I won't die from such small wounds. He growled as he lifted the woman off her feet, shocking Kaguya greatly as he spoke, but unlike me. You won't burn as the weight of the world will fall onto your body. He said as he threw the woman into the air. He sends a good amount of his power into his arm, where when Kaguya nears the ground he lashes out, creating a powerful shockwave that shatters the earth around him. The shockwave is so great that a crack forms in the earth and it literally begins to split the battle area in two as a crack appears in the sky as the world around nearly shattered under Naruto's rage. RRRRAAAAAAHHHHHHHHH, Naruto roars out almost like a dragon. The earth splits open and Kaguya, for the first time ever bled as she coughed up blood. Annabeth read as some of the gods and demigods cheered for the strike against Kaguya. Oh yeah, Ares yelled as he pumped one of his fists. Hot damn, that had to feel good. Apollo said with a wide grin. Ignoring the commentary, Annabeth continued, the world cracked and shook as Naruto released the power to destroy the world on his enemy. Cliffside formations cracked and fell before mountains tilted and crumbled to dust with each shake. Massive explosions of dust and rock shot to the air as the earth cracked apart before eventually settling down while Kaguya landed in a heap on the ground. However, if Kaguya was done, she didn't show it as she called out, "I'm not done yet," before she coughed up more blood. Suddenly a multitude of weapons rose from the ground and rushed at Naruto from the front while two charged him from behind and drove themselves into his body. At the same time Kaguya swung her arm and a fireball blew up in Naruto's face. Jesus! Aphrodite gasped out in shock. Talk about cruel-hearted, Hera said with a astonished look. By the fates, Hestia muttered. This woman, Poseidon growled in anger. Naruto, Sakura, Kakashi, and Sasuke yelled out as they watched from where they stood. Without his half of the six paths power they would lose. Smirking in victory, Kaguya stood up with a groan as she smirked. Can't fight now that you're fatally wounded, Naruto. And without your half of the six paths, there is no chance of victory, she said with a sneer as she looked at the cloud of smoke. Annabeth read before saying, what a bitch, with narrowed eyes. No kidding, I honestly hope Naruto gives her another taste of what he gave her times 10. Apollo said. You know, for once I agree with you, brother. Artemis agreed. Usually she wanted to protect women, but for this bitch she could rot in Tartarus. Continue reading, child, Zeus ordered as the young teen nodded her head. He wanted to know what happened next. Oh, fatally wounded, am I? Don't make me laugh. Naruto's voice cut through the smoke, shocking Kaguya even more as he took a step forward, causing a powerful blast of energy to once more erupt from where he stepped, causing the ground to shake. I already told you, didn't I, that I won't die from such a small wound? He said, I may be a human, but I am far from ordinary. I will not just lose to some punk-ass bitch just as she begins to walk away from a fight, he growled. I am possible. There's no way. Kaguya gasped out as she took a step back. Yeah. The Ares cabin cheered loudly. Show that little baby back, bitch, what you're made of. Aphrodite yelled out. Come on, hit her again, son. Poseidon yelled out. Keep fighting. Talia yelled out. Annabeth just shook her head and kept reading with a grin on her face. Do you really think that's all it takes to defeat me? Naruto growls out as he started to stand up straighter than before, just a few toy swords and guns. I could tear you apart single-handedly, but you already know that, don't you? Because you quake when you hear the name, Naruto. He yelled out as he stood up straight to reveal he was unscathed by the multiple strikes to his body, shocking the woman before him. Raising his bisunto above his head single-handedly, he gives a yell that shakes the ground and then swings downward with his weapon and drug it in a circular formation around him that created a powerful whirlwind that circled around him like a powerful shockwave that blasted away Kaguya with ease, which threw her off a cliff to a lower plateau below where they were fighting. Annabeth read with a wide smile on her face. Wow, nice monologue, Hera commented. I think he got that from you, Zeus, she stated. How? He's my nephew. He responded to his wife. You have to admit that shockwave was incredibly awesome, Ares said with a grin on his face. I need to use this fight in a future movie my children produce. This would change the world of entertainment in ways we never thought of. Apollo stated. Annabeth quirked a brow at that, only to begin to read once again. Let's go, bitch. He roared as he jumped off the cliff. Falling for a good 15 feet, Naruto landed unharmed where a small twister of dust swirled around him, only to stop and spin the other way in a mesmerizing manner. As he looks up, he sees a group of earthen giants running towards him, where they quickly stop in front of him and raise their swords above their heads and grasp them in both hands. Quickly swinging them down, everyone is shocked when Naruto simply moves his bisunto in front of him and easily blocked their three-way strike. No way, he blocked them, Aphrodite cried out. And not only that, he did it with one hand. Poseidon said in astonishment. Where did the giants even come from? Percy asked. That is an excellent question, Zeus said in agreement. She summoned them, possibly even created them. Who knows really? Hades commented. Everyone nodded in agreement and Annabeth continued to read. Naruto growls as he looks up to the giants. You're blocking my view. Move. He orders as he pushes them off while releasing his bisunto from his grasp where it spins in the air. Reaching his hands up, he grasps the air, causing it to ripple around his fingers. Naruto looks up, and as the Bisinto stabs into the ground, then yanks his hands down as he gives a loud "Gru," which would soon set into motion a series of unexplainable events. Shit, here we go again. Demeter said. How much energy does that move take? It has to tax him one way or another. Aphrodite said. Not for a half-blooded Uzumaki demigod that is the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Poseidon said with a grin. The amount of stamina Naruto had at his beck and call would easily place his boy on any level of the gods easily. Annabeth just reads on. As the giants rushed at Naruto again, they suddenly lose balance as all of them trip and fall. My balance. Kaguya suddenly exclaims in shock as she is forced to the earth. What's happening? Sasuke asks in shock. What did he do? Sakura asked. Kakashi was about to respond. However, he notices something out the corner of his eyes, causing them to nearly pop out of his head as he turns to look. Large slabs of earth are literally tilting, causing large waves of water to run down the sides as the earth is tilted highly for nearly a mile into the air at random spots. However, that's not all, as a large fissure begins to open up in the frozen sea and begins to swallow everything as unfrozen seawater rushes in as all three enemies fall into the void. This can't be real, he muttered to himself. This is insane. It's not just the island, the entire sea is tilting. Sakura yelled out in shock. Zetsu couldn't help but growl in anger. You bastard. He says in anger. Far out. Sasuke says in wonder. Geez, Poseidon, what did you and that mortal woman you laid in bed with create? Zeus asked with a chuckle. A monster strong enough to change the world. Athena stated. A son that makes his father proud. Poseidon stated honestly. Looking to Annabeth, he spoke again. Keep reading, Annabeth, show us what exactly my son is capable of, he said with pride as Annabeth nodded once again. One giant had managed to get back up and was gasping for breath as he looked at Naruto. So much power. He said as he picked up his sword, but you shall not pass me. He yells out as he raises his sword overhead. However, Naruto grasps his Bisinto in his hand and gives a mighty leap where he appears in the giant's face with his free hand drawn back. With a grunt, Naruto lashes out and once more a crack appears in front of him. The giant gags before he spits out a large sea of saliva from his mouth. However, that is not the only thing, as suddenly a shockwave erupts from behind the giant and races forward. It was here that Kaguya reappeared and holds two of her hands out and blocks the powerful shockwave, which creates a thick cloud of dust in the air. Naruto steps forward and narrows his eyes. Kaguya. He growls. Naruto. The woman growls back. Ooh, somebody sounds pissed. Ares commented. I would be pissed if something like this happened, wouldn't you? Athena questioned. This got a nod out of most of the gods. They couldn't deny it, they would be pissed beyond words. Annabeth cleared her throat to continue reading. Naruto jumps down a small 5-foot drop and lands on a small slab of rock as his friends arrive. Stay behind me, my friends. He says calmly as he steps forward. Everyone watches as hundreds of swords are drawn and pointed at him. Grasping his Bisinto in both hands for the first time, he sends his power into the blade and a white orb appears on the weapon before it covers the blade of the Bisinto. RRRRRAAAAAHHHHHH. Naruto yells out as he swings his weapon. A large crack appears in front of him that unleashes yet another shockwave. He can send that kind of power into a weapon. Hephaestus called out, that is so awesome. I need to make a weapon that mimics his ability. He stated as plans begun to form in his head on how to make one. Geez, this guy is a monster. Gwen, a daughter of Aphrodite, stated. It's almost like he was bred for combat. Clarice said honestly. If all of us fought against him, we would surely die if we were enemies. Talia said as she gulped down the lump of fear in her throat. All those who had drawn a weapon were thrown away with ease, while Kaguya actually had to brace herself against the powerful winds. Naruto all of a sudden leapt at Kaguya, who felt her eyes widen in shock as he drew back a fist and lashed out, causing yet again another crack to appear before Kaguya was launched back where she hit a wall behind her. Wait, wall. Annabeth read. Hell yeah, Ares called out. Get some bitch. Apollo called out. Annabeth sighed at her uncles and continued to read on through their commentary. Naruto then draws a fist back once more and his muscles visibly bulged as he sends a large amount of magic through his arm. Make no mistake. I am the one that stands on the top of this era. He declares as his eye glow with untold power. We are in the present, while you on the other hand are a relic of a bygone era and have no right to complain about it. He said as his arm bulged with a large amount of veins. What happens to us and the people of this world, as on us? He yells as he lashes out and once again. With this saying, a momentous crack appeared where it unleashed an extremely powerful shockwave. The crack in the air continued to expand and rapidly at that. This is how we will forge our own paths into the future, he roared out. Annabeth read out. The screen changes to show what was going on, and all that looked at the sight felt their guts drop. My God, Percy said quietly. This is, Aphrodite said before she trailed off. I really need to turn this into a movie. Apollo said to himself. If you do, you better make sure it becomes a #1 movie of the year. Hera said to her husband's son. Oh, trust me, it'll be a show that nobody will ever forget, he responded. With that, the earth roared. Dark clouds soon begun to gather and lightning begun to rain down across the battlefield while fire flashed across the sky before the balls of flame fell to the earth into the midst of the enemy army. Large spires of earth begun to rise up from deep underneath the sea where they came up from underneath the ice. The two frozen tsunamis cracked and fell apart and then collapsed into the sea. The spires that had risen begun to release gouts of molten earth and rained down their wrath upon Naruto's enemy. Truly, this was the will of God at work, and nothing could hope to match its wrath except something with the same amount of anger. It's almost like he is trying to end it all, Demeter stated. Yeah, and he hasn't even beaten her yet. This guy, I seriously wanna fight him if I ever see him, Ares stated. Continue reading, Annabeth. Athena told her daughter. Sasuke, time to finish this. Naruto called out. I know, let's do it. The raven-haired teen responded as he reached out to Kaguya. Kaguya seeing this growled as she went to jump out of the way, however what she didn't expect was for Sakura to rush over and sock her in the head. I'm still here so don't forget about me, cha. She cried out just as Naruto and Sasuke placed their hands on Kaguya. 6 paths, planetary devastation, the two boys called out as they successfully sealed away Kaguya and the goddess suddenly begun to change into a monster with a rabbit appearance by some kind of power that gathered rocks on the ground to lock her inside an gigantic orb of earth, which then flew slowly to the sky and looks just like a small version of the moon. But what shocked them the most was 9 massive beasts resembled various animals with the tails increase from 1 to 9s was released from the inside of the heavenly rabbit, circling around Naruto's team. Kakashi couldn't help but smile under his mask as he looked back to when he first met them where he told them he hated them, but now, I love you all, he said happily. They did it, I can believe that they did it, Hera gasped before a beautiful smile made it to her face, amazing. Son, Poseidon whispered, he was never this proud in his immortal life. Then they saw the blonde called Naruto turn back to normal, revealing his normal feature as well as his brilliant azure blue eyes just like Poseidon's own. Walking to the limp arm of Kaguya, which now all of the Olympians could see something dark with a face, sharp teeth and all inside of the sleeve. By the way, you didn't want to leave your mom, right? He asked with a slight smirk. What, mom, as in mother? Apollo was shocked. Artemis smirked. Hey, so your hottie isn't much hot for you now? Apollo only got depressed more thinking how this creature was her son. It should not impossible. Why, you, the dark being muttered in shock. You have been hiding in the shadow all this time, but I noticed you. He reached his hands out and grabbed the arm. You're just a part of the shinobi's history I created so far. You are just a brat, you can't. Naruto's eyes hardened before saying, the shinobi's history was made by the lives of many ninja and their deaths. He then gripped his hand before pulling the arm off the ground and threw it toward the forming moon. A brat who can't even leave his mother's side, won't ever understand a thing about it. He roared. That is very wise words for such a young boy. Athena nodded her head. That is very wise words for such a young boy, Athena nodded her head. Athena blushed while other laughed or chuckled. The most who laughed was Poseidon who hold his stomach. Not need to repeat yourself, Athena. You only ashamed yourself. Athena only growled at her rival. Shinobi, ninja, father, you have a lot to explain, she said after the 4 people and 9 beasts disappeared in flashes of light. The goddess of rainbow then made the mist disappeared, leaving the Olympians alone to discuss things among themselves. Zeus sighed, the only reason you new generation gods don't know about the elemental nations is because we 6 original Olympians agreed that we would never speak of it to you. We as well as any elder immortal may go over there anytime we like, but every time we do we have to take a mortal form. We still have our godly powers, but we are as feeble as mortals are. Zeus said. Well, the fact of the matter is, Poseidon has yet another demigod. Hades stated. You will not touch him. The sea god growled out to his brother. Well, when you go and break the oath, married or not, we have to do something about it, the death god responded. And it is as I told you, you won't touch him. Poseidon reclaimed. Enough. Zeus stated. I agree, you are both acting trivial over something so easily resolved. Hera stated, walking up to the three of them. She placed a hand on her hip. The solution to this is simple. We bring young Naruto here to Earth where we can keep an eye on him, she said. And that is the end of the chapter. Annabeth said, so who wants to read next? She asked. Ooh oh me. Aphrodite called out. Aphrodite giddily snatched the book from Annabeth and cleared her throat as she started to read. After a long pondering and questioning if bringing a son of the big three from another dimension to their own was a safe idea, it was decided that for the sake of their sanity it was. Zeus looked around the throne room and spoke deeply. All right, now that we have settled the dispute about whether to bring the son of Poseidon to our dimension, it is now official that we will need someone to go and bring him here to us. However, that is where the next problem lies. Zeus said before he looked to his kelp-headed brother. Hey, now that's just mean, Zeus. Poseidon stated. Don't blame me for your own short-sightedness. Zeus retorted. I am not short-sighted, unlike someone who thinks with his second head rather than his first. At least I don't hold the title of man-whore amongst the mortals. The sea god responded as Zeus turned an interesting shade of purple. Aphrodite cleared her throat. If you would allow me to interrupt you, I would like to get back to the story. Thank you, she said as the two brothers gave a huff as they looked away from each other. Aphrodite rolled her eyes but nevertheless continued to read. Poseidon cleared his throat. Yes. Well, it seems that when my mortal form had died there was a slight problem, he stated. Oh, and what would that be? Hades muttered. Really, brother, you choose now of all times to be sarcastic. Hestia questions. What? It's my job to piss these two off. Well, apparently when I sealed the 9 tails inside the boy and my mortal form perished, I was sent back here. Of course I obviously was. I was of course saddened by the death of my wife Kushina, but what I hadn't expected was to be lied to by the old man who held the title of Cage before me. I can't say why or how come he lied to me, but knowing him there was a reason for him to do it. I wasn't thinking clearly, and when I went back to get him I was told he was dead. In my grief I swore to the sticks that I would never return, which I haven't. Now that I find out he is alive, I wish the man who my son has become, he stated. Wow, that was dumb of you. Athena muttered. Poseidon didn't even retort to that comment and instead only sighed. Yeah, I know that now, quietly. Zeus cleared his throat. With that now cleared up, I will need a volunteer to go and bring the boy back here to us. Zeus explained before raising a hand to silence any chatter. I have already decided, so do not try and interrupt me. Zeus stated. Wow, foresight much, brother? Hades questioned with a smirk. No, that is Apollo's job. Zeus responded. And I am good at what I do, thank you very much. The sun god gloated. Stick up ass detected. Talia whispered to Zoe, who chuckled. Indeed. The huntress responded. Aphrodite couldn't help the smirk that appeared on her face but nevertheless continued to read. Zeus cleared his throat so he could speak clearly. For those with hard of hearing abilities, cough Ares cough, that way they could understand him. Ouch, that has to burn. Apollo stated. 3rd degree type shit. Hermes said. Language, there are children present. Hera stated. Zeus begun once again. The ones that have been chosen to go on this quest are Artemis due to her tracking capabilities, and Athena for her wisdom and her persuasive talking, he stated. Artemis suddenly raised her hand like a child at school. A quick question, father, she said, gaining his attention. Yes, what is it? He responded. Well, since we are going to a whole different dimension, will we be required to know the language or do they speak regular English? She asked him. Poseidon spoke up for his brother. They speak one of 2 languages, English or Japanese. However, it seems that English is the main language due to the complications that Japanese holds. Although that may be different due to the fact that it was during the 3rd Shinobi World War. Either way, brush up on all your languages, girls, he stated. Artemis grumbled about the joy of having to brush up on her languages but in the end nodded her head. When do we leave? She asked. When you have everything prepared. Zeus responded. 6 hours later, when Athena and Artemis had gathered their things, they stood in front of the king's throne waiting patiently. Artemis. Patient? I don't believe it. Apollo stated. I have more patience than you in my pinky finger, Apollo, she stated. Oh lil sis, you wound me, he said, only to have to lean out of the way of an arrow she had shot at him. For the umpteenth time, I am the older one, as mother had me first. She yelled at her brother. Enough of your squabbles, we are not here to listen to the 2 of you bicker like mortal children over a toy. Zeus commanded them. Aphrodite silently thanked Zeus for his interference and decided to keep reading. 10 more minutes passed before Zeus appeared before them. He brushed his hand through his hair and sighed. Sorry for making you wait, I was busy speaking with Hera on some matters, he said honestly. It is all right, father, Artemis said with a bow. Zeus nodded his head before he cleared his throat. so I take it that the two of you are prepared to go on your journey, yes? He asked, getting a nod from the two of them. All right then, let's get this over with. He muttered before he pointed his master bolt at them. Safe travels, and happy hunting to the both of you, he said to his daughters before they flashed out of the throne room in a flash of thunder. It was at this time Hera walked out from a corridor. Do you think he will agree? She asked him. Zeus shrugged. Depends on how the first meet and greet goes, Hera, he stated. Meanwhile, a flash of thunder shook the area as the two goddesses reappeared in a heavily wooded area. When they took their first breath of the new world's air, they almost gasped in shock by how clean it was. Holy guacamole, Athena stated as she tasted the air. Artemis arched a brow. Is that Athena speak for holy shit, sister? She asked with a humor-filled chuckle. Athena chuckled with an embarrassed look on her face. Well, I don't know. I mean, the second I took my first breath of air here, it was like how the world was in ancient times when there were no machines to pollute the sky. It takes me back almost, she stated honestly. Artemis nodded in agreement at that one. The air here was so pure, and there was almost no taint to the environment, showing just how well the people of this world looked after their home for well over 70,000 years. This was probably going to be her new favorite hunting ground if her father ever let her return. Athena nudged her on the shoulder. Come on, we need to get moving, she said, which caused Artemis to nod in agreement. It says that there is a line break here, Aphrodite stated, and everyone just waved it off. Who cared about a line break? They wanted to read the story. Naruto put on his black attire, standing in front of the mirror with sad eyes. A day had passed since the end of the Fourth Great Shinobi War. Villages were finally burying their lost with grief. Nearly 68,000 shinobi had been killed during the war. That meant that if another war broke out, nearly all chakra users would inevitably die. Some Naruto knew, while others, he didn't even know their name before their corpse was brought back to their villages. Everyone was there during the funerals, even Sasuke, surprisingly. They sacrificed their life to protect him and be as well for the entire world. Neji Hyuga, Naruto stood behind Hinata and remained silent. He didn't know what to say or do. He just stood there with a bunch of flowers in hands. Each flower was for each shinobi of Konoha who fell down at the battlefield. A small distance away watching, Athena had to admit that even she was impressed. Even when he don't personally know the other soldiers, he still want to respect them by giving them a funeral like others. She knew that in the future, he would become a great leader. The day passed way too quickly for Athena and Artemis to even recall everything that had happened. In the Hokage office, a debate was going on. What? You can't do it, TTE Bayo. Naruto shouted with his hand holding his head. Well, he would have both of his hands holding his head if he didn't have his right hand missing from his body. What? Poseidon yelled as he summoned his trident. Who took his arm? He demanded. We don't know, Hera said with a shrug. Be silent, brother, I am sure that it will be revealed in due time, Hades said calmingly. Another flash appeared and Percy was the one to pick it up off the table. It says that after defeating Kaguya, he and Sasuke got into a fight and they destroyed the land in a battle meant to be to the death. Although they both lost their arms in one final clash, Naruto redeemed the Uchiha by showing him that the path of cooperation was the way forward, he read. Poseidon gave a huff, accepting the news and motioned for Aphrodite to continue. Aphrodite gave a sigh but in the end continued, Shut up, brat. Tsunade Senju shouted as she looked at him. Besides that, my decision is final. Kakashi will be the 6th Hokage of the Konoha, she told the blonde. But why not me? He groaned. Standing next to him was Kakashi, who was giving Naruto his trademark eyes smile, trying to calm the hero of the shinobi war down with both hands in front of him. I thought after the war, he started where Tsunade finished for him with a nod. Yes, you're more suitable to become a Hokage than anyone in this village at the moment, Naruto. Tsunade stood up and walked to him. However, you're still way too young to handle the job and the responsibilities that come behind it. However, you can try to become the next Hokage later, since currently the village needs someone with more experience like Kakashi as a leader, so it is through this that I decided to make him my next successor rather than you. Tsunade said as she then pulled out a bottle of sake from out of nowhere, shocking Shizune, who had made sure to throw all of them away. Now, let's just go to have a drink to celebrate the day I finally escaped from this damn job, she said as she wrapped her arms around Naruto's neck and pulled him out of the room. Wait, Ba-chan. Wait, Naruto cried out when he was being pulled by the 50-year-old woman who had an unimaginable amount of strength. Trying to shrug out of her grip would be a total waste of time. He gave up and let the Hokage pulled him out to the street. As soon as the village saw their hero, the entire street cheered out loudly and clapped their hands rapidly for Naruto. Naruto was stunned by the sudden action of the villagers. What is all this? He asked as he looked to Tsunade. Well, while you won't be the Hokage this time, Naruto, Tsunade smiled before she released him from her grip, but isn't this what you want? She asked the blonde. Looking around, Naruto found the same feeling he had after Kakashi brought him back to the village after defeating Pain and confronting Nagato. They called him their hero, thanking him for his service during the war and for saving the world. A large grin spread out on Naruto's face while he walked between the people of Konoha. Maybe he shouldn't move with ninja speed any longer on the roofs to get to the Hokage office anymore and start to take a walk among these people. Because they finally acknowledged him as their hero. Poseidon couldn't help but smile. So, you finally get the acknowledgement you so rightfully deserve. I am proud to call you my son, Naruto, he thought to himself. It's time to party like no tomorrow. Tsunade called out before she reached over the bar and grabbed a bottle of sake. Drink up, brat, you will never find yourself in a more perfect situation. Tsunade said as Naruto tried to push the bottle of sake. Tsunade was giving him away from his mouth. 5 o'clock in the afternoon and he was already forced to drink another bottle of liquor. Hearing this caused Poseidon to stand straight up as the screen changed to show Tsunade trying to shove a bottle of sake down Naruto's throat. You old hag, quit trying to be a bad influence on my boy. He yelled at the screen. Brother, it's just a story, no need to get so flustered. Hestia stated. But she is trying to get my boy drunk without permission, he said. It doesn't matter, Aphrodite dear, please continue. The hearth goddess stated as she ignored the grumbling sea god. The love goddess nodded her head. They weren't the only one in the restaurant because the rest of the Rookie 9 were here as well as Team Guy and their sensei. Even Sasuke was present and sat alone at the last table at the corner of the place. It was like a whole celebration party. Choji was screaming to Lee about eating his last piece of barbecue, but instantly lightened up when Ino brought a brand new dish of barbecue for him. Sakura was chatting with her mother and a few other friends while she kept on glancing at Sasuke, wondering if she should try and keep him company. Of course, what none of them knew was that they were being watched the entire time by the two goddesses. Artemis grumbled about Sakura being in love with a boy that reminded them of their uncle Hades. Like seriously, the boy almost looked like a miniature Hades if they looked close enough. The real Hades shuffled in his seat a little. Hera of course noticed this. Is there something you wish to tell us, Hades? She asked the death god. Not that I can think of. He responded. Then why did you shuffle around like that when the book compared his likeliness to you? Athena questioned her uncle. I wanted to get more comfortable, that's all, he responded. Yeah sure you did. Poseidon said with a knowing look that made the death god sweat a little on the inside. Naruto, after drinking the bottle Tsunade had gave him, stood up from his seat and walked over to Sasuke. Kurama would keep his body sober so he don't have worry about alcohol. Hey Sasuke, can I sit here? He asked, sitting down the seat opposite of the former missing nin. How's your arm doing? He asked after having a nod of approval from black-haired Uchiha. The same as yours is, why? Sasuke replied shortly. So Hades' boy lost a arm too, huh? Well, when 2S class techniques clash, stuff is bound to go missing, go figure. Poseidon thought to himself. Well, Ba-chan said she is making prosthetic hands for us. Naruto said, I believe they are from the first Hokage's cells or something like that, so you don't have to worry about not being able to make hand seals anymore. Naruto told him. I don't think I'm going to stay in the village for much longer, Naruto. Sasuke said, surprising the blonde greatly. Hey, don't tell me you're thinking about becoming a missing nin again. He said as he turned his head to Sakura and said with a small smile, there are people who will be hurt if you leave again, you know. Sasuke shook his head, not like that, Naruto. So what about you, Naruto? What are you going to do now? I heard that the council rejected you becoming the next Hokage and instated Kakashi. What are you going to do about that? He asked as the both of them turned their head to the Hokage monument, where a face was being carved onto it next to Tsunade's by a lot of workers. Naruto smirked. I think I'm going to train harder, as well as work harder to become the next Hokage. I mean, since I helped save the world and all, it wouldn't be that hard a guess as to know who the next best candidate for the hat is. Naruto said with a determined expression on his face. No argument there. Good luck with that, I suppose. Sasuke picked up a cup of sake and held it high. So the great hero for the next Hokage For the 7th Hokage. Naruto said, also poured his cup full and then touched it with Sasuke's. Artemis nudged Athena before the two of them left out of the bar. Artemis turned to Athena, okay, so now what? While they're getting drunk off their minds, we are supposed to bring a demigod that has the ability to create massive, and did I also mention extremely destructive, earthquakes back to our home? And did it have to be a boy? Artemis grumbled. Athena grasped her sister by the shoulder. Artemis, Poseidon hasn't sired a female demigod. Those that he does end up dying within the first 8 or so years of life. She remembered. Wait a second, are you drunk? She questioned the goddess as she looked at her closer. Flushed cheeks, dizzy look in the eye, swaying motion on feet. My god, you're hammered, she said in shock. Hey, don't look at me. I'm still sober here, Artemis stated. Obviously not, Aphrodite stated. Wow, lil sis, didn't know you had that in you. Apollo said. It's not honestly, guys, she said as she looked around to the humor-filled faces of her family. I didn't even know Artemis liked to drink. Percy whispered to Zoe, who sat next to him. It's a rare occurrence when she does, she responded quietly. All right, that is enough, Hera said, drawing everyone's attention. We are supposed to be listening to Aphrodite read the chapter, she said, only to smirk, and besides, we all know if Artemis wanted to get drunk she would drink pina colada, she said, causing the huntress goddess to shriek that she wasn't supposed to reveal that. What? It was good wine, she said. It honestly was. Never before had she tasted so amazing in her life. Athena sighed as she rubbed the bridge of her nose. All right, come on, we haven't got all day. Father wants us to return with the son of Uncle Poseidon and now I have to drag you around, she said in an annoyed tone. Wow, didn't think Athena would get annoyed so easily. Hermes muttered. Well, guess we found one way to do it, Dionysus remarked. He really wanted to try that wine if it could make Artemis blush like a schoolgirl. You know what, I'll handle the son of Poseidon. You are going to a hotel to sleep off the effects of the alcohol in your system, she said as she looked around. But I don't want to go to bed, I want to have some more sake, the goddess whined. Holy shit, now I've seen it all, Ares said with a chuckle. Shut it, metalhead, the goddess of the hunt remarked with a red tint to her cheeks. This got a laugh from a good portion of the crowd as they looked at the embarrassed goddess. You guys suck, all because I like to occasionally indulge myself in some alcohol, she said as she crossed her arms under her bust. With that, Athena asked around, where she eventually found someone who told her directions to the Golden Leaf Hotel, where Athena booked a room, by hypnotizing the manager, and managed to get her sister in bed. Once she managed that, she gave a huff of relief. Finally, she had gasped out when the goddess of the hunt had passed out. Walking out the room, she split her consciousness, allowing part of her spirit to go out and keep an eye on the son of Poseidon. Concentrating on the teen's aura from what she had felt earlier, she vanished, leaving her other self to fend for her sister, not that anybody would try to hurt her in her drunken state. Obviously she doesn't understand the way a ninja operates, Apollo commented. Oh, and what would you know, Apollo, you never even seen a ninja in your life aside from the movies you make, Athena retorted. I know plenty, thank you very much, the sun god stated. Ninja are masters of stealth and recon. They can get into places most mortals can't. If they wanted to, they could get her, but I doubt it, as even when drunk lil sis is more dangerous than a sober lil sis, he said. For the last time, Apollo, I am the older one as mother birthed me first, she growled out. Aphrodite just rolled her eyes before she continued to read. She reappeared several feet away from a cliff edge where she saw him sitting down looking out over the village below. Hearing him sigh, she felt her brow quirk when he spoke. I figured you would eventually show yourself. I assume that your friend got a bit carried away when you were both at the bar, he said calmly, obviously not worried about the goddess standing behind him. In a manner of speaking, she said to the blonde who had yet to turn around. Reminds me of Ba-chan, she heard him mutter and couldn't suppress the small smile on her lips. She then saw the blonde stand up and turn to face her. Well, if you're here for me, then I suppose we should move this out of the village, he told the goddess. Even with one hand he could hold a fight better than most. Sasuke was the only one who could truly match him blow for blow. Go figure, as a reincarnation of the sons of the Sage of the Six Paths, there could only be one rival for him. Athena put her hands up in a calming manner. Whoa, hold up, wait a minute now, she told him in a shocked tone. We aren't here to fight you, she told him. Is it just me, or is this version of mom a bit easy to shock more than most? Annabeth asked. You know, for once I actually have to agree with you, wise girl. I don't think I have ever seen your mom like that, Percy said. Naruto stopped and placed his left hand on his hip. Oh really? If you're not here to fight me, then why are you here? He asked her. We were sent here to take you back to your father, she told him honestly. Bullshit, he said almost instantly. No, it is true, you see, she went to tell him only to be interrupted. My father has been dead for 17 years. In fact, he was revived for the Fourth Great Shinobi World War to help end it, he said with conviction. Athena held her hand up. At least let me explain what I meant, she pleaded gently with him. I am sorry, but even I won't be able to believe that my father, a man who died the night I was born I might add, is still alive and kicking when I myself saw him as a reanimated shinobi. Naruto said. Your father is an immortal, she said plainly. Naruto blinked, then blinked again. He shook his head. Wow, if that is what you are putting down as your trump card you must be desperate to have me do something, he stated. It kinda does make it sound desperate, Hera said in agreement. On that we agree, sister, Demeter stated. Athena rolled her eyes before she brought out a knife where she suddenly cut her hand showing golden blood. Is this proof enough for you? She asked him. Naruto raised a brow. Okay, I have to admit that is a neat trick. Golden blood, can't say I've seen that before, he admitted honestly. It is called ichor, the blood of the gods. It shows our immortality, she told the blonde. Okay, and I am a blue-blooded human, Naruto retorted. I can show you another ability we gods have, she said before she split her consciousness once more. Shadow clones made without the need for hand seals, Naruto said as a puff of smoke appeared next to him into the form of a clone. Anything else you want to try to use to persuade me? He asked her. Obviously he didn't believe her. Wow, Aphrodite said in surprise, even for one of your offspring he's a bit of a ass, she admitted. He gets his stubbornness from his mother's side of the family, Poseidon stated. And you aren't stubborn enough as it is, Zeus asked with a raised eyebrow. Okay, you me with that one, Poseidon relented. Well, you do have to admit that with all the things Athena is trying to use to convince him, they are similar to things he knows, so it won't be easy, Percy said. That is also a good point, Talia stated. Athena was starting to lose her patience. Fine, what will it take to persuade you to believing me that your father is still alive? She asked the million-dollar question. If you truly are an immortal, then you know what his domain is. I am sure that even a minor goddess knows his domains, he said. Oh, he did not just call me a minor goddess, Athena growled. Oh yeah, he did, Dionysus said with a smirk. He was liking this one a lot more than the Jackson boy. Athena narrowed her eyes. What did you just call me? She growled out. Naruto looked confused. A minor goddess. I mean, why else would my father send you? He must have a higher position than if he is having you and your friend come and get me. Isn't that how it works? Someone with a higher standing of power sends someone lower on the food chain to get someone they want. He asked her. Athena took a claiming breath. Okay, so he had honestly thought his father had sent her and Artemis to fetch him. She had forgotten she was in front of a teen who answered to a higher level leadership much like the mortals of her world. She took a deep breath. No. I am an Olympian just like your father is. We share the same level of authority as each other. However, it was the king of the gods Zeus who sent us to get you so we could take you to him, she told him. Okay, but you never told me his domains, Naruto said, ignoring the statement about Zeus. He is the god of the sea. He often goes by Earthshaker, or Stormbringer as an alias, she told him. Huh, now some things actually made sense. His high affinity for earth and water style techniques certainly. That meant he got his wind affinity from his mom then. Add on the fact that he could create earthquakes definitely made sense now with a title like Earthshaker for sure. Naruto sighed. Alright, say I believe you, then at least answer me this, he said before asking her, why did he never come and get me? With a look almost similar to pleading in his eyes. I would ask that too if I was in your position, Zoe said quietly. At least she had known her father. He swore oath that he would never return here. He had thought you died when he sealed the Nine Tails Kurama inside you, she told him. Naruto felt a little down by that. The possibility that a man swore oath that he would never return, that was a big deal. He looked at her. Alright, but I have to ask someone to do something for me. I have to see if what you are telling me is the truth, he told her. With that he vanished in a swirl of leaves. The next day Naruto was standing in the Hokage office with the two goddesses and Tsunade was confused by everything she had heard. Shaking her head she spoke, I am sorry, but I don't understand what you're saying, she told Athena, and what did you say that your name was again? She asked in a truly confused tone. Athena, and this is my half-sister Artemis. Athena supplied for the other goddess. Artemis bowed her head politely, I am pleased to meet you Tsunade Senju. She greeted to the strongest mortal woman on the planet, at least in this dimension. Athena turned back to Tsunade and said with a calm tone, now as we said earlier, before we were sent here to bring Naruto back to our home by order of our king as well as his for his father, no matter the cost, she told Tsunade. Could you just stop telling lies? Naruto asked, growling, I saw my dad okay. He was dead, and was revived back to fight alongside with me by Edo Tensei and disappeared with a promise of telling mom everything when he was released. How can he still be alive when the Edo Tensei, a forbidden jutsu that can revive the dead as immortal walking zombies, might I remind you again, be a god? He asked. He had gone over everything in his mind. Even Kurama had stated that gods couldn't shed their immortal form to walk amongst mortals. Naruto could be someone who was slow to understand things, especially when it came to complicate things, but he was by no means a stupid person. He knew how Edo Tensei worked. Orochimaru had freed him from the Reaper's belly to fight, and the old man sage had released his dad from the clutches of the technique to reunite with his mother. Athena looked to Naruto. We discussed this last night, Naruto. Did you already forget our discussion? She asked him. No, but when I look back on everything, I think it would be too good to be true. Yes, some of your claims have merit, but still, how am I supposed to believe you other than a couple of words and the color of your blood? He asked her. Okay, those were some good points he had, but still, orders were orders. Wow. Soldier mindset much, Athena. Oh, shut up, Hermes. Naruto is right about that, Athena-san. She told the goddess, Minato Namikaze was one of the most powerful people that came from this village. Born and raised here since he was somebody almost everyone knew, she told them. But the goddess of wisdom didn't use it to attack any of them, instead she put her palm into the blade of her spear and pressed down a little, cutting herself. You see this? Athena asked, turning her palm down, making a golden liquid drop from the wound, much to everyone's shock. I told you, didn't I, that this is proof that we're goddesses ourselves. This is ichor, the blood of gods, she told the teen again as it dropped down onto Tsunade's table, much to her bewilderment. Tsunade sighed. This was getting out of hands and she knew it. If the two of you are done with this nonsense, this meet and greet is finished. Anbu, escort them out of the village. I'm done with this game, she said, having enough of it. However, before Anbu could make a single step, Athena summoned a spear in her hand, alerting everyone in the room. I am Athena, the goddess of wisdom and battle, so do not question my status as that of a goddess, she said. And as if to emphasize Athena's words, the sky suddenly darkened before thunder began rumbling outside, shaking the entire village. Artemis is goddess of the moon, hunt and maidens, one of the 12 Olympians like me, she told them as the goddess of wisdom put both of her hands on the table, her eyes shone with power. Are we clear now? Power was radiating from the two goddesses, as their eyes glowed with the same color of their blood. They could be seen in an even more terrifying way because the sky was slowly darkening. Tsunade didn't have any choice but to nod her head. She was in the presence of not one, but two goddesses, and she was acting like a fool. Naruto kept his eyes on the three young women. He still couldn't accept the fact that his father was still alive and well, that these young women were actually goddesses. Not that he had any problem with them being goddesses, but after having the pleasure of fighting against one with a crazy mind and these goddesses were here, talking ridiculous things about his parent, one could say that he wasn't affected by their power show off in the slightest. Alright, with that settled, is there some way we can prove to you that what we say is true other than show off? Athena asked. Well, the boy did mention that the dead could be summoned from the afterlife, maybe we can have the one who did it during the war do it again. Artemis suggested. Maybe you should lead with that next time. Shut it, Ares. It makes a good point, Yano. The war god said wisely for once, which got a lot of nods of agreement. Naruto slapped his forehead. Why didn't I think of that earlier? He questioned himself. Well, boys are slow on the pick-me-up, Artemis stated. Naruto looked at her. I may be a boy, but I am not stupid. I am just a little slow on some things, Yano, he told her. Athena smiled. So it's settled then. We will find the one who brought back your father in this dimension, and then once he has explained everything to you we can leave, she said happily. Artemis smirked in victory. Well, shall we head out? She asked the two of them. Naruto sighed. Fine, but we need to fetch Sasuke, he responded. Why do you need to get Sasuke? Tsunade asked. He knows where Orochimaru is, Naruto said. Wow, did not see that one coming, Poseidon said with a wary look. Why is that, brother? Hades asked, a bit irked. Someone broke into his domain carelessly. Another flash of light appeared in the form of a note where once again Percy reached for it, only for Talia to pick it up. It says that Orochimaru was supposed to be a criminal that was wanted for illegal experimentation. Specifically on humans with the cells of the first Hokage Hashirama to try and gain his wood-based abilities, she said, appalled. Demeter gained a green tint to her cheeks. She was a nature goddess, so it was extremely gross to hear someone wanted to do that. That's awful, Athena said with a gasp. With that, the blonde left to fetch his rival. However, just as he was about to leave, he turned back to face the goddesses. Meet me at the gate in 30 minutes, he told them. With that, he finally exited the Hokage office. 30 minutes later exactly, Athena and Artemis appeared at the gate and saw both Naruto and Sasuke waiting for them talking. Upon their arrival, the conversation stopped, which allowed Naruto to speak up. All right, now that you have arrived, I say it is time we finish this nonsense and see whose side holds more persuasion. Naruto said to them, Sasuke will lead us to Orochimaru, who is supposedly hiding out in the Sound Village after the war. Once we are there, we will ask him to revive my dad. Once I am done speaking with him, we will see what happens next, he told the two of them while Sasuke stood silent. Very well, Athena stated. From what she had learned from Poseidon, the mortal body would have the memories of everything he had done and would even have knowledge of him being a god. Either way, this farce was done. With that, the group set out. As they were walking, Artemis got curious about something. Boy, can you tell me something? She asked. Which one? There are two of us. Sasuke said. The blonde one, of course. Who else would I speak of? She responded. Ask away. Naruto said calmly. Very well then, why is it that you wield a polearm in battle? She asked him. I was actually wondering the same thing as well, Athena stated before she looked to her half-sister. Thank you for asking that question, she said. It was nothing, she responded. Naruto perked up. Oh, you mean my Bisanto? He asked and was given a nod in return. Well, that's easy. Every other weapon I tried to channel my quake-based ability into either broke, shattered, or outright disintegrated completely. When I tried using them with my Bisanto, it surprised me when the quake bubble simply spread across the entire blade without it shattering. Although I took extra precautions and had several repair seals placed on the blade, he told her. That's gotta suck, Ares muttered. What does? Clarice is her father. To have that kind of power, only to be limited to a solitary weapon, he said with a grumble. Aphrodite rolled her eyes and kept reading. Well, why not a simple double-edged broadsword, or even a dagger? She asked. Naruto rolled his eyes and pulled out a kunai. Watch, he said before a small white bubble appeared around the blade of the kunai. Seconds later, the blade simply shattered to pieces. See, even with the bare minimum to cover the blade, it still shatters to smithereens, he said. After that, the journey to the hidden sound was a quick jog over in silence, and upon arrival, Sasuke had to disable the barrier that had been put up, as he was the only one that knew how to do it in first place. Once it was down, they immediately walked inside the hidden base. However, the silence that filled the air didn't last long. Sasuke-kun. A red blur squealed as it passed Naruto and suddenly latched onto the Uchiha. Sasuke sighed as he quickly used his Rinnegan to transport himself out of Karen's grasp, where he replaced himself with Suigetsu. The black-haired teen walked back over to stand next to Naruto, and suddenly a splash was heard as Karen struck Suigetsu. Now that was a peculiar ability. Was this another demigod child of Poseidon? She would have to ask him once she returned. Fortunately, he isn't. Although if I am going to be honest, I did help start the Hazuka clan several centuries beforehand, he admitted. When the teen reformed, he grinned before looking to Sasuke. My, Sasuke, Suigetsu said with a mouth full of sharp teeth. It's just a few days after the war and you're already here with the hero of the shinobi world. He then looked at Naruto. You here to capture us or something? He asked. Of course not, idiot. Sasuke-kun is here to visit me and later bring him back to the village. She then shot to Sasuke and wrapped her arms around his left arm, leaning her head slightly on his shoulder. Isn't that right, Sasuke-kun? She said sultrily. Artemis wouldn't be surprised if she was a daughter of Aphrodite. No, I wouldn't. She said, disgusted. Hey, what is that supposed to mean? You know what I mean, whore. Luckily, they were interrupted before the fight could escalate and Aphrodite was told to continue to read. Not even close. Sasuke responded without hesitation, which caused Karen to sulk a little. Those women behind them. Jugo spoke up with his usual calm tone. They're not normal. Which caused Suigetsu and Karen looked at him as if he was crazy, while the two immortals just looked at the orange-haired man in a little surprise. It was at this point in time they shouldn't feel any surprise from what a shinobi can do anymore. They're my friends, Naruto said before looking at Suigetsu. Can you two lead me to where Orochimaru is? I got a favor to ask him, he said honestly. There is no need for that. A cold and chilling voice could be heard as Orochimaru made himself present to everyone, wearing the same attire he wore. The legendary Sannin of Konoha walked out from a secret tunnel with a smile. You and Sasuke-kun are the last people that I expected to visit this place. He then turned his eyes slightly to the immortal duo. And you even brought some unfamiliar women with you too, he said curiously. Is he a son of Medusa? Hermes asked. Of course not. That woman can't have a children there. Hera frowned. Oh, thank goodness. I thought I was going crazy for a second there, he stated. Good to see you too, Orochimaru, Sasuke sighed. So can I ask why you are here? The snake Sannin asked, since you're not here to bring me back to the village and all. We need you to help Naruto talk to his old man. Sasuke informed, and Orochimaru was a little surprised at this. There is something he needs to ask him. Then you perfectly know what jutsu is need to summon him as well as the requirement. The Sannin said calmly, lucky for you that Naruto, I have one here with me. Orochimaru then turned around and walked ahead. Please follow me, he said calmly. Okay fine, but let me warn you, if you intend to use a human's life to summon my dad, I will make sure that you have a few scars that can never heal. Naruto warned before he quickly followed right behind Orochimaru, saying that and made the snake eyes man stopped. So to resurrect a dead person they need a living sacrifice. So what will the replacement be instead, a human, if that is what the boy is saying? Hades thought. If using a human is the only choice for the sacrifice, will you still do it, Naruto? He questioned. The blonde was a little taken aback by that question. He looked down a little before quickly turning his eyes back to Orochimaru. I will find another way, I just want to ask Dad directly. Naruto told him, if there is no other choice I will find a different way to find out the truth, told Orochimaru. Very well then, follow me, he told the group. They all head to a wide room of Orochimaru's underground lab, where the room they entered was lit up by candles inside of a large snake's mouth which was opened wide on the wall. Athena could clearly see the place was some kind of laboratory in a way, with lots of strange devices and documents on the papers, with lots of scroll and some books as well. And in the middle of the room there is a tank filled with liquid, and inside was. Is that a white Zetsu? Naruto asked, surprised. I thought they was all died out when the infinite Tsukuyomi was released, he stated. What is a white Zetsu? Apollo asked curiously. A flash of light and yet another note appeared. This time Annabeth picked it up. A white Zetsu is a soldier for Kaguya. The white Zetsu was originally a human, but had transformed into the white Zetsu after being entranced by the infinite Tsukuyomi for an unknown period of time, she told everyone. Well, that sucks balls, Ares stated. Oh, and why is that? Athena asked him. It's a puppet basically. No fun to fight a puppet, he responded. Yes, took me a while to keep him alive, but he is not the original one from the Zetsu army. Orochimaru said with a smirk, he is the second and the most stable one. The original and the first clone died before I could stabilize them, he said truthfully. He cloned that man from an original man. Athena asked Naruto quietly. As far as she concerned, their origin shouldn't be known by too many people. Athena was talking with Naruto while looking at the pale man with spikes on his body floating inside the tank filled with water. Taka was helping Orochimaru drank the liquid away to take Zetsu out of the container. Yeah, Naruto then scratched his chin. Your world doesn't have cloning? He asked, causing Artemis to turn to hear their conversation in interest. Cloning isn't an unfamiliar term to our world, but to clone a human being was banned right after the idea was given. It was wrong, simply inhuman, but we can clone animals or an organ to replace the damaged organ. Athena said. Wow, I think I can understand that. Naruto nodded his head. I don't think my world follows any rule that forbid us from cloning, but I don't think anyone other than Orochimaru and Kabuto ever done this. He then made a clone of himself appeared next to him with one hand seal, surprised the immortal group when a perfect replica of Naruto appeared. Ooh, kinky, Clarice said before she felt her eyes widen. You did not just say that aloud? Annabeth questioned. Well, if you think about it, more than one version of your partner in the bed does call for a bit of extra fun, she replied sheepishly. We have a jutsu that allow us to create copies ourselves, called Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, he said before he dispelled the clone, who grinned at the immortal group before disappearing. These clones are just real as I am because I distributed my chakra among every clone, giving each clone an equal fraction of my overall power. Then that mean you split this chakra energy in half and give it to each clone, right? Athena's head perked up with interest. Then the more clones you make, the more exhausted you are, she said curiously. Chakra was amazing. Yeah, kind of, Naruto nodded. It was particularly true, but Naruto was a different case. He never felt tired before when summoned hundreds of clones. The preparation is ready, Orochimaru said, drawing everyone's attention. The Zetsu was still breathing, but it was just barely, and it was lying on the ground in front of them slowly dying. I'm sorry because this is one of the first jutsus you have to see. Naruto told the immortal duo. Orochimaru then opened the scroll that contained the fourth Hokage's DNA he got long ago and put it on the ground before he put his hand on it, activating the jutsu. Once the scroll was activated, the marks inside spread out in the form of a special seal with Zetsu, the living sacrifice, in the center. Then dust and ash encased the Zetsu's body before slowly forming itself into a blonde man wearing black battle attire with the Konoha's forehead protector on top of his head. What was that? Artemis asked. Did he just summon the dead? Naruto said with a nod. In order to make this technique work, he needs a DNA sample and a sacrifice, a vessel for the soul of the person he wants to reincarnate. Now Athena and the other immortal understood why Naruto was so against the idea of using a human's being. To them, Zetsu was not human and the goddesses couldn't feel any human energy from it either. So it does need a human sacrifice, that is something I would never allow. Hades growled. The fourth Hokage looked around, realizing he was in the living world once again. He then turned his eyes to the only person in the room he knew was there and could perform this technique. Orochimaru, the blonde said before looking around. He could see that Naruto and Sasuke was here as well. What is going on? Why did you summon me this time for Orochimaru? He questioned. Naruto Uzumaki wanted to ask you a question, and who am I to refuse the request of the hero of the shinobi world? Orochimaru chuckled before turning around. I will leave you guys alone. With that, the Sannin walked out of the room with Jugo and Suigetsu pulling Karen behind them, who was screaming about not leaving Sasuke's side. I will leave you here too, Naruto, Sasuke said and hurried outside with the rest of Taka. Thank you, Sasuke. Now that we are alone, the fourth Hokage turned to Naruto and said kindly, so son, what do you want to ask me? If the question wasn't very important, Naruto would never go to Orochimaru to ask for help from a forbidden jutsu to have a direct answer from him. He got a feeling that he knew what Naruto was going to ask, but he didn't think that the blonde could find out after all these years. Dad, do you know who they are? Naruto asked, stepping aside a little and motioned his hand to Artemis and Athena, the two Olympians goddesses. They are Athena, Olympians goddess of war and wisdom, and Artemis, Olympians goddess of the moon and hunt. Minato widened his eyes in shock before his expression returned to normal, instantly letting Naruto know that his old man knew more than he appeared to be. So you find out, Naruto, he said calmly, his eyes not leaving Naruto. Naruto felt a tear roll down his cheek as his fist clenched. Why did you never tell me? He asked. I thought you were dead when I returned to my home world. When I fought alongside you in the war, one decided you were strong enough to handle yourself and decided that my family didn't need to be involved in your life, or Sasuke's, he said. Naruto quirked a brow. Why also Sasuke? He asked. He is the son of Hades, your uncle, his father told him. Aphrodite finished, and that is also the end of the chapter. Who wants to read next? She asked, not fazed in the slightest that Hades apparently had another demigod. Cat's out the bag, Poseidon said with wide eyes as everyone turned to him, and then to Hades. Well shit, Hades stated rather calmly. Hades, you have some explaining to do. Zeus growled. Shit happens. He responded with an embarrassed tone. Men can't keep it in their toga no matter how hard they try. And they have the gall to call us whores. Hera muttered. I guess I'll read next. Talia said as she reached for the book. Zeus held up a hand. Wait a moment, Talia, we still need an explanation from your uncle, he told her. What's there to explain? I met a mortal woman, fell in love with her, had 2 sons, and then everything returned to normal, he said with a shrug. Oh, so you can have children, but me and Sparky can't. Dick move, Hades, dick move. Poseidon said. Now why would I want to hurt my own children? Hades asked with a smirk. I could care less for yours and Zeus' children, but my children are just fine as they are, he said proudly. Thanks, Dad, Nico said with a smile. Zeus growled. Well, Hades, with the oath revoked, you are lucky we don't have to exterminate our children, he said before looking to Talia. You may begin reading, Tyla, he said to his daughter. The daughter of the sky nodded her head and took a breath. Naruto felt shocked by what he had heard, as well as Athena and Artemis, by what he had heard from his father. Shaking his head, he looked at his father. Okay, besides the point, but still, why didn't you at least wait to tell me after the war instead of just letting them come and find me? He asked. Minato only shrugged. Like I said, when I saw you fighting, I knew that you didn't need my interference in your life. I already knew Hades was seeing Makoto and knew he was in love with her, for who, so I knew Sasuke and his brother were demigods. It wasn't my place to touch them as I knew Hades was right there. Not that I would have done so to begin with, he admitted. Zeus glared at his brother. When this is done, we are having a talk, he told his siblings. Minato then noticed something. How'd you lose that arm? He asked his son. Naruto grinned, I lost it in a fight against Sasuke. Don't worry, I got one of his too, he said cheekily. Minato groaned, as always when two children of the big three fight. He said before shook his head, mind telling me about it? He asked his son. Naruto shrugged, sure, I got time, he said as the two of them sat down. Ooh, we can finally see the good stuff. Ares said giddily before looking to his children, watch closely brats, I am sure we will all learn something from a fight from this fight, he said grinning madly. Well, I guess I should start with what happened right after you died again, I guess. Naruto said, Sasuke had declared he would change the world by becoming the only Kage after he killed the 5 Kage. He then said that he would also need me to be out of the way so he could reign supreme. Sakura had asked why, but he put her in a genjutsu and told me that it was now or never. So it was then we traveled to the final valley. Naruto said. Final valley, nice. Wonder how it got that name though. Ares said curiously. A Floridas of light appeared on the table and Percy grabbed the note and read it. The final valley, also known as the Valley of the End, was a man-made valley formed between the fight between Madara Uchiha and Hashirama Senju to the death. He read. Awesome, Clarice muttered. That's not all. Apparently the two of them fought for 3 days and 3 nights before Hashirama managed to kill Madara on the dawn of the 4th day, he said. Everyone felt their eyes widen, gods and goddesses included, when they heard that. Talia gulped down a lump in her throat, those guys must have been monsters. She said shocked. No kidding, 3 days and 3 nights. I don't know how anyone could do such a thing. Piper said in awe. Flashback. Final Valley. The battle had been won. Naruto and Sasuke had managed to beat both Madara and Kaguya where they had successfully freed the Biju. However, Sasuke and Naruto, or rather Indra and Asura, had not gotten over their feud. This led the two of them having a small argument before Sasuke had trapped the just freed Biju in spheres of earth, and now they had ran all the way here to the place where it had all ended, began, and where it would end for the final time. The reason it ended the first time was because of their previous lives. Hashirama and Madara fought to the death here, with Hashirama winning after killing Madara. However, this is the place where it all began for Sasuke and Naruto as their journey of transmigrants for the first Uchiha and Senju began. When Sasuke had defected, Naruto vowed to the world to not only grow stronger, but to bring his ignorant friend, and probably more importantly brother, back to the village. For 3 years he trained, and for 3 years he had grown stronger to the point where none of his enemies stood a chance against him in a fight. He had taken down the fabled Rinnegan wielder Pain aka Nagato, his cousin, Deidara, Kakuzu, Hidan, Kisame, Sasori, White-Black Zetsu, Obito and Madara. First, his master and father figure Jiraiya had died fighting Pain. Nagato had died reviving everybody that had died in the Leaf Village. Konan had died protecting Nagato's Rinnegan when she fought Obito. Itachi had succumbed to his illness when he fought his little brother. Obito had died trying to protect them when Kaguya had fired one of her bone techniques at them. When they sealed Kaguya, Madara had died a second time due to the fact he had once been a Jinchuriki and had his tailed beast, even though it was for a few hours, removed from his body. Now it was their turn, it was the battle that would change everything for them. You will either have no choice, but force me to submit to you. Or you're going to have to kill me. Naruto. Sasuke said. I love it already. Ares said. Of course you would, war mongrel. Artemis muttered in disgust. Naruto narrowed his eyes at his friend. Revenge will not bring back your fallen clan, replied Naruto, so as much as I love you as a brother Sasuke, I'm sorry to say I'll have to go with the first option, he told Sasuke honestly. Sasuke then responded, then so be it. It's been a while since we went full out on each other. Sasuke said. His right hand went up in front of his chest, his index and middle finger pointing up while his thumb pressed his ring and pinky finger down. Meanwhile, his eyes had transitioned from black to vermilion red in his right eye and regal violet in his left. Naruto recognized and mirrored his gesture, as was the standard protocol for a duel between shinobi. They held the seal of confrontation till a single leaf flew out of its tree, blown by the wind. It drifted down towards the water of the lake, carried by the wind in its strong embrace. Well, that is noble. Athena remarked. Shut up, owlhead, I wanna watch the fight. Ares said as the TV begun to play a video of the fight. Once the leaf hit the water, both shinobi jumped down from their respective statues' heads and sprinted across the lake. They flew at each other and initiated a ferocious high-speed taijutsu match. Sasuke launched a high kick with his left foot, which Naruto blocked. The teen utilized the momentum and flipped, landing on the water. He pushed off and attempted a left hook, but Naruto blocked it once again. This time the Uzumaki retaliated by swinging his right fist, but the Uchiha ducked under it. Naruto followed it up with a downward punch with his left hand, but Sasuke evaded it by spinning away in an anti-clockwise motion. The moment he spun around, he shot his left elbow towards Naruto. Unsurprisingly, he blocked it with his right forearm. He quickly continued with a fast right punch, but the two was stopped short by the Uzumaki's left arm. Naruto bridged off from that block by leaning forward and pressing his shoulder against his right arm and chest in a temporary lock while he attempted a low punch with his right hand. Sasuke caught his fist with his left and violently pushed upwards, breaking free of his hold and getting a grip on his arm. The Uchiha whirled him around and chopped his hand down. Naruto quickly set his elbow up in another block. Sasuke bent his hand over his and slid down the length of his arm, using his fingertips to manipulate his. In this way, he forced him to form the horse hand seal with him. Naruto looked at it in worry before deciding to thrust his other fist at him. The Uchiha weaved around it and threw his first successful punch at his face, pushing him back. Before he could fall though, he caught his outstretched right arm with his left and this time, forced him to complete the tiger hand seal. Before he could comprehend what just happened, he reaped his left leg out from under him and brought him into a kneel. While still holding his right hand, he shot a kick at his face which he almost managed to block but didn't. Hell yeah, Hades called out. Don't get cocky, skullhead. My boy's not out yet. Poseidon remarked. It connected and the impact stunned him, allowing him to follow up with a second kick to his abdomen. This caused him to double over, enabling him to plant his feet onto Naruto's back and kick off explosively like a springboard, launching him away from him. While upside down midair, he brought a hand to his lips and expelled a giant fireball. The Uzumaki air leapt back and avoided the first one, which crashed into the water and brought up smoke. He then launched two consecutive fireballs. Naruto evaded them by bounding backwards in a zigzag manner, before back-flipping and landing on the side of the statue. The blonde was about to form the clone seal, but was interrupted by a kunai flying out of nowhere which pierced the wall right next to his stomach. Attached to its ring was shinobi wire. Like a zip line, Sasuke pulled himself up and rocketed towards Naruto. The blonde took a step back up the wall and they carried on with some more taijutsu. For unknown reasons, Sasuke was particularly fierce in his taijutsu, more so than usual, which put a lot of pressure on Naruto as he had never experienced such a tight battle before. The Uchiha interfered each time he tried to make shadow clones, which was very irritating. The boy spun down low to avoid a sweeping blow before popping up with a feint and then firing off a kick which sent Naruto off the wall in a plunge. While midair, the Uzumaki's fingers slid into the shadow clone seal. Smoke burst beside him to reveal shadow clones. When Naruto hit the water, he applied chakra to his feet to repel off and after grabbing his shadow clones, swung and tossed them up towards Sasuke like rogue missiles. As expected, the Uchiha managed to dodge the first one by sidestepping and kick the second away. But while his back was turned, a third clone slammed into him. Naruto capitalized on this and quickly jumped up after his clone. Seizing him, both rolled at high speeds up the side of the statue and once they reached the top at Hashirama's shoulders, the blonde threw him with great strength at the Shodai's neck. He smashed into the wall, landing in an upright position. Sasuke looked up and saw several shadow clones with Rasengans in their hands incoming and quickly extracted himself from the crash site. With his Sharingan, he was superior in combat and easily weaved in and out of the clones' attacks and defenses. A Kage Bunshin came at her in a coordinated attack with two other clones. The Uchiha performed a back flip and rolled over the first clone's back, using it like a pommel horse and snapping his feet out sideways to neutralize the other two clones. Damn, this fight is nothing like the ones at camp, Percy said. You have to admit their hand-to-hand is already putting them ahead of all of us by leaps and bounds. Annabeth said. Well yeah, they are super ninja demigods that can fight against a protogenos. Leo stated. When he landed, the first clone spun around but he swiftly dispatched it with a vicious uppercut. At that moment, the original flew at him with an intent to initiate a headbutt, but he formed a cross guard and blocked it. He followed up with a roundhouse kick which threw him away. His Rinnegan glowed as he stuck out his hands. The original and the remaining clones surrounding him jumped back only to be drawn in by his Bansho Tenon, unable to resist its attractive force. He channeled more chakra to his eyes as he executed a second dojutsu technique, making his right eye warp into a Mangekyo. Enten. Hanoi-kazuchi, Blaze style, Hanoi-kazuchi. Sasuke intoned. Black flames manifested around him and shaped into spikes which pierced through the clones. Only the original managed to stop it with a partial manifestation in the form of a six-path sage chakra arm. Two more manifested from his back and came together before smashing down on the Uchiha, throwing up a lot of smoke. Unsurprisingly, Sasuke escaped from it unscathed. Naruto entered six-path sage mode and sent a chakra arm at him out of the smoke. With his Sharingan, he foresaw the motion and quickly dodged it. Another chakra arm branched out, forcing him to evade them in midair by leaping from one to another. Naruto sent his left arm in a secondary assault. Sasuke jumped and landed on his chakra arm before springing off it again while forming hand seals. When he entered an upright position, he spewed a giant fireball at the blonde. The Uzumaki withdrew one arm and placed it in front of him, expanding the palm to block the fireball. Naruto dug his heels into the ground as the force of the powerful jutsu pushed him back. All of a sudden, he sensed his chakra appearing behind him. His left eye the moment he turned back, he smacked him with a Chidori, sending him rocketing off the statue and into the water. Naruto managed to keep himself afloat, just in time to see Sasuke manifesting his Susanoo. Hit him hard, Sasuke. Hades cried out. You are really set on that boy of yours killing my son, aren't you? Poseidon asked with a blank face. Hell yeah I am. He said, besides, did you see him summon the flames of hell itself? There is no way I can't say he's not my son anymore, he said proudly. I wish I could summon the flames of hell. Nico muttered. Why did his brother get all the cool powers? It wasn't fair. A giant purple bow formed in its hands and so did an accompanying arrow. He knocked it along with two other projectiles and fired them off at the Uzumaki, whose hands slid behind him. He then threw the Gedudama at the projectiles, stopping them and making them land in the water, causing a huge explosion which Sasuke used as a cover to channel more chakra to his Susanoo and bring it from a level 3 to that of a perfect Susanoo. With his advanced chakra control, Sasuke managed to stabilize the chakra of his ultimate weapon and complete the technique's pinnacle stage. His Susanoo was the size of the Hokage rock, matching that of Kurama in terms of height. Holy shit, that thing is huge. Piper cried out in shock. Was this what a battle between two of the big three allowed? It's like a giant samurai. Jason remarked. It possessed massive armor and wings, as well as giant wicked blades larger than Gamabunta's. A gem on its forehead was where Sasuke stood, controlling the entire chakra construct. He jumped off the first statue and flew through the smoke towards Naruto. The blonde had sensed a horrendous spike in chakra and braced himself for whatever incoming technique Sasuke was about to throw at him. He least expected a titanic avatar the size of the Kyuubi. Once Naruto saw it, he clapped his hands together and summoned chakra from Kurama, letting it overflow, wrap around him and converge into an avatar. Sasuke could see that he had channeled the chakra of the Kyuubi and ground to a halt mid-flight. He backpedaled slightly and ripped the warrior's sword of its sheath just as Kurama's chakra form came into view, his 9 tails flailing menacingly. The Uchiha directed Susanoo's sword at the Kyuubi, but Naruto swiftly repelled it with a vicious swipe of his tail. The force behind the block propelled the sword out of the avatar's hand and caused it to crash into the nearby forests, taking out many trees in the process. Sasuke cocked his fist back and swung it at Naruto, who countered similarly. Their chakra avatars' fists clashed and caused water to crest around them in waves, inadvertently exchanging memories. Damn, Ares roared out with a gleam in his eyes. Oh, he was so enjoying this show. Awesome, Percy mumbled with wide eyes. His brother was so cool. As the two of them continued to fight, Sasuke was exposed to the hatred Naruto had felt as a child when he was severely mistreated by the village, more than when he had first heard of it from the Uzumaki himself. His loneliness, and despite all that, his kindness were also felt by the Uchiha, touching him deeply. As they exchanged more blows, more emotions flooded into each other's heads, filling them with a blast from the past. Naruto experienced a sense of loss stronger than anything before, an effect of the Uchiha clan massacre which had scarred Sasuke strongly. He now understood with great clarity why he had been motivated to murder his brother, as well as why he respected him. In his eyes, Naruto's kindness to him was a balancing force against all the chaos and loss he had encountered as a child, a never-ending source of stability for him. A pillar of strength to support him. The very wind beneath his wings. Sasuke continued his barrage relentlessly, and each time, Naruto blocked it. Finally, his Susanoo executed a kick to his stomach and launched him towards shore. He sent a fireball at Kurama, but the fox avatar leapt up and towards him. The Susanoo then fired off a volley of fireballs skyward at Kurama. The manifestation of the Kyuubi dodged the first one, used his tails to slam the second one away and evaded the third one. He swerved and avoided the last one, before flipping and tackling the Susanoo into the lake with a splash that reached the heavens. Get some, Poseidon called out as he pointed at Hades. Oh, please get over yourself, brother. My boy has barely even warmed up. Hades said with a smirk. Oh, will you two stop with the dick measuring contest already? Hera said. As the sky stirred with storm clouds, they continued to fight hand to sword. The Uchiha manifested a second blade and wielded both, slashing down at Kurama with a cross slash. The fox avatar brought his tails in front of his face to brace against the impact, deflecting it away to his sides. The power behind the slash was so much that the force rippled across the water quickly and slammed into the forests at shore. What's the matter? Are you only going to play defense? Sasuke taunted. Naruto scowled and pushed his hands out, telekinetically commanding the 9 tails of Kurama to push out with great strength and repel the Uchiha's perfect Susanoo off it with a roar. The purple titan flew back, but didn't have the chance to get far as the Uzumaki used his avatar's tails to seize it by the leg and pull it down, dragging the Susanoo into the water. Simultaneously, a purple ball formed rapidly at Kurama's mouth. The Bijudama hovered threateningly, primed at Sasuke's Susanoo but did not fire off. The Uchiha clicked his tongue in annoyance. Naruto would not win as he did not have the intent to kill him, but he didn't either. Neither wished to kill off the other but both wanted to knock the other out. While it was easy to kill someone, knocking someone unconscious without killing him was a delicate job and had to be done very carefully. His left hand crackled with electricity for the 3rd time that day, invoking thunder to gather and fly down towards the Kyuubi. His left eye amassed chakra too in order to initiate a Menatejikara. The celestial beast crashed down on the Titan in a flash of bright light, disorientating Naruto as Sasuke and his Susanoo shifted away. The impact created a shock wave which spread out and gradually ebbed. That's not even close enough to kill me. Sasuke told Naruto. I told you, I'm not trying to kill you. However, Sasuke interrupted him before he could finish. Enough. He formed the rat seal. This caused the tailed beasts that were trapped in their celestial prisons to fly over to their location. Naruto had to dodge one of them so he wouldn't get hit. Naruto noticed that they had stopped behind Sasuke. Sasuke spoke up, gaining Naruto's attention. I'm the strongest in this world right now. So right now, right here, will be my first step into the shadows. Sasuke said. Naruto turned back and saw Sasuke amassing a great amount of chakra from the tailed beasts which caused his perfect Susanoo's armor to split open slightly, exposing the lightning-colored humanoid within. Ooh, now that is what you call cold-hearted reality. Ares said with a dark chuckle. Look at that Susanoo, Clarice said as they looked at the newly evolved avatar. That is so cool, Leo called out. So this is a battle of the children of the Big Three. I am certain I won't forget this, a son of Athena said in shock. Oh please, they haven't even gotten serious yet. Hades said. What? Aphrodite said in shock. What do you mean? Demeter asked. If you have noticed, neither of them have used their inherent gifts from either me or Poseidon to fight. They're testing each other. The real fight should begin soon. Hades said. This is bad. He's merging all the chakra that's been scattered into one. And doing it unbelievably well too, almost unrivaled. He's just as good as old man Six Paths. Well, except he's doing the reverse thing. There's no ghetto statue here, so he's making the Susanoo the receiving vessel. Something incredible is going to emerge. Don't let your guard down, Naruto, stated Kurama. Naruto nodded. While the body of his Susanoo had been solid before, now it seemed completely solid if not for the fact that Sasuke was encased in the jewel. On its response, the fox avatar formed the shadow clone hand seal. 4 clones burst into existence next to him. That jutsu again, Naruto, that jutsu of yours symbolizes your weakness. That's right, it's a jutsu that covers up your loneliness. Sasuke said. Sasuke then began his onslaught. He appeared above the original and slammed a rod fashioned out of pure lightning down on him, sending him crashing into the forests. The shadow clones began to fight back, but each time, Sasuke's Susanoo proved superior in strength. 2 shadow clones grabbed his avatar by its hands in an attempt to restrain it, and a third grabbed its back. The 4th spun around and smashed its 9 tails at the purple titan's face, following up with a direct punch. However, the clone's hand exploded when the recoil hit. Damn, talk about knockout drag out. Dionysus said. Oh yeah, these 2 were so much better than any other demigod he had met. Sasuke then mustered some strength and with little effort, smashed the 2 Kyuubi restraining the Susanoo's arms together. He backflipped and broke free from the grip of the one restraining his avatar's back, before taking him out with a downward kick. He sped forward to the fourth shadow clone and plowed his Susanoo's foot into his stomach. The clone was knocked out of the air and hit the forests. The original and two other clones continued with their attack. The two clones tried to strike Sasuke's Susanoo, but he fended them off with the rod of lightning in his hand. The original blitzed his with a high-speed jump, forcing him up and through the clouds along with his two clones. Damn, this guy, Percy muttered. Sasuke was on a whole different level. He was sure Naruto would get serious soon though. The four combatants burst through the clouds and continued to clash within the stratosphere. The Uchiha deflected the two clones and slammed an armored fist into the original. The resultant force propelled the original back towards his two clones. The three fox avatars began charging up Bijudama, while Sasuke's rod of lightning arced to become a bow. The bow was knocked with three arrows materialized from Indra's chakra, an extension of his will. The foxes released their tailed beast balls just as the Uchiha fired off his arrows. Indra's chakra overcame the Bijudama and pierced through them, triggering explosions, before heading straight for the three avatars. The arrows vaporized their right sides completely and left the gaps undulating with chakra. Naruto scowled at Sasuke. The Uchiha returned the stare and said, "You'll never win this, Naruto. You only hold a small piece of the Biju chakra. You can't win against me now. Nor this," Sasuke said, gathering his chakra and forming an arrow of lightning. Seeing this, Naruto spoke. "Not yet, Kurama," Naruto said. On the ground sitting in the lotus position was a Kurama shadow clone. "I might have amassed too much, in fact. It's everything that's available. Here it comes," the fox said before Naruto dispelled the shadow clone which had been knocked away by Sasuke earlier and had been gathering natural energy ever since. He felt the surge of natural energy in his body rejuvenating him, and with that, he merged his fox avatar with the two shadow clones next to him to form a titanic three-headed six-armed fox and began to form two large Rasen shuriken in the six arms of the giant avatar, each filled with a highly unnatural amount of senjutsu chakra of the six paths which could be felt from miles away at the time. "Damn, these two don't disappoint," Ares said gleefully. "Shut up, mongrel," Artemis growled out. "Make me bitch," Ares retorted. "Enough the both of you," Zeus growled out, shutting them both up. Sasuke's eyes widened as he could see the sharp increase in natural energy because it was scarily visible in the sheer amount that Naruto had just gained. "I can feel it. How did he gain so much natural energy so suddenly?" he questioned himself. Then Naruto's Kurama avatar spoke. "Let's do this," it said. Sasuke smirked. "So you finally decided to kill me, huh?" Sasuke asked, seeing the two Rasen shuriken. In retaliation, he channeled all of Indra's chakra he had left into an arrow of pure lightning, enhancing it with his six paths yin power which amplified the jutsu's power 1,000-fold. The blonde narrowed his eyes and growled at Sasuke as colossal Rasen shurikens the size of planetoids formed in his avatar's six arms, augmented by natural energy and Rakudo Senjutsu chakra. It contained every single drop of chakra Naruto had left in his own reserves, and that was saying a lot. "We've taken on a lot of responsibilities upon our shoulders. And I want to fight against you fair and square. But not the current you. So why don't you give up on trying to make me give up?" Sasuke. The blonde roared as he released his twin astral orbs at his brother figure, just as he fired off his counterattack. Rakudo. Shin Taikyoku Chudama Rasen Shuriken, 6 paths, twin true supreme ultimate massive Rasen Shuriken. Indra no Ya, Indra's arrow. When they released their attacks, Sasuke had a thought. "This fight with you right now will be my last. Indra's arrow. Currently my most powerful jutsu in my arsenal. So just die. Just be gone already. Disappear." And the two jutsu collided. The collision resulted in a fiery fulmination to an extent not experienced in 60 years before now. The heat was so strong that it vaporized most of the water in the Konoha-sized lake, leaving only a stream trickling down the valley of the end. It also generated a powerful lightning discharge that destroyed much of the countryside and toppled the heads of the two statues, as well as setting fires to the remains of the decimated forest. A dark storm cloud the size of a hurricane stirred ominously overhead, and strong winds blew outwards from the point of collision that breezed through the surrounding lands and could even be felt as far away as Kumogakure. The throne room was silent as they had witnessed something that should not have been possible. "These guys are on a completely different level," Nico said. "If we ever meet them, remind me not to challenge them to a one-on-one fight," a daughter of Ares said with a gulp. "I don't think anyone at the camp can fight them, not even if all of us teamed up as one. We don't stand a chance against these two," Annabeth muttered. So this was what it felt like to lose your will to fight. Sasuke could feel his chakra levels drop to nearly empty and scowled to himself as the cloud buffeted him with a continuous strike. His Rinnegan flashed and he began to absorb the energy in the air. The two teens dressed in very ragged clothes fell through the air and crash-landed on the ground and both somehow cratered the place where they landed in crouches. From the state of their clothes one could see that they had been in a major battle, as the dark-haired teen had a hole through the back of his chest with bloodstains on the shirt showing he had survived being stabbed by a weapon. The golden-haired teen however was wearing a mesh shirt that was missing most of the sleeves for the arms. The blonde's dagger glowed blue and he then threw the knife with astounding speeds towards the other. The other teen's sword flashed as it glowed with lightning. The two teens charged and began to exchange a fast-paced sword-to-knife fight that most would be hard-pressed to follow. Sasuke unleashed a barrage of shuriken he coated with searing flames through his fire jutsu. Loud and deafening explosions akin to that elicited by modern high-caliber artillery fire then ensued as the supersonic projectiles impacted the ground where Naruto formerly stood. Like a blur, Naruto appeared behind Sasuke wielding a Rasengan on one hand. He then slammed the jutsu into the latter, though taking heed of his aim not to kill his former comrade. To his surprise however when the Uchiha used his sword to block the attack, he saw how the accursed blade disrupt the spinning chakra of the Rasengan until the jutsu started to flicker and destabilize then inexorably extinguish. Streams of crackling lightning abruptly emanated from Sasuke's hand which he then channeled to his sword causing it to glow even fiercer as if the entire blade is now a construct of pure effulgent energy. With blinding speeds he then proceeded to execute a forward slash intending to cut Naruto's body in half. The blade effortlessly glided through the other shinobi's body like a searing hot knife onto butter. Sasuke however knew that victory wouldn't be that simple against such a formidable opponent. His analysis was proven right when the bisected Naruto suddenly disappeared in a puff of smoke. A clone, Sasuke muttered while his scarlet gaze calculatingly scanned every direction, trying to anticipate where Naruto's next attack will come. Suddenly, a strange brilliance emanated from the skies then as the raven-haired shinobi raised his head up he saw thousands upon thousands of Naruto's shadow clowns, each wielding a giant Rasengan. Now this is a fight, oh I can't wait to see which one wins. Ares said excitedly. Sasuke, Naruto and the rest of his clones howled intensely as large orbs of compressed chakra spun fiercely from their hands. Naruto was hell-bent to release his friend from the enthrallment of his past life by any means necessary, even if it means beating him to a pulp. Evasion was not an option for Naruto's wide-range attack was all but impossible to avoid. Seeing all of the duplicates of the blonde suddenly appear in the air holding giant orbs of energy was of course no form of surprise to the Uchiha as he knew all the blonde's tricks. In the end there was only one recourse available to Sasuke, he must call upon the power he had just acquired in the Valley of the End, and he must unleash it in its full force. Spinning inverted patterns then morphed in his eyes as his Sharingan transcended its current form and transformed into Mangekyo Sharingan. Subsequently, dark blue flames emanated around his body and gigantic skeletal ribs and arms attached to a great skull began to materialize, forming a full-bodied Susanoo faster than a blink of an eye. The army of clones struck the Susanoo and the ground started to shake from the energy output as the unmovable shield met the unstoppable force. The devastation ensued by the countless exploding Odama Rasengan was beyond belief for the plateau they were standing on just moments ago was almost hollowed out at its culmination. Sasuke remained unharmed by virtue of his Susanoo's nigh indomitable defenses but was in awe as he beheld how powerful his opponent was. Stranger still, the lurid flashes purveyed by the waves of exploding chakra stirred something deep inside of him. Shadowy visions of dubious memories flashed before his eyes like the phantasmagoric rapture of a prolonged nightmarish dream. An uncanny feeling crept inside him as the detonating Rasengans beat upon his senses like waves of disintegrative force that lacerated the inmost fibers of his body. This fight, this was what a true battle was meant to be like, it was perfect. His musings was abruptly disrupted when suddenly he felt the immense strain of the ninjutsu. The pain, along with the immense chakra drain has prompted him to deactivate his Susanoo. So we agree we don't wanna piss off your brother, right? Percy asked Nico. Meh, he seems fine to me. He responded. Shish, it's getting to the good part. Ares shushed the two of them which earned the war god a few looks from the others. Sasuke please, let's not do this any further. Naruto said in a gentle voice trying reason out with Sasuke and appeal to his better senses. You talk too much. Sasuke said austerely as he folded his hands into seals and compressed large amounts of chakra inside his body. Kaden. Goryuka no Jutsu, fire style. Great dragon fire, Sasuke exclaimed, unleashing a torrent of intense flames which he skillfully molded into a dragon head-shaped fireball and directed towards Naruto. With a single hand seal, Naruto conjured up a dragon made of water. Suiryuden no Jutsu, water style. Water dragon bullet, he called out, drawing massive amounts of water from the moisture around the air and from the remains from the stream nearby, then shaped it into a gigantic powerful dragon moving at very high speeds, clashing with Sasuke's fire jutsu. So pretty, Ares said with a hypnotic look in his eyes. Apollo grinned, precious. My prekao, he cried out when Artemis smacked him on the back of the head. Enough, we don't need your monologue when he is like that, she told her twin. But lil sis, he whined. I'm older than you, she reminded him. Large amounts of steam was unleashed as the two powerful techniques connected, creating an upward movements of air current that subsequently caused the already dim skies to erupt into a wild tempest of lightning storms. You intend to use the enormous energy in the atmosphere to create a powerful lightning jutsu. That's the Sasuke I know, Naruto said calmly with a smile on his face, giving praise to the other shinobi's skills. You caught that, huh? No matter. It's time to settle this. You will die right here, Sasuke said with a smirk on his face. This jutsu is called Kirin, it guides the lightning down from the heavens. All I have to do is merely direct its power right to you. He then continued while his right hand was gradually engulfed with crackling arcs of lightning. Naruto knew that it would be next to impossible to avoid the jutsu unless he blizzed himself out of the battlefield, though he opted not to. Instead he chose to greet the attack head with that in mind. A golden cloak of chakra flared up and surrounded his body like raging flames. The chakra then molded itself into an immense battle avatar that can easily rival Sasuke's perfect Susanoo, creating an awe-inspiring sight to behold. Sasuke then raised his hand and thunderous rancor emanated from the heavens as arcs of lightning danced from cloud to cloud and formed what looked like a dragon composed purely of frenzied fulmination. For a split second the chaotic arcing ceased as the lightning seemingly accrued into a single accumulation point. Be gone with the thunderclap, Sasuke said coldly, slamming his hands downwards and causing the condensed pillar of lightning to dart towards Naruto. The once stunning plateau was totally obliterated and the lush vegetation surrounding it burned to cinders or forcibly torn from their roots by the subsequent blast wave as the lightning crashed into the blonde's avatar. When the dust settled it showed Naruto somehow unharmed, and his battle avatar unscathed. Impossible, Sasuke muttered seeing the blonde take his Kirin and survive unscratched. Are you done yet, Sasuke? Naruto asked his friend. Geez, these two aren't normal, Athena stated. Hera nodded. Even by normal demigods from the elemental nation standards this is strange, she said. Well, they are children of the big three and reincarnations of their ancestors. Power is basically in the name, Aphrodite said calmly. Instead of answering, Sasuke grinned madly. Now this is a fight, he called out gleefully. Naruto groaned as he looked at his rival. I'm glad someone is enjoying themselves, he said dully. Naruto, let's be honest. The little spat we just had was nothing for us. It is time the two of us got serious, he said with a mad look in his eyes. The fight we are having is only achieved when two mortal enemies confront one another on a battle of raging blood and sweat, he said madly. This is what a true ninja battle should be like. You are the only one to have ever matched me blow for blow, so let's give it all we got and see who will succumb first, he called out madly. If that is what you want, then so be it, Naruto said as he stood up taller. Alright, now we see the real action, Day said gleefully. Shut up, skull face, I wanna watch the real fight, Ares called out. Sasuke smirked. Alright, let's get wild, he said as he cracked his neck. Naruto summoned his Bisunto out of its seal and quickly grabbed hold of his weapon, slamming the end into the ground. A powerful aura began to release from the man's body as he looked to Sasuke. A thick wave of chakra erupted from the blonde, erupting forth with great power. Naruto didn't hold back, locking onto his rival and releasing his chakra, unleashing it at full strength. The blonde man's surroundings rippled as powerful shockwaves tore towards Sasuke. Sasuke looked at Naruto and suddenly a wall of chakra rose up from his body in a way similar to that of Naruto, his presence alone destroying the ground around him as he unleashed his chakra from each of his pores to combat the wave of chakra Naruto was releasing. This was what true power looked like. Nothing would stand in the way of two powerful wills that sought to do what they desired with every fiber of their being. The chakra clashed violently against one another in a battle of dominance. As the blue and purple colored chakra clashed, it began to dissolve, dissipating as beneath a layer of gold was revealed. The blue chakra melted away as a thick pillar of golden colored chakra erupted from every pore on Naruto's body. The golden chakra collided with Sasuke's own chakra, overpowering it and headed towards the last Uchiha. This golden chakra was Naruto's and Sasuke's true chakra. True chakra was the expression of one's true desire. For one to achieve the ability to use their true chakra, they had to accept each and every flaw about their being, as well as the entire world's. In all of history, only 6 people had managed to obtain this power, those being Naruto, Sasuke, Hagoromo Otsutsuki, the Sage of 6 Paths, Indra Otsutsuki, Asura Otsutsuki, and Kaguya Otsutsuki. Naruto growled and swung the massive Bisunto into the incoming golden energy, daring to meet it head-on. The blade collided and a powerful shockwave erupted as fissures appeared in the very air itself. The entire landscape shook as the two attacks collided. Shockwaves erupted on impact, scattering out, causing cracks to appear around the two of the warriors. The air itself along with the remains of the lake water quivered, rocking back and forth as it rippled outwards to form tidal waves. Damn, now that is power. Leo said with wide eyes. Now I know why they could fight against Kaguya on an equal level. They aren't even human, Phoebe muttered. So, let's see what son is more powerful. Poseidon muttered. Ha 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 ha, now that is strength, shouted Sasuke, his tone of voice betraying the excitement he was feeling. He was so looking forward to this fight. Would Sasuke be the first in this world to force him to the next level? Naruto slammed the tip of the Bisunto onto the ground once again as he cratered the earth and looked at Sasuke, a smile of excitement forming on the blonde's lips. It's been a long time since someone has given me a challenge. Come on Sasuke, let the fun begin. Garararara, Naruto roared, unleashing a powerful laugh that shook the land. Sasuke gave a grin and swung his arms out to the side, golden chakra bursting forth. I want a real fight. I want to experience the true thrill of battle. It has been far too long. The Uchiha said before he reached out with his right arm as he lifted his right and bit his thumb before wiping the blood down his left arm, which gave off a puff of smoke to reveal the Kusanagi blade Orochimaru once wielded in battle. Nice blade, Athena commented. Hades nodded in agreement. It is a blade that can never break, so it better be a nice blade, he said. Ares perked up at that. A blade that can never break, you say? He asked curiously. Of course you would find it interesting. Is there anything on your mind besides war and sex? Artemis grumbled out. Yes, there is actually. He stated matter-of-factly. Oh yeah, and what's that? Artemis questioned. This fight. He said. What? That is still a fight. She pointed out. With Kusanagi in hand, the Uchiha released the hold on his chakra reserves. Purple chakra spiked, shooting high up into the air, cratering the earth as it was freed from its confines. Chakra became a giant pillar, whipping up a strong gust of wind. Waves crashed against the sides of the cliff as the energy started to expand, encompassing the entire plateau in its glow. The elements became wild as lightning flashed across clear skies. Nearby islands over thousands of meters away began to shake violently as earthquakes shook the land. Crevices were formed in the deep oceans as the earth was pulled apart. Wind wrapped violently around the duo, while at sea the winds begun pulling the ocean upwards as a maelstrom was formed, reaching up to the skies. The ocean raged, becoming so violent, whirlpools had formed. The air became saturated with the thick presence of both Sasuke and Naruto's chakra. The pressure exerted caused marine life to float to the surface, knocked unconscious from its powers, their bodies floating atop the water, creating tidal waves. And this is all from just a battle between their raw chakra. Athena said in shock. Children born in the elemental nations from a god are generally more powerful than most shinobi. In the case of the children of the big three, there is no contest between whose power is stronger, but whose ideal is greater. This isn't a battle, it's an all-out war. Zeus commented. The enormous pressure exerted from Naruto's reserves caused the nearby trees to bend away while they began to groan in protest, cracks forming along the length of the trunks. Both Naruto and Sasuke could feel their legs shaking, beginning to buckle under the godly pressure that pressed against either of them. The two of them felt like their knees could give out at any minute, and one would fall beneath the ever-growing pressure. Naruto, however, showed no fear. Instead, the excitement began to boil inside. Sasuke sure isn't holding back like I am. Guess he truly is enjoying himself if his chakra is getting as riled up as it is. Now then, let's see if your ability to fight can back up that power you possess. Show me what you can do, Sasuke. Naruto roared in his mind, swinging the massive Bisunto down towards Sasuke. The world seemed to shatter behind the weapon as it came downwards. Naruto quickly channeled the force of his quake power behind the swing, using it to empower the weapon. Sasuke released a laugh, swinging Kusanagi up into the path of the incoming polearm. The sword seemed to hum as the weapons clashed. Well, it almost seemed to be purring as it was swung upwards, meeting the giant polearm head-on. The two clashed, a shockwave exploded out on impact, appearing to seemingly break the space around it, bending reality. Chakra and swords clashed against one another, fighting for dominance. Two powers, a strong will and the ability to destroy the world, clashed with the power to breathe and destroy life. As everyone in the throne room watched, each of them felt their brows practically disappeared into the line of the hair as they had witnessed something that defied their expectations. Woo, now this is what you call a fight. Show me more, I wanna see what you brats are truly capable of. Ares cried out gleefully, his excitement no longer able to be contained. The shockwave echoed out into the world, nearby islands of Mizu no Kuni shook violently, splits beginning to form along shores. Deep beneath the oceans where the two fought, deep-sea crevices over hundreds of meters long were split open. The plateau they both stood on began to crack, pieces breaking off, sections of the cliff near the two broke off and were obliterated, turning into dust. Naruto and Sasuke stepped back, their weapons lowered beside them. Not bad, Sasuke, the sage said as he looked at the cackling Uchiha. Not bad either, Uzumaki. Sasuke replied with a grin. Sasuke and Naruto stood opposite one another and begun to measure each other up, clashing in a battle of pure will. Sasuke was the one who broke the silence, charging forward, appearing in front of the Quake user swinging Kusanagi from the right, making its way towards Naruto in an effort to cleave him in half. The blonde Uzumaki threw out his left palm, bringing it into the sword's path, seeming to carry the power to destroy the world. Steel and open flesh met as a shockwave erupted on impact, destroying the surroundings. Earth was sent flying into the air as the ground shook as the world around them shattered, debris flying into the air. The shockwave from the impact carried on, destroying the surrounding forest, making the trees collapse. Demeter lowered her head a little. Why was nature always the one to pay when people fought? The demigods, however, felt their jaws drop as they watched the clash between Naruto's shockwave and Sasuke's blade. Their minds couldn't comprehend the possibility of being able to fight a steel sword with your fist alone. The sword grew in size, and suddenly extended. Naruto leaned back as the sword cut through Naruto's hand with the intent to cut it off. The blonde's right fist reached out, appearing to grab onto air itself as tremors erupted, striking against the sword, knocking it and Sasuke backwards. Naruto in turn gripped the Bisanto in his right hand and charged towards the Uchiha, quickly closing the distance. Naruto was 9.5 feet tall, so that meant he was easily the biggest person in his graduation class. I'll say, 9 feet tall is a pretty big deal, especially when you live on this world. Talk about record-breaking stuff. Annabeth said. While he was big, he was also incredibly fast even for one of his size, which put the muscular rakage to shame, closing the gap instantaneously and punched out with his left fist. Vibrations shook the air, causing the ground to quake as the giant fist headed towards the blonde's enemy. The entire continent seemed to shake under Naruto's power. A crazed laugh escaped Sasuke's lips as he leapt forward into the fray of battle to meet the fist head-on. Kusanagi was gripped in the raven-haired teen's right hand as he punched out with the left to meet the fist as he utilized Shinra Tensei to combat the power of Naruto's quake ability. Raw purple chakra erupted from the limb as it transformed, becoming ethereal, no longer appearing to be made of flesh as Sasuke called upon his Susanoo to enhance the power of his almighty push. The limb forged of chakra collided with the fist that contained the power to shake the world. A powerful quaking force traveled through Naruto's arm as another shockwave erupted on contact. A clash of pure unadulterated power erupted and formed a visible clash of energy of both gold and purple as their powers clashed with everything they had and rose into the air and was seen from every direction due to the sheer height of its reach. As this happened, several explosions erupted from the ongoing clash of energy, causing the world around to shake for miles. Everyone felt their jaws drop at the sight. Hades and Poseidon felt like they would have a heart attack, even though they knew it was impossible, as they watched the clash of energy battle it out. The ground was broken as a crater formed at the feet of the warriors. The bodies of both warriors went sliding backwards as the force of their collision generated a shockwave so powerful it could knock them back. Sasuke gave a growl before he reached out with his left hand and bit his thumb once more and slid it over another seal on his right bicep, which caused another cloud of smoke to appear as he unsealed a second sword, a sword they were both familiar with. The sword was as big as Samahata and took the shape of a giant cleaver with two cutouts in the blade, one at the top and a semicircular one near the handle. Lifting the giant blade, Sasuke pointed it at Naruto, holding Kusanagi in the right as power seemed to be resonating with the new sword. Sasuke had pulled out the Kubikiribocho, one of the 7 swords of the mist, a legendary sword just like Kusanagi. Holding the two great swords in hand, Sasuke launched into action, running towards Naruto with great speed. With just a few steps, the Rinnegan-wielding ninja had appeared in front of Naruto, jumping up into the air, swinging Kubikiribocho downwards with an overhead swing. Naruto's Bisunto came upwards, meeting the blade of the oversized butcher knife, another shockwave erupting on impact. Swinging upwards from beneath was Kusanagi, coming to join its fellow sword. The snake sword was blocked as a giant palm came down containing the power of vibrations. A powerful earthquake shook the air as the sky began to break. A long crack had been created in the sky as the clouds parted from the clash of power. Ares was bouncing in his seat in excitement, with his children looking on with a slight excitement from watching the blood-pumping fight. It's so cool. Ares wanna fight too, the war god said like a child on a sugar rush. Oh great, he's finally lost, Hermes said with an exasperated sigh. Hera just patted him on the shoulder. We all knew it would happen someday, just let it go, he'll be fine, Hermes, she said with a motherly tone. Sasuke may not have been as strong as Naruto was due to his size advantage and Naruto's power, but his eyes certainly made up for it. Naruto on the other hand could withstand practically anything thrown at him, as shown when Kaguya had shoved a lava-encased fist into his stomach. Add on to the fact his Kekkei Genkai, aptly named, the sound of shaking, certainly added onto that fact. With the power to cause powerful vibrations and quakes with but a punch, Naruto was said to possess the ability to destroy the anything and everything he desired. The power at Naruto's fingertips went to demonstrate just how strong not only the man was but also the strength of his Kekkei Genkai. It had been claimed that the sound of shaking inadvertently gave Naruto the power to destroy the world. Sasuke was pushed back as a powerful quake struck him, launching the Uchiha backwards. With a flip, Sasuke landed on his feet, both great swords carving a fissure in the earth as the blades dug into concrete. Raising the two swords up, he rested them on his shoulders, smiling from ear to ear. It was clear as day from the smile that the teen was having the time of his life. It was not every day the man could find someone to give him at least some kind of a challenge. The floor shook as Naruto made his move, taking the chance to go on the offensive. A giant fist punched out, the force of an earthquake behind it as everything around the fist was destroyed, mountains toppled over and fell, earth crumbled, and everything seemed to break as the vibrations affected everything. Sweet, Ares said giddily. Is it too late to kill him yet? Athena asked her sister. Unfortunately, even if we did, we would have to deal with him when he came back, she said. Damn it, Athena mumbled. For once she actually cursed immortality. Kubikiribocho was swung into the path of the approaching fist, sharpened blade meeting flesh. The power of vibrations hit the blade with enough force, cracks appeared along its edge. A crater formed again, expanding rapidly from the strength placed behind the punch. Sasuke grit his teeth as he even felt vibrations traveling into his body, carrying enough force to push him backwards, forcing the Uchiha to dig his feet into concrete, sticking to the surface with chakra as Kusanagi was plunged into the ground, bringing the former ninja to a halt. Naruto continued to hold back, savoring this test of physical attributes. As advanced as Naruto was with elemental techniques, he lacked in the experience department, unlike Sasuke. A power containing the strength to destroy the world descended as Naruto leapt at Sasuke and swung the massive Bisunto from the right. The air rippled and was pulled behind, becoming distorted as the giant blade continued its path. Metal met metal as the Kubikiribocho intercepted the polearm, the blade shattered on impact, unable to withstand the force a second time after being damaged. All that remained was the handle and the lower half of the sword. The force behind the polearm strike had sent Sasuke flying out to the right, smashing through large rock formations and trees, causing them to topple over on top of him. A purple pillar of chakra broke through the debris, turning it into nothingness. Pure untamed chakra surged out violently, washing over the entire space, making it shake. The sound of the ground cracking sounded out as fissures appeared in the earth around the two combatants as a testament of how powerful they were. Sasuke calmly stepped forward, carrying Kusanagi and the broken Kubikiribocho. Flicking a hand, the broken cleaver sword was tossed back into the Uchiha's pocket, seal one again, followed by Kusanagi. However, Naruto simply dusted his hands off, looking up towards Sasuke as he stood still waiting patiently. You're just as eager for this, aren't you? Naruto grinned from ear to ear, taking a few steps forward while picking up the pace, which begun turning into a full-blown run as Naruto charged towards Sasuke, who mimicked him. White chakra gathered in the palm of his hand, taking the shape of an electric spear which tore the ground apart from all directions. Chidori, thousand chirping birds, Sasuke called out. The powerful electric chakra was thrust forward towards Naruto's as he crossed the distance, closing in on Naruto. Zeus perked up as he saw Sasuke using his domain. Okay, he fine. Zeus said as he watched. You only say that because he is using lightning. Poseidon stated. What of it? Zeus responded. Poseidon shook his head. You are one sad strange little man, he stated. I am no man, I am a god. He yelled out. Thus my point is proven, sister. He said with a grin. What did you call me? Zeus roared. Well, you said you weren't a man, so the only thing that I could call you was a girl. Poseidon responded to his purple-faced brother. Naruto couldn't help himself and released a bellowing laugh and swung the Bisunto into the path of the lightning with one hand. Chakra surged out of the lightning spear as it met the polearm head-on. The Bisunto's blade vibrated, coming into contact with the glowing lightning, making the ground quake beneath the impact. Powerful chakra exploded out from the impact, crashing against the Bisunto, creating a tiny crack at the tip. Chakra surged down the polearm into Naruto's arms, sending a shock of pain through them. Naruto reached out, grabbing onto the air itself with his right hand and pulled down. The world fluctuated as the mountains, lakes, and even the forests were seemingly pulled towards Naruto, the world becoming distorted. Everything in a 15-mile vicinity was pulled from their foundations as the world swayed back and forth as if wanting to collapse on top of its foundations. This power demonstrated was the power that had the ability to destroy the world over. Purple chakra erupted from Sasuke's palm to meet the incoming collapse of space, in the form of a giant lightning spear 10 times the size of your average lightning spear. Chidori lance, chakra and metal met as the spear expanded rapidly in size and detonated. Hurricane force winds came into existence on the impact between the two forces as chakra decimated everything it touched, grinded down into dust. Cracks emerged on collision, rapidly spreading out from the point of impact between the two attacks as small fragments of the domain broke off. Sasuke charged forward, leaping high up over the conflict, falling towards Naruto. Chakra circulated around the Uchiha's right arm as it was raised into the air, chakra coming together to form a purple Chidori 3 times the size of a normal one. The blade of lightning was pushed down towards the blonde sage. Wakusei Rakiri, planetary lightning blade, Sasuke called out. Now that is one way to use lightning. Zeus said gladly. Naruto punched out into the air with his free hand, skin turning metallic black as he coated every vein, bone, muscle in his skin in chakra as powerful vibrations echoed off the fist. Cracks formed around the fist as the world became distorted under the powerful quake contained inside. The quake cracked the void of space as it traveled towards the planetary blade of lightning, meeting it head-on. Vibrations and quake energy collided head-on with the overpowering six-path sage chakra, causing the spear of lightning to detonate in midair. The blade of lightning chakra expanded exponentially in size with such force both Sasuke and Naruto were blown backwards. Chakra consumed the surroundings, tearing the earth and the surrounding mountains apart until all that remained was a giant crater over 50 meters in diameter. Ma, I wanna go fight now. Ares exclaimed childishly. No, Hera responded. But Ma, Ares whined childishly. No means no, Ares. Now sit back and enjoy the fight until it ends, she told the pouting god of war. Sasuke landed on the broken ground, sliding backwards before coming to a halt 15 meters from the edge of the crater. Across the other side was Naruto, who had been pushed back a similar distance. Gurarara, you sure aren't holding back, are you? I like it, roared Naruto as he crouched down before launching forward, jumping up into the air, crossing over the giant crater with ease, showcasing his physical abilities. The spot where he previously stood had shattered beneath his feet as Naruto sailed over the crater, falling towards Sasuke, swinging the massive Bisunto downwards while he put the power to destroy the world into his swing. The Bisunto came down quickly, cracks forming in the air as the world began to shatter beneath its power. Metallic silver transformed, becoming black as he once more covered every bit of his entire arm from bones to skin with his powerful chakra while he covered the tip of the Bisunto, increasing its attack power significantly. The air became distorted as chakra circulated into Sasuke's right and left palm, ready to face the incoming attack head-on. A burning Chidori formed in his left hand as he coupled it with the power of his Amaterasu. His right hand held a combination of wind and fire chakra inside, spun wildly, growing in force as elemental chakra poured into both spheres. In the right sphere, fire, elemental chakra poured in, transforming it as he quickly added his lightning chakra to the already deadly chakra. The two elemental techniques were pushed up towards the incoming Bisunto. As they were pushed up, the two spheres connected. Chakra moved between the two spheres of elemental chakra, fusing them together, bringing fire and lightning together into one giant sphere that was raging internally with a violent lightning storm and wild inferno. Rayenton. Arashi Defunka, lightning flame release, storm great eruption. Mommy, can I have him as a pet? Ares begged his mother. We've talked about this, Ares, you cannot keep a mortal as a pet, she told the now pouting war god. Lightning and fire clashed against vibrations in a battle of endurance. The two forces pushed back and forth, Sasuke forcing the energy upwards, as Naruto put his weight and strength behind the polearm. Splits began to appear in the world around them, as pieces began to shatter beneath the weight of the four types of power. The lightning blade began to break away as the elements stored inside were unleashed. A great heat exploded outwards as bright red flames came into existence, yellow lightning crackling amongst the fire as the elements worked in harmony. The ground became scorched as a tidal wave of fire poured forth, heading upwards towards Naruto with the intent to engulf the sage. Naruto, however, removed a hand from his bisinto while reaching out to grab at the air as the raging storm of lightning and fire ascended upwards. Fingers wrapped around the sky, clenching and pulled downwards with a roar, bringing the world down upon the incoming elemental attack. The world collapsed on top of the raging fire-lightning storm, detonating on impact. A giant dome of elemental chakra erupted, expanding outwards. Sasuke vanished backwards in a flash, as the dome expanded towards Naruto with the intent to swallow him up. The dome was a giant swirling tempest of flames as lightning surging violently within it. Everything was swallowed up by the elements as they clashed against Naruto. The blonde sage transformed both arms with his extremely potent chakra, gripped the bisinto and slashed downwards, creating a deep cracking fissure in the air. The powerful quake traveled onwards, coming into contact with the raging elemental storm. "See, Hades, that is how you block an attack." Poseidon gloated about his apparent son. "Oh god, eat some shrimp," Hades said to his now appalled brother. The quake impacted and the two techniques detonated, exploding violently, destroying their surroundings, washing over Naruto, engulfing him in a torrent of fire-empowered lightning combined with the power of vibration escaped these cracks, destroying the land around. The world around them had started become affected by their battle as the vibrations shook the ocean's floor, creating earthquakes and tsunamis. Chakra raced across the sky, summoning up terrible lightning storms across the entire continent. Red flames tore across the sky as balls of fire descended. The land quickly began to shake, large cracks forming in the earth that rapidly spread out, destroying everything. If this continued, it was entirely possible the world would surely be destroyed. Annabeth and all the other demigods gulped. This wasn't even able to be classified as a fight. This was what a true battle to the death was like. They would be ants compared to a magnifying glass under sunlight. Was this the difference of level between the demigods of the elemental nations and of Earth? Naruto stepped forward, scorch markings running up his arms, the tips of his hair had been signed, but the man looked no worse for wear. Naruto had survived the rush of elements that exploded from the collision of techniques. The bisinto he carried had taken battle damage, cracks running down the metal with a chip or two in the blade. Sasuke grinned from ear to ear and shot forward like a missile. Speeding towards Naruto, intending to fight the man in hand-to-hand combat, to test the Uzumaki's physical attributes. The Uchiha warrior was a blur, moving at speeds almost impossible for any ordinary person to track, but Naruto wasn't ordinary by any means. Using his mind eye of Kaguya passed down to him from his mother, he easily intercepted his rival. Sasuke quickly appeared in front of Naruto, hovering in midair, his right fist striking forward. Naruto quickly reacted, a large left palm intercepting the punch. On impact, a shockwave detonated outwards, destroying the ground beneath their feet. Sasuke, however, was far from done, using the arm as a springboard to jump up into the air above Naruto, extending his left leg and bringing it down in a falling as kick aimed at the blonde's head. The heel came downwards with the intent to smash Naruto's head into a paste. The air shattered as a giant arm was swung upwards. The Uzumaki's left forearm met the strike head-on, hardening with chakra and contained the force of an earthquake. The ground shook, crumbling inwards from the impact as the land began to break again, large splits spreading out from the point of impact. Naruto roared, swinging the giant limb, releasing the power of the sound of shaking, unleashing a massive quake in midair. With that, the remaining mountains 20 miles around crumbled as the earth collapsed away. "Mom, you gotta let me go," he pleaded with his mother. Hera slapped her son on the back of the head. "Shut up or you're grounded," she warned him, effectively shutting the war god's mouth. The force sent Sasuke flying backwards, where he crashed into a group of trees. Looking up, the Uchiha watched as Naruto rubbed his forearm. A bruise had already begun to form. Charging back in, Sasuke confronted Naruto once more. With every strike, Naruto would block. The two of them flashed around the battlefield, engaging with their fists, each impact creating shockwaves that destroyed the terrain. The sage met each strike without hesitation, blocking with a hand or swinging his bisinto, meeting it head-on. The world shook violently with each confrontation, fractures appearing around them, causing more disaster to follow. Neither one let up, as even Naruto went on the offensive, cracks forming with each punch or swing of the nearly broken polearm. Shortly both opponents had given up on defense, trading blow for blow. The ground shook, as shockwaves exploded out on flesh, blood spilling onto the ground, accompanied by wisps of golden chakra. Sasuke and Naruto's body were both engulfed in chakra as strands fused together, constantly repairing damage. Entire pieces of Sasuke's techniques had been blown apart under the force of Naruto's powerful vibrations. Naruto stumbled back using the Bisunto to steady himself. The sage was covered in fist-sized bruises, blood trickling down his torso and lips before he spat out a tooth, accompanied by a large ball of blood. Naruto's face had swollen up, but the man wasn't bothered by the pain at all, instead reveling in it. How long had it been since he had been injured in battle? The last time he remembered being injured was in his last fight against the Uchiha he was fighting, in the same spot nearly 4 years before, when he defeated Naruto by shoving a fist through his chest. Enten. Guka Mekyaku, Blaze Release, Great Fire Annihilation. Sasuke called out as he breathed in, needing his fire nature chakra in his body before expelling a virtual sea of black flames. A tsunami of intense flames came into existence, spanning a wide range, bearing towards Naruto, to engulf him in its sea. The family of immortals and their children gaped at the sight of the wall of flame descending on Naruto with no mercy. Hades grinned at the sight. "That's my boy, kick that blonde idiot's ass," he called out. Poseidon chuckled. "Don't count my boy out just yet, Hades," he responded to his brother. Naruto only laughed at the incoming sea of fire before a fist smashed against the air in front of the oncoming attack. Fissures appeared in the earth, swarming towards the wall of flames. Powerful tremors smashed against the fire tsunami, splitting it in two as a sea of fire poured around the sage, leaving him unharmed. "Whoa," Percy exclaimed. "That is so tight." Leo called out. "For once I envy not being a child of the big three." Annabeth said before looking to her scowling mother. "No offense, Mom," she quickly added. "You will never repeat or utter that sentence ever again," Athena told her daughter. Soon the fight between Sasuke and Naruto used no tactics. Both of them attacked directly with no plan, simply fighting through the use of overwhelming strength. Sasuke's hand lit up with electricity as he summoned his famous Chidori around his hand. Naruto simply inhaled before giving a call of Futon, Rinkuden, wind release, drilling air projectile. 5 compressed balls of air shot forward, each fired from Naruto's mouth as the sage hadn't moved from his spot. Each of the spheres was at least 1/3 of Sasuke's size. The Uchiha showed no fear and leapt over the strike and dived at Naruto. The blonde sage simply smirked before he punched the air, releasing another overbearing quake that collided with the strike, making them detonate. Gale force winds shot out on impact, blowing debris away and knocking over more trees and collapsing more land. If these two had fought on a popular island or even hidden village, the loss of life would be astronomical, as would be the damage. Naruto brought the Bisunto down, settling into a lunging stance. Feet dug into the ground, muscles condensed as the blonde shot forward, vibrations erupting from his feet destroying the floor, and launched the sage forward with great speed. HRA. The Bisunto was thrust forward, aimed towards Sasuke's chest, the world around it shattering, carving a deep fissure in the air and earth. Sasuke merely kicked off, charging directly into the path of the oncoming polearm, thrusting his right arm outwards, chakra coming to life in the open palm. A purple Chidori formed as he lunged forward towards his foe. The empowered Chidori collided with the tip of the Bisunto, the electricity ground quickly into the blade, quickly dulling its edge. At the same time, white chakra ground against the edge of the electricity as a powerful quake collided into the lighting. The clashing energy surged through the two, destroying the vibrations and smashed into the blade. The sound of cracking was heard as the Bisunto blade began to break. The Uchiha gave a push, and the blade shattered into thousands of pieces that were ground into dust from the electricity. "Whistle, man, those two don't know the meaning of hold back, do they?" Apollo asked. "I wanna join." Ares whimpered. "No, no, no. Bad Ares." Hera said, swatting the war god on the head multiple times, getting a whimper from the god. "I think we need to save this and show it to him when this is all over." Hermes whispered to his brother. "Agreed," the sun god said with a mischievous grin. Naruto gave a growl before he dropped the polearm and punched out with both hands, covering them in his powerful chakra, turning his arms black. The two fists collided with the incoming lightning attack and a tremendous earthquake erupted. The world shook violently as the cracks that had already been created split open further than ever before. Deep fissures form in the earth as mountains and forests sunk deep into the ground. An explosion reacted as the two forces collided, the natural six paths energy coursing through the Chidori traveled onto Naruto and coursed violently through his body. The powerful vibrations released by Naruto flowed through the air into Sasuke's right arm, breaking it as the residual quake energy created a deep fissure in the surrounding land. The entire valley began to shake from the force, pieces of earth fell from the mountains as energy began to escape. The world shook violently, as the world was cracked from top to bottom. The world around seemed to darken, losing its shine as clouds once more gathered in the sky from the clash of chakra. As for Naruto, the energy had flowed through his arms, tearing the muscles and bones from the inside, before hitting him in the chest. The sage's lips parted, vomiting up a large amount of blood as he was sent sailing backwards, crashing into the ground with a loud thud, creating a human-sized crater. Naruto climbed to his feet, strands of golden chakra shooting out from his wounds, regenerating the broken limb. The Uzumaki flexed the arm and examined the area around him. The land around him and Sasuke had taken quite a bit of damage from the strike and from those that came before it. If the fight continued, it was very likely the world around them would be destroyed. A groan escaped Sasuke's lips as he began to stand, arms aching as blood dripped from them like a waterfall, creating a virtual river of blood at his feet. The Uchiha growled as he gripped his broken arm, only to snap it into place, quickly resetting the bone before he flexed it to see if his six paths power had healed it fully, which it did. Wow, now that is pain tolerance. Dionysus stated. I wouldn't be able to handle doing that to myself. Percy admitted. I don't think anyone here could. Annabeth said quietly. Naruto and Sasuke turned to face each other to ready for another round, however before they could charge a voice spoke through Naruto's mind, Naruto, he can't be saved. Kurama spoke softly, coaxing his partner to finally see the light regarding the Uchiha. I know you sensed it, his negative emotions. It's consumed him, Naruto. There is nothing left for him but death. Redemption is not an option anymore. Kurama told his partner. Naruto knew it was true, and he gave a mental sigh. I know, Kurama. That doesn't make it any easier, he was still my comrade. Naruto thought stubbornly. Naruto, we're both at our limit, this is it, kill or be killed, either way your precious Konoha will fall. Sasuke cackled madly, goading the blonde into a state of rage. Susanoo, Sasuke roared, chakra pouring out of him at a rapid pace, coming together to form the ghastly purple warrior that engulfed him. One more time, Kurama. The blonde requested, fists clenching at the menacing sight of Sasuke's completed Susanoo. He cracked his neck as he prepared to end the feud between the two brothers once and for all. Looking around him, he could tell that they were definitely not in the Valley of the End anymore, and they had an audience. Naruto focused once more as Kurama continued, we need to make this fast, kid, your body can't handle much more, the fox voiced in concern. It's going to have to. Thought Naruto, he's not a stranger to pushing past the boundaries of his limits. This time wouldn't be any different. Let's go wild. Kurama. The blonde roared at the influx of power and chakra he received from his partner. His shroud came, morphing into a full-powered version of Kurama. He glared at Sasuke as he gathered everything he had for one final attack. A monumental-sized and concentrated Bijudama that was equivalent to one of the 10 tails own was fired against the mighty Susanoo's Magatama-shaped black flames. While they wouldn't burn him into ash, they would still burn him. Location: Naruto's seal, Kurama's POV. So we get to see the fox's paw vh. Hermes said. Kurama. That was the name the old man had given him. It was lost to time. Kyuubi no Yoko, the nine-tailed demon fox, was the name the humans had called him for centuries. He didn't blame the humans for calling him that. He supposed he earned the name in the end for what he had done. People of the old world had called him a natural disaster, appearing suddenly out of nowhere to attack areas that had been breeding the darkest aspects of the human nature. They were not wrong. Kurama and his siblings had drifted away once Hagoromo and Ashura had passed away. He had chosen to honor his father's wishes and continue his work through his immortal life. He was a being of pure chakra, pure energy. He would not age, get sick, and he could not be killed either, and there had been many people who had tried when he attacked. The first few years after Hagoromo's passing, he simply wandered the land. Ashura was taking care of everything. But then he passed away and his descendants fell very short of their ancestors' wishes. They forgot their burden and tasks they should have carried on through their blood. And so, for centuries, Kurama tried to keep humanity on the path his father had given them. Even when humans themselves forgot their very origins, Hagoromo had given them chakra so that humanity could understand each other with no words. Kurama watched as humanity learned to harness their chakra. Each generation carrying on and improving until the gift of chakra was used for war. Humanity had learned to strengthen their bodies and bend the elements with peculiar ease that surprised even him. But even the best of them fell short of his father's abilities. That man could bend chakra to his will like feeble paper. And so Kurama felt compelled to end it. He struck with unstoppable fury, carrying death in each step. He attacked the source of their power, destroying their villages and erasing their knowledge of chakra. But he couldn't do it alone. The world was far too vast for a single being to accomplish. Even for someone like him. And so he asked his siblings to help. Pathetic, all of them. They declined and hid away from the world, claiming that hurting humans was against what father had wished for in the first place. Foolish siblings, all of them. And so Kurama kept doing his work along for centuries on end. Centuries more passed and humanity still hadn't learned. He grew tired of humanity's lack of understanding and so he stopped. He found a mountain and carved himself a small den, so that he could rest for a few years and perhaps when he woke up once more, they had learned something. How wrong he was. He was woken, not by free will, but by humans themselves. Shinobi, ninja, they were calling themselves now. Armed with swords and other weapons they had the gall of charging head on against something like me. Foolish humans. I squashed them all like the bugs they were. How far they had fallen. They carried some forehead protector on their heads. I noticed the symbol but discarded it nearly immediately. Only later on I would realize that was actually the symbol of their village. At least they had learned something, those shinobi. Now if they were all together in the same village like the old man's wishes then it was all over. Of the attacking group only 2 shinobi survived. Ginkaku and Kinkaku had somehow managed to survive my powerful chakra and ended up with a watered version of my abilities. I spat them out and left them half alive on the ground. I left their fate to the gods and walked away to find another den. And then came Uchiha Madara. Just from his chakra I could feel he was descended from that wretched Indra. But my eternal surprise were his eyes. Some evolved version of the Sharingan. And with that he managed to control me, no matter how much I resisted. He subdued me, manipulated me, the greatest of all Biju, like some doll. I was summoned to do battle against Ashura's descendant. Now that had been a surprise. I could feel their chakra. Ashura and Indra had been reincarnated and decided to go at it again. And this time, I was a tool in their arsenal. In the end I was sealed into a human vessel and found myself with my mental faculties returned. I was relived. Don't misunderstand me. I hated Hashirama and his wife, hated Konoha, but better a cage than a leash. Mito and I didn't talk, and she didn't wish to use my chakra so I was content to simply wait. I was eternal and she was mortal. Even if I was switched to another vessel there would come a time when I would be free. Human years meant nothing to me as I had already lived centuries before any them. The second vessel was some girl named Uzumaki Kushina. This one did try to talk sometimes. I kept silent as I had nothing to say to her. Then one fated day she had birthed a son. Naruto. I was content with staying within my prison, however it seemed as if the gods were against it and another Uchiha appeared and ripped me out of my seal and used me as a toy for his own purposes. That made me angry beyond reason. Naruto over the years we knew each other reached out and offered his friendship to me where I continued to lash out in anger. Then during the war he reminded me of who I was. He freed my siblings from their prisons where they now rest within the seal with me. Indra's current life wanted to use us to rule the world. I won't let it happen again. Kurama saw red and flared his power, flooding Naruto with his powerful chakra and ripping out of the seal. With a mighty roar that shook the valley, Kurama appeared in the real world in an explosion of smoke and rock. The small clearing they stood in exploded outwards in a shower of debris with Kurama emerging from the cloud of dust, his 9 tails waving wildly behind him. The blonde sage as well as Sasuke's eyes widened in a mix of shock and disbelief when they saw the large Biju appear in front of him so suddenly. Even Naruto stumbled from Kurama jumping out of him with no warning and charged against the damned Uchiha with fierce determination. Sasuke, Kurama roared, snatching the Uchiha midair and plummeting to the ground with his prey. Sasuke's Susanoo ribcage shielded him from Kurama's claws as both crashed into the ground of the Rain Village. I dreamt of this hour, Kurama said gleefully, showing a row of sharp teeth and pinning the Uchiha under his massive claws. The hour I could rip you to shreds, Kurama said, pushing the Uchiha farther into the earth, his ribcage shield cracking under the pressure. Sasuke focused on the Biju, his silver eye glowing with power. The Biju allowed an arrogant smirk to grace his lips. You are foolish, Sasuke. Naruto and I are still bound together. I'm above your petty illusions now. Sasuke grunted before clasping both hands together inside his shield. The ground rumbled as trees burst forth, pushing Kurama backwards and entangling his limbs until he was trapped on the ground. Mokuten, wood style, Kurama whispered in sheer disbelief from the ground. Sasuke said nothing and slowly climbed to his feet, his ethereal shield disappearing from view. Wait, how can he use that power? I thought it was exclusive to only the first Hokage. Annabeth questioned. His Rinnegan allows him to use any element. It knows how to mix and combine any type of chakra nature to create stronger elemental attacks with no need to experiment on himself to gain the ability. Hades said. Honestly, Sasuke scoffed and crossed his arms in front of his chest. What did you expect to happen? You think you could charge against me and crush me that easily? Please. You are nothing but a filthy beast, a mere chakra conglomerate. Sasuke smirked when he saw the fox snarl and felt his power chakra twist in anger. With a deafening roar, the tree bindings were shattered and the great Kyuubi rose once more until he stood looking down at Sasuke from his imposing size. You will lose, Sasuke. And I will take great pleasure in being part of your defeat, Kurama snarled before jumping forward, the ground cracking and shaking with each step he took. Sasuke braced himself as he saw the Kyuubi get ready. The massive Biju broke into a run. Sasuke stood still, waiting patiently for the beast get near him. Kurama raised a paw to the air and brought it down swiftly. A deafening shockwave rose from the impact, leveling the mountains around. Moments before Kurama had struck, Sasuke had jumped to the side and high into the air. He had avoided the shockwave by landing on Kurama's nose. The Biju roared in rage before furiously shaking his head to get rid of the parasite in his head. Sasuke then started running around Kurama's body, much to the Biju's annoyance. Kurama threw himself to the ground and started rolling, trying hopelessly to squash Sasuke beneath his body. Sasuke, however, simply ran around Kurama's body while he rolled on the flattened ground. With a swing of his tails, Kurama struck himself on the torso and finally managed to get Sasuke to jump away from him. Seeing the Uchiha in the air and without proper ways to outmaneuver, Kurama began charging his ultimate technique. Red and blue chakra filled the air above his mouth as it began converging into a single, menacing dark sphere. Bijudama, tailed beast bomb, Kurama swallowed the dark sphere just before a pure reddish energy ball exploded from his mouth, heading straight to the stationary Uchiha. The Uchiha smirked before lazily raising a single hand towards the incoming energy ball. Shinra Tensei, he whispered, and the small pulse hit the energy ball and deflected it. He watched as the ball flew and exploded in the horizon, filling the sky with a piercing red light, and a mushroom cloud formed not far away. Sasuke landed on the ground and watched as Kurama charged another attack. He launched another tailed beast ball, this one racing straight towards him and destroying everything in its path. Sasuke clasped his hands together in a pray sign. Mokuten, Mokujoheki, doomed wall. A wooden dome rose in front of Sasuke moments before the tailed beast ball connected. The wood screeched under the assault but managed to hold on until the ball was deflected back into the air and once more exploding in the distance. I don't need my Rinnegan. I'm going to make you submit with my strength only, Sasuke said as he lowered the wooden barrier. His eyes glowed. Amaterasu. The blonde grunted at the continued assault of black flames. His shroud protected him from the brunt of the damage, but it was still hotter than hell, and underneath all the chakra, he just knew his skin and organs were cooking. Mentally thanking Kurama for his rapid healing, he condensed the black sphere, pulling it back into his shroud's maw. He shrunk it to the size of a slightly bigger than normal Rasengan. Sasuke grinned in insane glee at the sight. This was the moment he was waiting for, ever since their brutal skirmish at the Valley of the End. He was done with the petty spars and the half-assed attempts at fighting him in order to bring him home. Scoffing at the thought, he prepared his Susanoo, gathering a massive orb of black flames in his secondary hand. He covered the sword in Susanoo's primary hand with black flames as he grunted from the pull on his life force. Naruto. Sasuke hollered, Susanoo's arm through the massive ball of flames at the cubified shinobi. He wasted no time in following up with the burning sword, aiming right at the fox's head where he knew Naruto would be. Sasuke. Naruto bellowed, releasing the Bijudama from his shroud's maw in a concentrated beam. He watched as it bypassed the Uchiha's fire, carving a hole right at the center. The beam clashed with the Susanoo's sword, where it halted in its path briefly as a power struggle occurred between the fiery sword and the Bijudama. Is it ending already? Ares said. The fight is coming to a close, brother, no need to get upset. Apollo stated. Both combatants looked at the clashing forces intently, one grinning triumphantly and the other scowling as the sword began to dissipate and stagger back before cracking completely as the tailed beast ball cleaved a path straight through it and hit Susanoo's armored chest dead on. The shockwaves of the impact resulted in brutal winds, and suddenly they were thrown apart. Sasuke was sent crashing into a wall while Naruto was sent down into a deep hole in the ground. When the explosion died down, both were extremely weak and low on power. Sasuke got up, angrily whispering, over and over, and over, and over, and over. And over and over and over again. Just give up and let me cut you down. He finished yelling. Naruto looked up at him. Can't do that, because I'm your one and only friend. Naruto replied. The Uchiha's left hand then came alive, crackling with visible Raiden chakra. In the center of the gathering was a black orb of flames. As expected, he's used the chakra I infused for you and assimilated it to make it his own. Wait, when did he absorb Naruto's chakra? He's been doing that since the start of the battle, haven't you been paying attention? Chidori as well as flame control. Sasuke is planning to end this. I'll give you some chakra, but be careful, your body can't handle much more as it is right now. Make it count and don't release your jutsu till the last minute to ensure he doesn't absorb any more chakra from you, though that might not be possible since he is rather new at using his new ocular abilities. Kurama warned. Naruto smiled gently, and raised his fist to Kurama. The fox smirked and tapped it with his own, and begun to fall asleep. Sasuke jumped off towards Naruto with the threatening technique in his hand. The Uzumaki flew at him with an outstretched hand. As he neared the Uchiha, chakra began to materialize and gather in wisps, forming an orb where chakra rotated violently within. Naruto, Sasuke screamed. Sasuke, Naruto yelled. As they drew closer and closer from both their point of views, they saw each other as they were growing up. They were then close enough, and suddenly thrust their arms forward and their jutsu collided with one another. Then there was an explosion of light, and Naruto was smirking in victory. Flashback end. Ah, but I wanted to see more destruction. Ares whined. Ares, either shut up or go to your room. Hera said. Ares is a good boy, he said meekly. And that is how Sasuke and I lost our arms. Naruto told his dad. Minato nodded his head. I'm proud that you stuck to your convictions, son, he said with a smile on his lips. Naruto nodded. Well, I guess since I got my answer I no longer need to doubt what they have been telling me. Naruto said as he glanced back at the two goddesses. He turned back to his father. Thanks for at least telling me the truth, Dad, he said. Minato shook his head. I shouldn't have hid it from you to begin with, he admitted to his son before he smiled, and I at least have something to tell Kushina when I see her next time, he said. Aren't you a god? His son questioned. I am the mortal soul created from my desire to walk among the people. My immortal form already knows what happened as it and I are mentally linked when I am in the physical world. I, however, am still a dead mortal unlike my other self. Minato explained. Naruto nodded at that. Makes sense, I guess, he admitted. Minato cleared his throat. With that out of the way, I suppose it is time that the four of you left, he said. Why is that? Athena asked him. Zeus already knows about Sasuke since my immortal self just informed him about the boy. He informed them, he also wants to have him brought over to Earth as well, he told her, getting a nod. Wow, that sounds better than texting or calling. Telepathy voicemail, Leo stated with a grin. Was that supposed to be a joke? Nissa asked him, clearly not understanding her half-brother. Very well, Artemis said. Well, I best be undoing the reanimation jutsu. I will see you soon, Naruto, he said as he flashed through seals. Until then, take care of yourself, he said as his body crumbled away to reveal the dead Zetsu clone. Naruto smiles at the spot his father was. I will, Dad, he promised. And that is the end of the chapter. Who wants to read next? Talia asked. Clarice sighed. I guess I'll give it a go, she sighed out as she took the book. Clarice sighed as she opened the book to the 4th chapter and begun to read. All set? Athena asked him. All set. Naruto nodded his head, gathering the rest of the scrolls which was containing his ninja's gears, weapons and of course the gifts everyone gave him, and put it into his backpack. He walked to the table and took the old picture of the Team 7 when they were just past Kakashi's bell test ad, put it into his bag, checking every drawers to make sure he didn't leave anything back. Naruto opened the last drawer and saw Sasuke's old head protector. Freezing for a moment, he then reached his hand out and grabbed the thing, put it into his pocket and threw the backpack on his shoulder after zipping the zipper up. Alright, let's go, Naruto said to Athena, who was standing by the door waiting for him. The two of them walked to the main gate of Konoha in silence. He, Sasuke, and the two immortals were leaving the village after 3 weeks. Naruto and Sasuke had been given their prosthetic arms and had to wait a bit in order to assure they would heal correctly. Now the group of 4 stood at the gates, Sasuke with a small pack set for his journey. The Uchiha had a look of boredom on his face, but Naruto knew better. He was looking forward to this trip to a new world. Well, technically this was the 6th, or was it the 7th world they would travel to, as Kaguya had taken them through several dimensions in their battle. Wait, that Kaguya woman could travel to different worlds? Ares asked, shocked. Seems so, brother. Hermes stated. Overpowered bitch. The war god grumbled. That is what happens when you fight a primordial, I guess. Poseidon said with a sigh. Sasuke cleared his throat as he looked to Naruto. Dobi, he stated. Tem. Naruto retorted to his rival. Artemis looked to her sister with a raised brow while Athena just shrugged her shoulders at their antics. It was at this time that Kakashi, Tsunade, Sakura and the rest of their friends arrived. Kakashi gave a smile behind his mask as he looked to his students. Ah, good, you both made it, he said to the two. Naruto gained a blank look to his teacher. Shouldn't we be saying that to you, sensei? He asked the man. Knowing his teacher, the guy would show up late to his own funeral. Ouch, that has to burn. Leo Valdez said. This guy has time issues. Jason stated in a surprised tone. Must be bad if he were to show up to his own funeral. Hades muttered to himself. If only more people did that, his job would be easier, so much less paperwork to fill out for the new souls. Kakashi waved the teenager off. I will have you know that I left my office 3 hours ago to get here on time, he joked with the teen. Naruto gave a grin. I know, I just wanted to pull your leg, sensei, he said with a chuckle. Kakashi cleared his throat. Well, be that as it may. Your friends decided to give you a farewell send-off to your next journey, he said to the blonde as the others walked up to him. That's nice of them, Aphrodite said. Shut it, ya pile of foam, I am trying to listen, Artemis said. Naruto smiled as he looked behind his teacher and saw the remaining members of the Konoha 12, seeing as Neji died saving him and Hinata, standing with smiles on their faces. Naruto walked up to them with a smile on his faces. Hey guys, what's up? He greeted them happily. Hinata blushed at her long-time crush before she walked up to him with red cheeks. Hey, red cheeks. Apollo grinned. Nice, always liked the color red, Hephaestus said. Hera glared at the two brothers, which earned clearing throats from them before Clarice continued to read. Naruto-kun, I brought you these so that you wouldn't grow bored on your trip, she said in her whisper-like voice. Taking the item from her, he quirked a brow at what he saw. Ika Ika naughty teacher and Ika Ika lonely nurse. He questioned her as he looed at her curiously. Hinata felt her eyes widen when the group looked at her with wide eyes before she snatched the books away and handed him a bag of salves and creams for wounds as well as several books on swordsmanship. Tenten snickered before she leaned over to Ino. It's always the quiet ones, she whispered with a snicker. I know, right? Hermes said. Who'd have thought? Dionysus snickered in agreement as he conjured another soda. Who knew she was into smut like that? The blonde responded with equal humor. Meanwhile, Hiyashi scratched the back of his head in confusion. Why might you ask? A certain orange little book he had recently just bought had went missing from his desk. Ika Ika naughty teacher. He looked through the drawers in his desk once more just to be sure. I was sure that I had it in my study a few hours ago, he said, pondering its location. Wait a minute, Hera called out, halting her granddaughter in the middle of her reading. What is it? Her husband asked. You mean to tell me that she gets her love of porn from her father? What the hell? She called out. Demeter looks to her baby brother to her right. That's what she's worried about. She asked. And here I thought she knew that even in this dimension it's possible to inherit perverseness from the dad, she said, which got a nod from the death god. I know, doesn't mean I ain't shocked either, he responded. The head of the Hyuga clan gave a sigh. I have only one place to look, but if I know my daughter, she's already done changed some things in the book, he grumbled. So this isn't the first time this has happened? Apollo questioned. Apparently so, brother, Artemis said. Smart girl, he said. The goddess of the moon reached over and pulled a cheek on her brother's face. Quit ogling the maiden, she said. Poseidon snorted. Maiden my ass. The way she handed him a book of smut like nothing shows she is hardly innocent, he said to his niece with crossed arms. Naruto shook his head with a chuckle as he accepted the gift from Hinata. Sasuke smirked as he saw the girl hand her crush a smut book. It was always the quiet ones that were the loudest in bed, or as the saying goes. Tenten walked up with a long box. It was approximately 12 feet long and almost 3 feet wide at the top. She smiled as she opened the box to show him another bisinto. This time it was made out of an element the two goddesses had thought impossible to find here in this dimension, heaven's steel. 1. The smith god quickly perked up at the mention of the words. Heaven Steel, where he looked at the screen with wide eyes. Heaven Steel. He gasped out. Clarice looked up from the book in confusion. Okay, what's so special about that metal? She questioned the smith god. If it made him gasp out like that, then there was something special about it, right? Heaven Steel is no ordinary metal. Hephaestus stated, it is a metal that comes from the core of Gaia herself, where it is tempered in the atmosphere from the tallest mountain in the world before it is cooled in the heart of Pontus, the primordial of the sea himself. After that it is reheated by the river of flame in Tartarus itself and folded to the desired shape. The process is repeated dozens upon dozens of times until the desired item is complete, he stated honestly. It truly is a one-of-a-kind metal, and the weapon is nigh indestructible and can only be broken by a weapon made of the same material with higher quality creation. Hades said in agreement to his nephew. It was a metal that the hundred-handed ones as well as the elder Cyclops used to forge their father the first weapon in history. It wasn't known to anyone except to elder Cyclops and Briars, the sole remaining hundred-handed one, that the first weapon they had ever created was made of the nigh indestructible metal. Naruto grinned widely at the sleek black-bladed weapon sitting upon the celestial silver pole, which was wrapped with a celestial bronze wrap painted red from a reforging process before being dipped in molten Stygian iron before having bone steel meld with the powerful iron ore after the dip in Stygian iron. The blade was attached after the pole was complete. After taking a 6-year dip in adamantine here, it would sit for 6 months after the dip. The process alone takes decades to complete. Damn, that is impressive. Percy said. Impressive isn't the word for it. A weapon with a design parameter is bound to have special abilities. Hephaestus said with narrowed eyes. Celestial silver was an extremely rare metal, and only a elder Cyclops or Briars knew where to get it. Add on to the fact it was also made with heaven steel, celestial bronze, Stygian iron, bone steel and a blade dipped in adamantine, there was something off about that Bisanto. Naruto, still grinning as he held the legendary weapon in his hand, looked to the weapon user. Thanks Tenten, he said to her. The young lady grinned at him. Don't mention it. She said, now I found this in the storage and I didn't see it on inventory, so I decided to give it to you. Can't sell what we don't have, she said with a sly grin. Naruto nodded his head in gratitude before Kiba walked forward. I don't know why I am even doing this, but for some reason my sister wanted me to give this to you, he said as he handed Naruto a necklace with teeth on it, wolf teeth to be precise. Thanks Kiba, Naruto said proudly. Oh, my boy getting a call me card. Poseidon said in pride. Men, Artemis said. Several minutes later, when all the gifts had been given, Naruto and Sasuke stood beside the two goddesses and nodded their heads, showing they were ready to depart. Athena looked to the sky. All right, father, she called out before a bolt of electricity fell from the heavens and struck the quartet before they vanished when the light died down. Olympus. The same bolt of electricity appeared in the center of the throne room and the group of 4 appeared where Naruto had to blink his eyes a couple of times to clear the white spot that had appeared in his eyes. When it finally disappeared, he looked around and saw that he was surrounded by giants. While he was considered a giant back home due to his height and muscular build, these were actual giants. One of the giants stood up and shrunk to a point where he was as tall as him before he walked over to him with a smile on his face. He was dark-haired and wore a flowered shirt and shorts with beach sandals on his feet. However, it was the eyes that gave him away, eyes as blue as the sky, or in this case the sea itself. Naruto felt his eyes widen. Dad, he exclaimed before he launched a punch to the sea god's gut. Damn, I like him already, Hades said with a smirk. Same here, Zeus said with a snicker. Okay, that hurts, Poseidon said with a pout. How could his own son do that to him? Maybe I should consider making him my champion, Hera said questioningly. No, Aphrodite said, before her arm snaked around his shoulder. So this is what you really look like. Not bad, he said as he looked at his old man. I know, tell me how awesome I am, Poseidon said with a grin. Pretty awesome, his son said. Dumb is more like it, Zeus stated. I know, I am the embodiment of cool, the sea god gloated. A resounding boom of thunder halted all the meet and greet as Zeus cleared his throat. Enough of this nonsense, brother, he ordered. Poseidon pat his son on the shoulder before he reappeared on his throne in his full glory. Party pooper, he grumbled. Zeus ignored him as he looked to the 2 most powerful demigods he had ever laid his eyes on. There was a term for those who were born of God's blood with the ability to destroy worlds on their own, and yet right in front of him stood 2 planet breakers, world enders and more was the term, and he did not like this not one bit. He cleared his throat. Now that you have arrived, we can get down to business, he said. He placed a hand to his chest. my name is Zeus, and I am the king of the gods. Seeing as my brothers were the ones to sire you, that makes me your uncle, he said politely. Wow, a polite Zeus, think I have seen it all now. Poseidon chuckled out. I can be polite if I want to be. Zeus called back. Okay, enough of the politeness. We didn't even know this world existed, and yet you drag us here when we posed no threat to you or yours. Sasuke said, interrupting him. He cleared his throat. My guess is that you summoned us here to make us swear some oath to not usurp your rule or authority as a god, yes? He questioned the king of the gods. Zeus grumbled something under his breath before he looked at the Uchiha. Matter of fact, yes. We don't know everything about you or your abilities. And we certainly don't know if you desire more than what you have now, he stated. Naruto snorted. News flash, we don't care, he stated to his uncle. Good on ya, my boy. Poseidon called out. Go big bro. Hold your tongue, boy, and mind who you speak to. I am not some human king, I am a god, and I will kill you where you stand for such insolence, he growled out. Naruto snorted and spoke before Sasuke could. Okay, answer this then, he said as he looked to his uncle. Why should we swear an oath when we don't have anything to do with you or your rule? Why should we swear our allegiance to you when we are allied to the Hidden Leaf? He questioned. That is a good question, Hera said as she looked to her husband. Because I demand you do. Suddenly laughter from the two teens drew Zeus' attention. And why are you laughing? He demanded. Wow, talk about childish, Hera said in disgust as she looked towards her embarrassed husband. His ego has finally taken hold. Poseidon chuckled out. Silence. Zeus roared out. He took a deep breath. As it stands, the two of you are the most powerful demigods to have been born to date. Not even my son Heracles is as powerful as the two of you. That is why I want you to swear an oath to not ever turn against Olympus, he stated. Naruto looked to Sasuke as the Uchiha looked to his cousin, and then they both broke into laughter once more. The two 18-year-olds clung to each other as they were gasping for breath from laughing so hard before they fell to the ground laughing. And this is why I hate men most of the time, Artemis stated honestly. Don't worry, I actually wanted to copy the two brats, Ares said. Ares, remind me to send you to your brother's house for the week, Zeus told his son. Naruto and Sasuke laughed for several more seconds before they climbed to their feet, and Naruto wiped a tear in his eye. Sorry, it's just you sounded so childish when you said that I couldn't hold it in, he admitted before clearing his throat and gaining a serious look before he grabbed his bisinto and raised it in the air and slammed the end onto the ground, causing the room to shake, causing the gods to have to grasp their thrones from the powerful shakes. But as I see it, you haven't done anything to have a swear such a oath, especially to you, he said seriously as the shaking died down. Sasuke nodded agreement. While that is true, we also know when to hold our own cards, so to speak, and when to admit our defeat, he said. He cleared his throat. What I mean by this is, if you hadn't came to us and explained what we would have never have come here to try and fight you for your throne. See, we don't need to swear an oath to you, as we can easily ignore you, as we have better things to do than worry about you and your domain. We don't want godhood or immortality as most people do. We have enough power and knowledge to give ourselves that, he told the king. Naruto nodded. Well, Orochimaru does, he said with a snicker which earned him a small smirk from Sasuke. Naruto cleared his throat. Continue, he said to his friend. Sasuke nodded his head. Besides, we don't want to deal with the paperwork you have too, he said with a shrug which got scowls from the gods at the mention of paperwork. I'm sure it can't be that bad, Annabeth said. Athena scowled. Shut it, Annabeth, you do not know the horror of that accursed paperwork, she said with a shiver towards the end of her statement. What the two of us can promise you though is this. If we swear an oath, then so do you, he said, which got a quirked brow from some of the other gods. Such as what? Hera, the queen of the gods, asked him. Say we swear this oath of yours, then you shall swear an oath that makes it so that we can fight against the gods only if we are directly attacked by a god or goddess aiming to harm us. I say that is a square deal if I ever heard one, he said, which got nods from the other gods. Boy knows how to gamble, Athena said to herself quietly. The pair of balls these two have on them to talk to dad like that, Hermes said quietly. Must be made of something special to say that, Apollo agreed. Zeus grumbled at that one. Very well, we will swear this oath if you agree to our oath, he stated. Naruto and Sasuke nodded in agreement. Alright, what do we gotta say? Naruto asked. Zeus cleared his throat. Alright, repeat after me, he told them, which caused them to roll their yes before they nodded their eads. I stated your name, do swear on the river Styx, he begun. I, Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, do swear on the river Styx, they repeated. To never use my powers against the Olympians or against her allies, he stated. To never use my powers against the Olympians or against her allies, the copied. Unless I have no choice but to break this vow, and only in extreme circumstances. Zeus said. Unless I have no choice but to break this vow, and only in extreme circumstances, the mimic the god. Will I ever use my powers to fight against Olympus? He said. Will I ever use my powers to fight against Olympus? The mimic which was suddenly followed by a boom of thunder rolling across the sky. Zeus smirked, and now you have no choice but to abide by your oath, he gloated. Brother. Poseidon growled. Explain why you went against your word. Hades growled. Do it, or else you are on the couch. Hera threatened, which caused Zeus to go pale. He hated the couch. Other me, he called out in panic. Brother, explain why you went back on your word. Poseidon growled at his baby brother. They never said we had to swear on the river Styx. He said with a smirk. His smirk was cut off when all of a sudden a wave of power washed over the throne room where he looked to see Naruto with a glare on his face. Sasuke suddenly gained a frightened look to his features and he suddenly begun to back away from his cousin. If there was one thing about Naruto he knew to fear, then it was his anger. Naruto didn't anger easily, but if one were to succeed in doing it, then may the gods have mercy on you and your soul. You rotten bastard. He growled as he turned away and brought his right arm to his left shoulder. You never explained to us what the river Styx was before you made us swear the oath in the first place. He said as he lashed out with a call of Earthshaker impact, where a large crack filled the air, enough to reach the ceiling of the throne room, and all of a sudden the entirety of Mount Olympus began to shake. Lightning flashed across the sky, and the heavens themselves rained down as stars began to fall from the atmosphere as he reached his left hand up into the air behind his back and clenched a fist and brought it forward with a call of eternal flare, causing the falling stars to begin exploding. The group of Olympians all looked to Zeus, who had the nerve to try and shrink into his throne, and this is why we don't bring demigods from the hidden lands to our world. Demeter said with a deadpan. It was the other me. Zeus squeaked out. Couch for a century, and no sex either. Hera said, which got a cry from the god king. Did anyone else notice that this was also the first time he named a quake ability? Athena asked. That is curious. Poseidon agreed. Naruto, what are you thinking? Sasuke questioned his cousin in shock. He lied to us, he never planned to swear an oath to us, so this is what he gets. Naruto growled as the room began to collapse around him. Hera looked to Sasuke. What is happening? Why did he break the oath? She asked him. Naruto feels he has been betrayed, so he is betraying Zeus in return for his betrayal. He stated, but that's not what has me worried, he said. Then what has you worried? Athena questioned. Then what has you worried? Athena questioned. Not a word, she stated with red cheeks as the others chuckled. When we use techniques, depending on the technique and the chakra cost depends on the strength of the technique. If we call out the name of a technique, we literally put a small amount of our very being into the attack to give it its full power, and it draws out the technique's full potential. Naruto doesn't name his quake techniques or anything, they are powerful enough to change the world on their own with no invoke the name, he said. That doesn't explain anything, Hermes said as he held onto his throne. A unnamed technique holds back 70 to 80% of power that a named technique has. This was the first time I ever heard him name a technique when he used a quake technique, he said fearfully. By odor, Hades whispered. That means he held back a large portion of his power the last chapter. Hera muttered. Zeus gulped. Remind me to never piss him off if I ever meet him, he said to his brother, who nodded his head in agreement. That's not holding back, he didn't even get serious in the first place. Athena said with a gulp. My kinda guy, Clarice whispered to herself. This guy, Ares said with a bead of sweat run down his face. Okay, I'll swear the oath. Just stop destroying the palace or you'll endanger the mortals beneath us. Zeus called out, which made Naruto lower his hand, allowing the quake to fade away. Do it now, or trust me, I'll end you here and now. Naruto swore. All the gods nodded in agreement as they begun to swear the oath. Once they finished, a clap of thunder rolled across the sky, showing they had sworn their oath. With the oath sworn, Zeus cleared his throat. He knew his family didn't sense the other energy within the boy as he called down the stars. He sensed it as he was the Lord of Heaven, but the power the boy had just used was far more powerful than anything he could produce. The power of the greater heavens was something that belonged to one entity, one entity alone, Uranos, the primordial of the sky. Wait, what? Percy said with shock on his face. Shut up, seaweed brain. Annabeth growled at her boyfriend. We will be sending you to an establishment of ours so we can monitor you. You will be on our radar from here on out. Zeus said as powerfully as he could before he waved his hand, causing the two teens to vanish. Camp Half-Blood. Chiron normally didn't deal with problems such as this. First Percy Jackson had arrived with Grover and fought off the Minotaur and killed it. Sally Jackson had apparently been taken by Hades, and now he had two demigods from the Hidden Lands, otherwise known as the Isle of the Latoids, a island not tied down to Earth. You know, I feel kinda bad for him, Percy said. And why is that, Prissy? Ares mocked him, earing a scowl from the teen. He has to deal with us, he stated, getting nods from the demigods as they had to agree with him on that one. He sighed before he rubbed the bridge of his nose as he looked to the two demigods. I guess I best show you to your place of rest. Unfortunately, since your godly parent hasn't claimed you, you'll both have to stay at cabin 11 until you are claimed or otherwise, he said. Naruto nodded his head. Thank you. Geez, what's your name again? He asked the centaur. My name is Chiron, he said to the blonde, and you are very welcome, he told the teenager. Walking around his desk, he opened the door to the big house and motioned to the two of them to follow him. Walking for a bit, he led them to the cabin that allowed for those who had arrived and for those who had yet to be claimed to stay, cabin 11. He turned to the two of them. This here is cabin 11. You will stay here until you are claimed or otherwise, he told them. It's a bit crowded, but Hermes doesn't discriminate against those who are just passing through, he said politely. Naruto and Sasuke peeked in and looked back at Chiron. This place is overcrowded, Sasuke pointed out. Chiron gave a blank look, still waiting on that extra expansion budget from the gods to expand this particular cabin. He grumbled out. He knocked on the door and a teenager around 17 with dirty blonde hair walked out to greet the centaur. Ah, Chiron, what a pleasant surprise. What can I do you for? He asked. Oh, Luke, Hermes said silently as he looked at his boy with sad tears in his eyes. Annabeth wiped a tear away as she looked at her friend. Talia sighed with an upset tone at her best friend being gone. Luke, glad to see you awake at this late hour with all that has happened, the centaur said, very pleased. This here is young Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha. As you more than likely guess, they are new demigods who have yet to be claimed. Can you house them here for the night or until they're claimed? He asked. Luke nodded his head. You know, Pops, everyone is welcomed here, he said as he reached a hand out. Name's Luke Castellan, counselor for cabin 11, he introduced himself. Naruto Uzumaki, Naruto said as he introduced himself. Luke gained a curious look in his eyes, like the anime. He asked. I know, right? Apollo said, grinning. Need to invest more in that, Hermes said quietly. Chiron cleared his throat. They come from the Isle of Leto, Mr. Castellan, he informed the teen. Ah, my bad, he said. Sasuke shook his hand. Sasuke Uchiha, he introduced himself. Pleasure, Luke said as he shook his hand. Definitely named after the anime. Chiron cleared his throat. You know your duties, so I leave everything to your care, Chiron said before walking away. 3 days later. So apparently Naruto now had a horde of fangirls after him. How, one may ask? Well, let us go back to this morning when Naruto first woke up. The sunlight was peering through the window and down upon our protagonist, who groaned as he sat up in annoyance. Stupid sun, not allowing me to sleep, he grumbled as he got up. Walking out the door, he walked down the path to a clear area. Sighing, he stomped his foot, raising a large spike that was 20 feet in the air before he raised his hand and lashed out at a boulder, which produced a small crack in the air before the rock crumbled away to reveal a set of thin rock platforms made from the large boulder. Didn't think the kid had that kinda control, Mr. D said. Shows us how wrong we all were, Leo said with a nod. Alright, let's get started, Naruto said to himself as he took his shirt off to reveal his body, scars and all. There weren't many, mind you, but there were 3 that stood out most. One was the size of a fist and was placed over his heart, where small winding lines showed the use of electricity. And now you know why I hate lightning, Percy said, looking to Talia. Oh, can it see for brains? The huntress said. The second was more recent and was placed over his left lung and looked similar to the one over his heart. The final one was just as recent and showed burn marks like no other, to the point the flesh was seared black and a hole was prominent in the center of his chest where a part of his rib poked out while some flesh seemed to be repairing itself at an extremely slow pace. This was caused by Kaguya, who used 6 paths power to override his healing abilities. It would heal, but it would take months to completely heal it. On the other hand, his body was extremely toned and one could see the makings, and remnants, of a 8-pack on his stomach. The screen showed a picture of Naruto and nearly everyone flinched at the sight at his scars, though the girls had small blushes on their faces at his build. Artemis had to admit for a man he was attractive, but that was all. Naruto jumped up and sat the slab of rock down perfectly balanced on the center of the spike and then sat on it where he sat balanced perfectly. Closing his eyes he entered his mindscape. When he looked around he saw the tunnel that led to his friend's former prison and followed it. When he arrived he saw Kurama lying on the floor with his heads on his paws. "Hey Kurama," he called out. The giant fox snorted. "Naruto, what brings you here to me?" he questioned. "Oh, I don't know. I just feel bored," he said honestly. "Then leave, I'm trying to sleep," the fox responded. He did not have time to deal with this. "Lazy fox," Hermes said with a snicker. "Baka Kitsune," Apollo growled as he shook his fist comically. "What does that even mean?" "Means stupid fox in Japanese," he told his sister. "Well, there's one thing," he admitted. He said to the fox. "And what would that be?" "I feel like my life is going to change today," he admitted. "That's practically a Tuesday for you, nothing new then," the fox said. "Ain't that the truth?" Naruto grumbled out in agreement. He had to give the fox that one. "If that's all you're worried about then leave, I wanna sleep," the fox said as he turned away from his Jinchuriki. "Lazy fox," Naruto grumbled out as he left. When he returned to his body he turned his senses outwards and felt the energy of the world around him. It was sick, dying. Nothing like his home. Drawing in some of the senjutsu chakra he nearly felt his eyebrows shoot open when he felt his consciousness being drawn away from him. "Wait, what?" Zeus exclaimed in shock. "She wasn't supposed to make an appearance until the defeat of his father." "Impossible. The fuck?" Poseidon and Hades exclaimed at the same time. "So glad she is dead," Percy said. "For once I agree, Prissy," Ares said with wide eyes. He had no desire to meet his great-grandma, especially with all that happened with the final Titanomachy. When he felt his consciousness stop moving he felt his eyes widen when he noticed he was standing in a cavern where the face of a woman was carved into the wall. "What the heck?" he questioned as he looked around. "Where am I?" he asked. "You are near my heart, but at the same time you are not," a voice said, drawing his attention to the wall where he saw the eyes of the woman carved in the wall open and blinking. What the, who and what are you?" he asked. The woman gave a girlish giggle. "Oh my, so much life in you, so much strength and determination are surrounding your being, heir of the high heavens," she said sultrily. "That doesn't answer my question," he grumbled out. "And such a way to look at those you see is unknown as well." "Naruto Uzumaki, you certainly are special," she said as the blonde's eyes widened in shock. "How do you know my name?" he asked her, shocked. "I wanna know too," Annabeth said in agreement. "Hush Annie, the story is being read," Talia said. "I am the being who has cradled life since the dawn of time. For you, however, I am both wife and beloved of the one who has reformed in your soul," she told him. "Like I said, heir of the high heavens, it suits you," she told him. "Asura, what does he have to do with you being his lover?" he asked. The head of the woman shook her head. "While you house the younger son of Hagoromo Otsutsuki within you, that is not who I speak of," the unknown entity told him. "You will come to do many amazing things while in this dimension, Naruto Uzumaki, and I truly can't wait to see them. Until that time comes, however, bear the mark of power upon your heart and go forward and forge your own path," she told him as the scars on his chest disappeared to reveal flawless skin where a tattoo of a four-pointed star appeared over his heart. The woman smiled softly. "Take care of my love for me, Naruto Uzumaki, and he will take care of you all the same," she said softly. "What do you mean by that? Wait, what is all of this? Who are you, and why are you so interested in me?" he asked her in a confused tone. The woman ignored him. "As much as I hated him for everything he did to my children, I should never have betrayed his love for me the way I did, and for that I am at fault. When he returns he will be far more humbled than ever before and balance shall be returned where it should be," she said as the face began to be absorbed by the rock wall. "Take care of him for me, will you, my beloved? He will need your power more than you can imagine in the coming future," she said to nobody in particular. "Wait, you didn't answer any of my questions," he called out to her. "We will meet again in the future. Until then, don't look back on our conversation, Naruto Uzumaki. And feel free to call upon the power within you as much as you like," she told him as she finally disappeared and released her hold on him, which allowed his soul to return to its body. "Well, that was anticlimactic," Talia grumbled out. "Shish, we need more information," Nico told her. Silence ran through the clearing as Naruto looked around him. Hardly half an hour had passed by since he had begun his meditation, and that was when he knew he was healed. He could feel the skin physically stitch itself back together, which caused him to look down as the remnants of the scar Kaguya had given him faded away. He shook his head as he stood up and jumped off the slab of rock and landed on his feet. Kicking the spire of earth, a crack appeared underneath his foot before the spire crumbled away, showing his immense control over his quake abilities. The sound of someone grumbling drew his attention, and he saw a lovely brunette girl with a spear in her hand appeared. She was soaked to the bone with water, showing something had happened. Wait a minute, Clarice said as she stopped reading and looked to Percy. This is the time you soaked me with toilet water and I couldn't find you, she growled out at the water boy. I did say I was sorry, he admitted. We'll discuss this when we finish the story, she said with narrowed eyes. Shaking his head as he noticed she wasn't wearing a bra. Shut up, Clarice said to everyone with red cheeks. She didn't like bras, so what? He cleared his throat, gaining her attention. She took a step back in surprise at his height, but she quickly got over it. Can I help you? She growled out. Naruto held his hands up. Calm down, I just wanted to ask what happened, he said to her. Oh, it was that no good water boy Percy Jackson, she growled out. She then realized something. Wait a minute, I haven't even seen you around the camp, who are you? She demanded warily. Naruto gave a grin. This was gonna be good. Jumping on one leg, he held out his right arm. Me, I am he who shakes the world with a solitary hit alone. I am the bringer of new eras with a destructive blast. I am the sage of Mount Myoboku, and the savior of the elemental nations. Women know of me and swoon, men hear of me and then they fear me. I'm the awesome Naruto Uzumaki, he exclaimed as he finished his dance. Clarice blinked a couple of times before she filtered through the bullshit where she realized his name, Naruto Uzumaki, like the anime. She asked him. I think I'm sensing a pattern here, Hera said with a chuckle. Wow, 2 for 2. Apollo chuckled out. Naruto blinked in return before he sighed. Okay, what the hell is anime? He asked her. And that is the end of the chapter, surprisingly, Clarice said with a chuckle. Who's next? She asked. Zeus snapped his fingers. I'll go next, he said with a sigh. If it got him off the couch sooner, he was all for it. Zeus cleared his throat as he began to read. Clarice looked to the teen with a raised eyebrow. How could you not know what anime is? I know, right? Apollo stated. Shut up, idiot, Artemis growled at her twin. Zeus rolled his eyes and continued. She asked him. It's like the coolest stuff to have been made right after MMA boxing, she told him. Gotta love that MMA, Ares said with a nod. She shook her head. And that's beside the point. Why are you named that anyway? Your parents love anime to the point they'll name their kid after a character, she said with a chuckle. Naruto grumbled something under his breath and looked to her. For one, I'm not from this world. 2, we aren't that advanced, he told her. Clarice shook her head. What do you mean by that? She asked before shaking her hand. Never mind that. My name is Clarice LaRue, she said, sticking her hand out to the large teen. She was lucky she was a good 6'3" as he was quite large. Both muscularly, and in height. Wait, what? Clarice exclaimed. I know that's a shock to us as well, Leo stated in agreement. She's 5'8", Hermes said with a measuring tape in his hand. Where did you get that? Apollo asked him. Magic. Ah, can we get back to the story, please? Thank you, Zeus asked. Drama queen, Poseidon muttered. Baby back bitch, Hades muttered to himself. Zeus grumbled something under his breath before he continued to read. Naruto took her offered hand and shook it. So who is your godly parent? He asked the tomboy dressed with a purple shirt under her leather armor. Now that he looked at her, he took in how attractive she was, far more than Sakura was. Clarice wore a purple shirt with a lightweight leather armor top over it. For pants she donned black skin-tight jeans. She had a bronze-colored bracelet around her left wrist while she had a purple gem necklace around her neck. All in all, 10 out of 10. Much better than Sakura was, since he could see she had a set of DD breasts without the bra on. Clarice grinned in return. Ares, god of war, she told him. So what about you, who's your godly parent? She asked only to get a shrug in return. Don't know, since the asshole hasn't claimed or whatnot, he told her, although I have a feeling it is one of the big 3, he admitted, causing Clarice to go wide-eyed. Wow, already tell her who he is, like a boss, Apollo said. That makes no sense at all, Artemis said. What do you mean by that? How could you carelessly say something like that? She asked, shocked he would declare himself a son of the big 3. Naruto took a deep breath. Well, to be honest, when I met Athena and Artemis they told me he was a god of the sea, but from what I have read there are several sea gods here, but only one of them has a ability that I do, he told her. And what that be? She asked him. Naruto held up a fist and lashed out away from the young woman, and a shockwave blasted out away from him, destroying a good amount of the clearing before the ground shook rather violently, which caused the young woman's eyes to go wide. When the shaking stopped a moment later, Clarice stood up in shock as she began to pace frantically. This was bad, really bad actually. Oh, this was not good at all. She turned and looked at him as he nodded his head at her. Clarice grabbed his hand and dragged him along after her. I swear if you're not claimed at the end of the day when capture the flag is over, I'm going to Olympus and ripping him a new one myself, she said before turning around. You're teaming up with Ares' cabin when this starts, she told him. Wow, Clarice, who knew you were so bold? Aphrodite said with a gleam in her eyes. Other me has a plan, I can feel it, she responded with a light dusting on her cheeks. If he could create shockwaves with a wave of his hand, oh the ease her team will have when the fighting started. See, Clarice said. Naruto raised a brow. What's capture the flag? He asked her. Clarice gave a huff before she turned around and explained the rules to him. He caught on quickly, especially when she said it was like shogi and the flags were the kings and they would be physically fighting to get them. Naruto grinned and punched a palm. Alright, when is the match? He asked eagerly. Clarice was about to answer him, only for the horn to blow, causing her to smirk. Right now actually. Come on, she said as she dragged him to the arena. This was gonna be good. Now we get to see some action, hope this'll be good as chapter 3. Ares said with a grin. Not to the extent you're thinking, but I have high hopes for this as well. Athena remarked in agreement. Heroes, warriors, fall in, Chiron yelled out as the demigods all gathered around him. Chiron crossed his arms and spoke loudly. Hustle, hustle. Dylan, Paris, stop your lollygagging. He ordered a couple of demigods in the back sternly. Ah, good kids those Dylan and Paris boys are. Good jokes, Apollo said. And such marvelous pranks they pull. Hermes agreed. No, they're not, Hera stated to the two. Chiron looked to Naruto, Sasuke, and Percy. Boys, step forward please. He told the three of them and they listened to his request. Placing a hand on Naruto's shoulder, we have been given 3 new arrivals these past few days. He told them as they listened to the ancient centaur warrior. This here is Naruto Uzumaki, he said. Like the anime? A unknown demigod asked. Holy shit, 3 for 3, this is awesome. Apollo said excitedly. We need to keep a tab of how many people ask that. Leo said. Do it. The boy's father stated. So far I have counted 3. Leo stated. Chiron chuckled at that while Naruto gave a grumble. Well, yes and no. Naruto is from the hidden isle of Leto as his companion is. He said as he placed a hand on Sasuke's shoulder. They have abilities similar if not the exact same as the ones in the series, he said. So a actual anime character in real life, sweet. A teen said with a grin as several others nodded. Oh yeah, a real powerhouse would be a great addition to either team. Chiron scowled. Dylan, I thought I told you to shut up and fall in, he said sternly, getting the teen to shut up. He cleared his throat. Now as I was saying, Naruto here is going to need a team in this game of capture the flag, he announced. Do we have any takers? He asked. Clarice stepped forward with a knowing smirk on her face, her red helmet glowing brightly. We got his back, Chiron, she stated, getting a cheer from her siblings. Chiron nodded his head. Very well, he said as he nudged Naruto towards the warrior princess. He cleared his throat. Does anyone? Chiron went to ask for a helmet as well as some armor for the half-naked teen, which he noted as odd, but Naruto interrupted him. It's alright, I don't need armor. My skin is as tough as diamond, he told the teacher, who nodded as he walked with Clarice to the red team, his bisinto clanking with each step he took as he walked away. Chiron spoke once again. Now, much like Naruto, this young man is also from the hidden isle of Leto. Treat him with the respect you give each other, he told them. This here is Sasuke Uchiha, he said, getting gasps from the demigods once again. Just like the anime. Does that still count? Leo asked. I guess it does, Apollo said with a shrug. Okay, that's 4. Okay, that's enough with the commentary. Chiron stated with narrowed eyes. Sasuke is going to need a team, as is this one. This is Perseus Jackson, though he goes by Percy for short, he said as he placed a hand on Percy's shoulder. Who will take them into their ranks as comrades? Chiron asked the large group of teens. We'll take both of them, Luke said as he stepped forward before anyone else could. He was wearing blue armor showing he was going against Naruto. Chiron nodded his head. Percy, this is Luke Castellan, counselor of Cabin 11. Sasuke is acquainted with him, but since this is your first day technically we'll have to get you up to speed after the game, he said with a smirk. With that out of the way, let the games begin. He announced, getting cheers from both teams. Oh, this was gonna be fun. You have 15 minutes to state jies before the battle for the flags commence, he stated as he walked away. XXX. Okay, everyone rally on me, Clarice announced as they stood in their territory. She cleared her throat as everyone gathered around her. Since we have a hell of a powerhouse on our team, 7th Hokage of the Leaf, hell yeah. Shut up, I am talking. She growled at her brother, who shrunk under her glare. Wuss. Ares snorted at his son. Now, as I was saying, she stated as she brushed her hair out of her eyes, with a powerhouse like Naruto on our team, I say we let him strike first, she said, getting nods from everyone around her. Yeah, spawn a army of shadow clones and we got this in the bag, a female stated. She knew her Naruto Shippuden really well. Naruto scowled. How did they all know his moves? He didn't even show that one yet. However, Clarice shook her head. While that would be great, the Naruto we got is vastly different than the anime, she said, getting curious looks from everyone else. What do you mean? A random camper asked. Oh yes, by all means please spill the beans, Poseidon grumbled. It was either that or let them find out the hard way, Artemis said to her uncle. Our Naruto is basically like Whitebeard off a One Piece, she said. That's right, she watched her anime, and it did not include she watched the update on the anime character last night either. The eyes of her allies went wide at the proclamation. That's right, he has the power of the Gura Gura no Mi, he can create earthquakes at will. We will use this to our advantage to throw the other team off balance before we strike them, she said. Naruto quirked a brow. Gura Gura no Mi. That sounded like a knockoff of his Kekkei Genkai. He shook his head as a male camper walked forward. Well, with that Bisanto of his we can do far more than that if what we saw on anime night was right, the teen stated. Wait, we have a anime night? Percy asked. Since when did we have that? Jason asked. Hell if I know, Leo stated. Sweet, Frank stated with a grin. What is it with men and anime? Talia grumbled out. Don't diss the anime, the men yelled out, some gods included through variation. Zeus cleared his throat as people looked at him and some of the other male gods. Let's continue, shall we? He said as he looked back at the book. Clarice smirked, and like I said, we'll use that to our advantage, she said. XXX. Annabeth stood beside Sasuke with her siblings and cousins standing around her. Okay, we all know what the Naruto world ninja are capable of, right? She asked as everyone nodded in agreement. Sasuke grumbled under his breath in annoyance. How did they know his techniques, and what the hell was anime? Literally not even 5 seconds before they had arrived, someone had asked him to show them the Chidori to see if he was legitimate or fake. Personally, Sasuke felt insulted about that one. Wow, that has to suck, Jason said. I know, right? Apollo said in agreement with his little brother. You know it has to suck when everyone asks you if you're the real one, Percy said. Indeed, Hermes stated. Wonder how this game will differ from the one we had, Clarice said. Annabeth looked to Sasuke. Can I assume correctly if you have the Rinnegan? She asked him and was given a nod after he have a pout. Seriously, how did they know all this? Annabeth nodded. Good, if we know the anime like we do, then we know Naruto won't go all out like you will, she said as they begun to formulate a plan. Wait, why doesn't he tell them about Naruto's quake abilities? Athena asked. Maybe he felt they needed to figure that one their own, Poseidon said with a shrug. Maybe, I find the mystery kinda hot, Aphrodite said. Nobody asked you, ya pile of foam, Artemis said. 15 minutes passed in a blur, and soon the horn bellowed, signaling the start of the match. Brace for impact, Clarice yelled out as Naruto stabbed his Bisanto into the ground while everyone on the red team grabbed a hold of something sturdy. Naruto drew his right fist up to his left shoulder as he faced the charging blue team. Now Naruto, she yelled out as the first warriors of the blue team arrived. With a grunt, he held back as much power as he could as he lashed his arm out, not only stopping the celestial bronze blade in its track, but also creating a very noticeable crack in the air. Oh boy, this is gonna hurt, Clarice said as she looked at the screen. This is not good, Percy agreed. The blade cracked before breaking apart, but Naruto acted fast as he reached out and grabbed the teen by the neck and lifted him off the ground and choke slammed him on the ground where a white bubble appeared around his head. No hard feelings, it's just a game, Naruto said as he unleashed the technique, causing the ground to explode around him, creating powerful quakes while a cloud of dust obscured him from sight. Charge! Naruto yelled out as he grabbed his Bisanto and ran forward, ignoring the unconscious teenager. A quake choke slam, that has to suck, Leo said as he watched the screen change to show the choke slam. I say whatever works is best, choke slams are a good way to disable an enemy. Ares said with a nod. Annabeth felt her eyes widen when she felt the ground shake. Was that Naruto? She asked as she looked to Sasuke. The last Uchiha nodded his head. In a way. He said. What does that mean? The daughter of the war goddess asked him. I never explained this, but I guess I have no choice now. Naruto has the ability to create and generate earthquakes. He has no name for them, and when he does use a name they are far more powerful than any Rinnegan technique that Madara or I could ever hope to conjure up, he said as he walked forward. Swiping his hand lazily, a red team warrior was sent flying into a tree. Use the force, Luke, Apollo said in an elderly voice. We don't need commentary from the crazy bin, Artemis said to her twin. And don't bring my boy into this, Hermes said with narrowed eyes. You could have told us that while we were planning Yano. Annabeth bit back. There was no need, as you would have found out either way, he said honestly with a shrug. Not much a reason if you ask me, Percy muttered. He could have informed us so Wood could plan for it. Annabeth grumbled unhappily. Well, no use in complaining. I assume that you have fought him with this ability then? She asked and got a nod. Good, then you distract him then, she said as she ran forward. Sasuke smirked. That was my plan to begin with, the Uchiha said with a snort as he rushed forward. Naruto grasped his Bisunto in one hand and thrust it forward, creating a blast of air that sent 10 blue team warriors flying. One warrior came rushing in from the left, only to be stopped as Naruto swung his polearm and stopped the sword. Gripping it with both hands, he brought it up and swung down, and the teen blocked it barely with his sword. Naruto moved quickly and brought it up, only to bring it down just as fast where the teen's sword chipped at the top of the blade. Releasing a hand on his Bisunto, he swung it from his right, the teen's left, and broke the warrior's sword as he brought it back around and grasped it solely with his left hand and brought it down once more, which broke through the teen's armor. Now that is what you call skill, Ares stated with an impressed look on his face. I agree, it takes extreme knowledge as well as high flexibility to wield a Bisunto with one hand, Athena said in agreement. Can't Whitebeard off a One Piece do that as well? Piper asked her boyfriend. Jason shrugged. Don't really know, to be honest. Not my top 10 favorite anime, he admitted. Poseidon gave a exaggerated gasp. How could you do that to your favorite uncle? He asked. He liked One Piece the most as Whitebeard's power was modeled after his power. I don't have a favorite uncle, Jason responded. The teen slid back and crashed into a tree as Naruto raised a hand and coated it with a white bubble of energy. You're done, he said as he lashed out, creating a powerful shockwave which slammed into the teen and the half-dozen others standing in the brush behind. The air was completely shattered and the shockwave unleashed knocked over good 30 yards of forest alone. Naruto sighed as he noticed the damage he caused, and that is why I hate fighting like that in a forest, he complained. At least he has some sense, Demeter grumbled to herself. A laugh drew Naruto's attention and the blonde couldn't help but smirk. Well, if that's the case, then why don't we see how much forest you can protect? Sasuke said as the entirety of his left side was covered in black flames. Naruto gave a chuckle. Garararara, that's what you think, he responded. Wait, are they about to pull a Whitebeard versus Akainu stunt? Clarice asked excitedly. Looks like it, Leo said as he and several others edged forward in their seats. Sasuke drew a arm back and suddenly a large fist made of hellfire was crafted as he gave a yell and threw it forward at his rival. Naruto gave a bellow as he drew his fist back and waited for the right moment to strike. At the same time, his entire arm was covered in chakra as he channeled it to every inch of his bone, muscle, veins, and pore in his arm as he enhanced his power tenfold in the strike. Whoop! Let's go! Ares cheered out. Armament Hockey 2.0 in the form of chakra, this rocks, Leo said excitedly. The fist of hellfire raced forward, and just as it reached Naruto, the blonde lashed out with a grunt and a monumental crack appeared, stopping the fist in its tracks, which then created powerful waves of energy from both attacks, drawing attention from both sides, where everyone went wide-eyed at the sight of the extremely high waves of energy that shot past the top of the trees around them. The TV screen showed the image of what had happened, and those who knew the monumental anime scene cheered at the sight. Demigods loved anime. Meanwhile, at the big house, Mr. D as well as Chiron had to brace themselves as the world around them seemed to shatter and quake. Chiron raced out of the house followed by the grounded god, where they looked east and saw the waves of energy clash against each other. By the gods, are they trying to kill one another? Mr. D growled out. Great, now he had to explain to his dad why an earthquake was being generated when there were no fault lines around. This day just got better and better. He looked to Chiron. See, this is what happens when I have to stay sober, he said. Chiron chuckled. I think that since Zeus is immortal that it doesn't mean that there is a time limit to how long he can hold a grudge, he said with a chuckle. Mr. D conjured a glass and bottle of wine and poured it, only for it to turn to water. The immortal gave a sigh as Chiron chuckled, causing the god to look at him. You know the Christians have a guy that can do this trick in reverse, right? He asked rhetorically. Now that's a god, he said with a wild look in his eye. Zeus looked to his son. Another 10 years to the punishment if that happens again, he said. But it's the other me. The immortal whined out. Several small explosions of power erupted around Naruto and Sasuke as they clashed against one another, holding back an extremely great amount of their power, trying to test their rival. When the energy died down, Naruto was grinning as was Sasuke. Not bad, Dobi. Sasuke complimented. Same to you, Tem. Naruto said in agreement before he lashed out, creating a shockwave which blasted the Uchiha away. But you need to keep your head in the game, he called out as Sasuke was sent flying through the forest. Ouch, that's cold. Apollo chuckled. Ninja have no honor, it suits him to be honest. Hermes said. Shut it, thief god. Poseidon said. While those two were hashing it out, the real Naruto looked to Clarice with a wince. So he did use the shadow clone technique, nice. Nico nodded. Okay, I have to give the boy that one, it was smart. Hades agreed reluctantly. I wonder if Sasuke used a shadow clone as well. Hera commented. Do you really think it was a good idea to have me send a clone in my place? He asked her. I know they pop with one good hit, but I put enough chakra in that clone that it could hold out against Sasuke in a one-on-one fight for 15 minutes, he complained to her. Clarice nodded her head. Everything has a reason. She told him, the reason I had you make that clone was so you could go after the flag on your own. It is over on the other side of the valley, and with your speed alone you'll be able to capture it and bring it back before Annabeth can come up with a countermeasure, she told the blonde. Wow, look at Clarice being a modern tactician. Annabeth complimented. Clarice grinned. I know, tell me more about how awesome I am, she joked. Naruto nodded his head at that. Honestly, this was why he was a frontliner in the war. His ability to turn the tide in any battle he took place in easily went to his favor with 3 techniques in. Madara Uchiha was the first exception, followed by Kaguya and Sasuke. Honestly, if it were just him fighting against Madara and Kaguya, he wouldn't have had to hold back as much as did, but since the others were with him, he had no choice. He didn't mind holding back, but sometimes it got a bit boring. The blonde looked to her. Well, I am heading out. Guard the flag, will you? He said as he humped into the trees above and begun to race towards the blue flag. However, as he was racing to the blue flag, he had to jump down from the tree when it exploded. Okay, who brought the missiles? Ares asked. Those weren't part of the last game, he said. Everyone looked to Leo, who looked around him to see who they were looking at. He felt his eyes widen in shock. Hey, that's unfair, Cabron, I don't arrive until later on, he said as he crossed his arms. Naruto slid across the ground and saw several hulky teens, not ugly or good looking as they were average looking teens, surrounded him. Naruto chuckled as he looked at them. You kids sure you want to do this? He asked them as he stabbed his polearm into the ground. You're the most powerful player on the field, we capture you, victory for the blue team can be assured, a young woman said confidently. Naruto shook his head as he raised his hands and gasped the air as if it were tangible. Don't underestimate me, he said as he yanked it down, causing the air to spiral at the group around him, which threw them into the air where they screamed in shock and destroyed the surrounding forest for 10 yards, and be glad that wasn't a quake technique or else my victory would be assured, he said with a grin as he jumped back into the trees with his Bisinto in hand. Wow, Hephaestus, he took your kids out with one hit. Apollo said, surprised. Usually those were some of the more stronger demigods at the camp. To beat an entire team at once like that was unheard of unless you were a Athena kid. Let's just be glad he didn't use a quake attack on the poor kids, alright. Demeter stated. Hephaestus nodded in agreement. As much as I hate to agree on this, yes, I am glad he didn't use a quake on them, he said. I honestly thought it was the same technique from the first chapter. Artemis said, she liked that one. Hera shrugged. Guess he has several variants of the technique, she said with a thoughtful tone. Naruto rushed through the trees once more, but this time at a faster pace, towards the blue team's flag. After about a minute and a half of running through the trees, he managed to locate the spot where the flag was being held. What he didn't expect to see was around 3 dozen clones of Sasuke standing around the flag guarding it. Naruto grinned at them. Now that's just unfair. Dozens of you versus little, OL me, he joked. One clone snorted. Says the one who spammed this technique constantly as a genin to get a upper hand in a fight, as it activated its Rinnegan in its left eye. Naruto cracked his neck. Alright, I'll give you that one, and I guess I can take this a bit more seriously. Naruto said as he readied himself for combat. Ooh, I wonder how this'll turn out. Aphrodite said. With that, Naruto charged a quake bubble around his fist, causing the clones to get into a stance, a purple aura surrounding them showing they were all using Susanoo to protect them. The white bubble began to pulse as Naruto drew his arm behind him. Quake when you hear the sound of shaking, he said seriously as he thrust the fist forward as the clones felt their eyes widen in shock. Aftershock, Naruto called out as he cracked the air in front of him. The following shockwave obliterated the clones in one fell swoop, and then destroyed the cliff standing behind them, causing it to crumble into the lake underneath it. Wow, gotta give the guy props, he really knows how to show a guy a good time. Apollo stated. I'm pretty sure he is straight. Annabeth told him. Naruto walked over to the water where the flag landed and reached for it where he picked it up. Now all he had to do was an arrow struck him in the shoulder out of nowhere, causing him to drop the flag where he sighed again. Really? He asked, standing up straight, where he then pulled out the arrow from his shoulder and tossed it behind him. A blonde-haired teenager walked forward as she placed her bow on her back while drawing a sword. Not today, Naruto, she told him. Naruto snorted. And what makes you say that? He asked her. I am a daughter of Athena. Battle strategy is my forte. I have never lost a battle. Especially for capture the flag, she told him. Naruto shrugged. Okay, what about it? He asked. The girl growled. You weren't supposed to have that ability, you weren't supposed to be born with it at all, it goes against everything we know about you, she said with frustrated eyes. Naruto shrugged. I guess life had other plans for me then, he said as he used the water to put the flag in his hand, which means, I don't think I care if you know most of my moves or not. I'm Naruto fucking Uzumaki, and I go against fate itself, he said with a grin before he vanished in a swirl of water. Water teleportation at its finest. Poseidon said. Zeus gave a grumble. We get it, he is your son now, can we continue without interruption, he said. Naruto reappeared downstream, near his territory, and grinned as he rushed to where his flag was and stabbed it into the ground where the red team gave cheers of victory. The horn blew, showing that the game had ended. The members of the red team ran over and lifted Naruto up into the air, cheering his name, causing him to laugh as he held an arm up. From where he stood, Sasuke smirked. At least here you get recognized for your ability. That makes me proud to be your cousin, Naruto, he thought to himself with pride. He had dispelled the clone and decided to watch the events unfold from where they were. He didn't expect for him to do that to his clones though, kinda rude if you asked him. Walking out, he clapped with the group while prisoners were released as the game had ended. Setting Naruto down, he walked over to Sasuke and held out a fist, which Sasuke placed his own back against it with a smirk. Good game, Dobi, he said. Not bad, Tem, he responded. However, the day was going to get more exciting as suddenly 3 glows floated over the heads of the new arrivals. Ah, I always loved this part, Poseidon said. Agreed. The other immortals said. A trident of sea blue appeared above Naruto's head as well as a 8-point star, while over Percy's head appeared a solitary blue trident. Sasuke had a dark-colored helmet appear over his head while a black chain with a sickle attached to it appeared next to it. What? All the Olympians roared in shock, and in some cases fear. What is it? Percy asked as Zeus held his chest to try and still his heartbeat. That explains so much, Hera whispered as she looked to Poseidon and Hades. I feel violated, Hades said. You feel violated, what about me? Poseidon asked his brother. I don't know what you prefer to sleep with, and personally I don't care. Hades said with a shudder, but I am starting to think I shouldn't have done that, even if it was me in a different universe, he said where Poseidon nodded in agreement. Annabeth shook her head and faced them. Okay, can one of you explain to me just what the hell has you birthing a herd of cattle? She said frustrated. They are not mere demigods, Annabeth Chase. Hestia said as she gulped while looking at the screen. Walking up to it she spoke, they are far more close to being actual immortals than any of you realize. She said seriously. Okay, explain, please. Annabeth ground out. Hestia sighed, they are demi-protogonoi with god blood added. She said, getting gasps of shock from the demigods. As it stand with their protogenos blood, they would be extremely powerful half-bloods, but it would be diluted a bit seeing as their mothers were the children, which in a sense makes them demi-titans. However, with god blood mixed in with the quarter protogenos blood, makes them the closest beings to immortality than any human being ever dreamt of without being blessed godhood, she said. Well, who are the primordials who had their mothers? I mean, if they are mothers. Leo asked. I am straight, the two brothers yelled out. Zeus cleared his throat. Let me just read and let you find out that way, he said. Chiron, who had came over to congratulate the winning team, knelt down nervously, as did all other demigods, and spoke loudly, Earthshaker, Stormbringer, father of horses, all hail Naruto Uzumaki, son of Poseidon. Heavenly Creator, first Lord of the heavens, King of the stars, all hail Naruto Uzumaki, grandson of Uranos, the primordial king of the sky. He called out as the demigods struck their shields with their swords and spears 3 times. What? The demigods cried out in shock. Hold on, there is more. Zeus said as he continued to read, Earthshaker, Stormbringer, father of horses, all hail Naruto Uzumaki, son of Poseidon. Heavenly Creator, first Lord of the heavens, King of the stars, all hail Naruto Uzumaki, grandson of Uranos, the primordial king of the sky. The demigods repeated. Earthshaker, Stormbringer, father of horses, all hail Percy Jackson, son of Poseidon. Chiron called out as the demigods struck their shields with their swords and spears 3 times once again. That we already knew, Percy said to himself. The rich one, the silent one, Lord of the dead and underworld, all hail Sasuke Uchiha, son of Hades. The pit of evil, father of the giants, Lord of all the creatures of darkness, first dark being, all hail Sasuke Uchiha, grandson of Tartarus, the primordial king of the underworld. He called out as the demigods struck their shields with their swords and spears 3 times. The demigods cried out. Tartarus. Annabeth cried out fearfully. I am possible. Percy stuttered. Not really. Hera muttered under her breath. We met Tartarus once, and I felt as if my will to fight had been sucked out of me. Annabeth said, frightened beyond words. And it seems that now we have to deal with a mortal grandson with his power. Nico said with narrowed eyes. Now you know why we said we feel violated. Hades grumbled. The rich one, the silent one, Lord of the dead and underworld, all hail Sasuke Uchiha, son of Hades. The pit of evil, father of the giants, Lord of all the creatures of darkness, first dark being, all hail Sasuke Uchiha, grandson of Tartarus, the primordial king of the underworld. The demigods repeated as they struck their shields with their swords and spears 3 times the final time. Rising up, Chiron began to mutter to himself, oh boy, this is bad. This is really, really bad. He said to himself, not just 1 or 2, but 3 sons of the big 3. This is not good, he said to himself. He needed a drink, hopefully Dionysus had something to help clear the headache that just formed for him, and it better be as stiff as hell one, he muttered to himself. Chiron wanting to actually drink, that's a first. Apollo said. First for everything really. Hephaestus muttered in agreement with his brother. 3 sons of the big 3, oh gods, this isn't good. Clarice muttered to herself. Chatter begun to spread quickly afterwards about there being 2 heirs of the first immortals, as well as sons of the big 3 having been claimed. Now we find ourselves back on track with Naruto hiding from several women, mainly from the Aphrodite cabin with several from the Ares cabin as well as Apollo cabin. Sasuke could only laugh when Naruto ran past him with the girls chasing after him. For once he was rather pleased it wasn't him that the fangirls were chasing after. What's so bad about fangirls? Jason asked. Several of the gods shuddered. Don't ask. Apollo said shakily. Not the best of things to ask an immortal. Poseidon grumbled. The horror. Ares said warily as he looked around him. Naruto had managed to evade them and now he was standing beside what appeared to be an extremely tall pine tree. Talia, Annabeth said. He huffed as he placed a hand against the bark of the tree, and looked behind him. He sighed in relief when he saw he managed to escape the clutches of his fangirls. He sighed as he sat down and leaned against the tree. Ya know a nap sounds good right about now, he told himself as he closed his eyes. However, what he didn't expect was to be drawn into some vast white room. He looked around in confusion. Where am I this time? He asked. His voice seemed to echo. Who are you? A female voice asked him, causing him to turn around where he saw a young woman dressed in punk black clothing. Meanwhile, Sasuke sighed as he walked around looking for something to do. Oh, we get to see some stuff from Sasuke's point of view, how nice. Hermes said. Well, technically he was looking for the horseman that had introduced them to this camp and he was surprisingly having a hard time finding the creature. Who knew that something so strange could be so hard to find? For the next 10 minutes the Uchiha walked around until he saw a big blue house with the lights on. Walking over to it he saw that the door was cracked open. As he went to push it open he heard voices. One was the ever-familiar voice of the horseman, the other was an unknown, and I am telling you it is literally impossible for the 2 of them to have taken the bolt when they had literally been flashed here to the camp the day before the bolt went missing. They have no idea how god weapons work, nor do they know what to do with them, the horseman argued. Wow, things must be different with their dimension. It was at least 2 weeks before Percy arrived that Luke stole the bolt. Hades commented. Huh, go figure. Zeus muttered in agreement with his brother. Did either of you think on the fact he is overhearing a conversation over the master bolt being taken? Hera asked. Ninja, was the reply. Bah, just because they just got here doesn't mean they used those clones of theirs to do the job, the other voice argued. The horseman sighed, be that as it may, they have no idea how this world works. They literally live in an age where technology like ours is a joke while they use the elements as toys. They wouldn't need to steal the master bolt to take down Olympus. From what I have heard, Naruto nearly did that with 2 techniques before he had Zeus swear he wouldn't harm him and Sasuke when he lied to the 2 of them by cheating them into an oath on the river, he stated. And who's to say he didn't just go back and take it? The man argued in return, think about it, Chiron, the man said. Chiron sighed, I have went through several dozen scenarios for how the bolt was taken. Someone who has already been to Olympus several times has vast knowledge on where the master weapons of the gods are stored in the Vault of Chaos, the one place only a demi-god has no ability to get into, only a god. A god might have opened it and allowed a hero to take it. Percy never had an idea he was Poseidon's son until he was claimed with Naruto, and even then Percy doesn't steal. Chiron stated. Well, why don't we just ask the oracle and see what she thinks about it? The man asked. Chiron snorted, I already did. She has given me a quest for the 3 of them to return the bolt to Zeus, he said. Wow, that was fast. Percy mumbled where Annabeth nodded in agreement. Well, what was the prophecy? The man asked. Chiron sighed and recited the prophecy, you shall go west, and face the god who has turned. You shall find what was stolen, and see it safely returned. You shall be betrayed by one who calls you a friend. And you shall fail to save what matters most, in the end. Heir of the darkness will rise, to protect the one who fell. While the hero of high heaven will take the bell, in order to keep heaven from falling to hell, he said to the man. That caused a bit of confusion. Percy looked at Apollo, okay, what does that mean? He asked. Apollo snorted, well, seeing as you know what the first several parts of the prophecy entail, I guess I can indulge you. He said, it means Sasuke will step up and protect Hades from being punished by Zeus while Naruto saves Zeus from Hades' army of undead, he answered. Wait, so there will be a war? Clarice asked and got a nod. Yes, but as you understand, Naruto and Sasuke put a stop to that when they stopped the opposing sides. Apollo said. It's more than that, explain it, Apollo. Artemis said. She knew he held back some things in a prophecy, but nothing as serious as what was held back now. Everyone looked to the sun god who sighed, it means that war will break out regardless. Hades will triumph against Zeus and will go to replace him as king of gods. Naruto will stop him by destroying his army of undead and will convince him to return to his duties as lord of the underworld. Sasuke will free Zeus of his binds to the underworld and see him safely return to his throne, he said reluctantly. Zeus and Hades quirked brows, discuss this later. Hades asked and got nods of agreement from the other immortals. Agreed. The gods said. Sasuke quirked a brow and decided to leave things as they were, they would come to light eventually. Now, where was the idiot loser he now knew was an actual cousin? Back with Naruto. Who are you? The punk girl asked warily. Naruto smirked at her, I'm Naruto Uzumaki. He introduced himself to her. Here it comes. Leo chuckled. Don't ruin it, flame brain. Talia said. The girl quirked a brow, like the anime. She asked. Laughter rolled through the throne room as Zeus read those words, even Talia knew what the anime was. Percy laughed. Oh man, that's awesome. Talia laughed. 5 times. Leo counted. Calming down, Zeus cleared his throat and continued to read. Naruto sulked, you to Tree-chan, he whined. Tree-chan, she exclaimed with a red tint to her cheeks, that's not my name. She yelled at him before she punched his shoulder. That's not my name, that's not my name, Aphrodite sang. Enough, you dumb pile of foam. Artemis yelled out. Don't hate the player, hate the game. Dite responded. Naruto chuckled as he rubbed his arm. This girl sure did pack a wallop in her fist. Well, seeing as I introduced myself first, tell me your name, he said with a grin. The girl grinned in return. My name is Talia, and I'm the daughter of Zeus, she said. Wait, your dad is the god that is the thunder shtick that rules over the other gods, right? He asked. Snickers were prominent in the throne room as Poseidon and Hades as well as Hera tried to hold back their laughter. Not one word from you two. He glowered before he turned back to the book while Hades and Poseidon shared a look with each other. Talia nodded her head. Yeah, why? She asked. Naruto sat down on a rock chair he pulled up from the ground, which might one add was white, and crossed his arms moodily. That jerk pulled me and my best friend from our home world and had to swear some oath because he was scared like a little girl that either of us would take over his throne. He said sourly, well, he more along the lines of tricked us, but he swore his own oath when I showed him I wouldn't take that standing down. He said with a grin at the end. Talia looked curious about that. Explain, she said. I kinda nearly destroyed Olympus on my own with an earthquake which forced him to submit and agree to the oath, he said with a chuckle. Talia looked curious. A earthquake? She asked. Naruto nodded his head. Yeah. And I somehow pulled down heavenly bodies with a single swipe of a arm. He admitted, but I honestly don't know how that happened, it was a spur of the moment type deal, he admitted. Huh, I honestly thought he didn't notice that, Athena said. Spur of the moment indeed. Hestia said. Meh, I thought it was cool. Leo, Ares, Hermes, and Apollo admitted at the same time. Of course you would, Annabeth said, pushing Leo's shoulder. Talia quirked a brow. Now I have to call bull on that, the 17-year-old said as she crossed her arms. And where the heck did you get the chair? She asked. Naruto shrugged. What, I have an extreme affinity for 3 elements, and I have extreme control over them. This was nothing, he admitted to her. The floor is white, this entire space is white, I haven't seen a color outside of the stuff I am wearing or my own skin for 8 years, she said. Naruto looked at her sadly. Oh, I didn't know, he said softly. As Talia went to speak, a new voice spoke up. So this is where your consciousness went to EH. A familiar voice to Naruto said. Wait, Sasuke can do that too? Leo asked. Seems so, Talia said. The hell, why can't I do that? Nico asked. Because you aren't a ninja. Jason said with a snicker. Well, demi-titan or whatever they are. Percy said. Demi-protogonoi. Everyone said. Sasuke, how'd you get here? He asked. The Uchiha snorted as he saw Talia's surprised look before looking to his cousin. Son of Hades, remember, or did that slip your mind with all the seawater in your head? He said jokingly. Huh, for once I am not angry at a sea brain joke. Percy said. Naruto crossed his arms with a huff. Just cause I am the son of Poseidon doesn't mean I am stupid, Sasuke, he said to the black-haired teen. Talia's heart skipped a beat, a son of Poseidon and Hades. Oh shit, this was not good at all. Sasuke looked to Talia. Who is she? He asked Naruto. The blonde looked to the punk girl. Her name is Talia, she's the daughter of Thunder Prick, he supplied. Snickers were heard throughout the throne room as Zeus scowled at his siblings and his sons as they heard that one, they would have to use that later on. Zeus, however, put away his pride and continued to read. Sasuke nodded his head. Okay, he said. That all you have to say? Talia asked, speaking up as she broke out of her shock. Okay, well, I for one am not. Okay, from what I just heard, she said. And why is that? Sasuke asked her. Children of the first 6 original gods are far more powerful than those of the newer generation gods like Ares or Athena. They were the children of titans who hold absolute control over their domain. Their children, aka our parents and the other Olympians, are more powerful than they were when they overthrew them, she informed them. Sasuke shrugged. Okay. He repeated himself. Talia gave a growl. Don't you get it? We are more powerful than other demigods, she said to him. Sasuke snorted, and he motioned to Naruto and himself are also grandchildren of primordials. We hold far more power than a standard demigod like yourself. In fact, we defeated one ourselves, he told her. Talia snorted. I know that, I watched the anime, she said. Sasuke gained a blank look. Okay, what is it with everyone having watched us without us knowing it? He asked, looking to Naruto. The blonde shrugged. I have no clue, and I'm the dumb one out of us, he admitted. You know it takes a lot of guts to admit that you're stupid. Athena said, looking to Poseidon. Shut it, owl pellet. He growled at his niece. Sasuke sighed as he rubbed his brow. Never even said that, but okay. He mumbled before looked to Naruto. Naruto, we need to talk, it is important, he said hesitantly. Naruto, seeing this, instantly grew serious. What is it? He asked. Sasuke looked to Talia. Apparently your father's weapon has been stolen, and it was too convenient as it happened the night we arrived or something like that from what I overheard, he said, looking back to the shocked Naruto. Well, shit, Thalia summed up. Naruto nodded his head in agreement. So what are we supposed to do about it? It's not like we are gonna head out on a mission to recover the weapon or something. Naruto said. Actually, that's exactly what's going to happen. Sasuke said, the horseman as well as the immortal that watches over the camp are going to issue it to me, you, and 3 others. Possibly 4 from the sounds of things. He said. Wait, wouldn't that mean that they have to take Grover, Annabeth, me, Naruto, as well as Sasuke? If so, who is the last one to join us on the quest? Percy asked, getting nods. Wow, you actually used your head for once. Talia joked. Let's just listen and find out. Nico said. Naruto sighed, if it comes to that then we will need to take my half-brother and the person that brought him here. That just leaves 1 spot left open in the quest, he said. And I have a feeling that it has already been filled by someone. Sasuke said with a thoughtful look on his face. Naruto nodded, so, what are we waiting around for again? He asked with a smirk on his lips. And that is the end of the chapter. Zeus said with a sigh. Finally, I felt as if that one lasted forever. Apollo said as he slumped in his chair. Artemis nodded along with several others, for once I agree with you, she said before looking to her father. How about we call it a night and we gather again in the morning when we are all rested up, she said, where everyone muttered agreements with the moon goddess. It was early morning on Mount Olympus and all of the readers that had left had once again gathered to finish the tale that had enraptured the readers had gathered once again. Jason Grace stretched as he sat down next to his girlfriend and leaned back in the seat he was in while he wrapped an arm around her. Zeus and the rest of the gods appeared in their own fashion while the rest of the demigods that had been summoned yesterday filed into the throne room and sat in their own spots. Zeus cleared his throat. Well, seeing as we are all here today, who wishes to read first? He asked as he picked up the book. Give it, I'll read it. Ares said, grabbing the book. That's a first. Artemis said with minor shock, scratch that, a lot of shock. Yeah, I know, Ares wanting to read to book. I think the world might end this time around. Athena agreed. Ares glared at his sisters. Hey, I can read if I want to, I just don't like the idea of having to read, he responded. Mean sisters they were, if you ever met them you would understand. Clearing his throat, the god of war begun to read. Pale lavender eyes looked around nervously as she took in the sight of her surroundings, and upon reading this Ares stopped reading. Who the fuck is this bitch? He asked. Hey, language Ares. There are children present. His mother reprimanded him. Not like they haven't heard it before. Hephaestus muttered under his breath. Pale lavender eyes, sounds like a hyuga. Apollo said. Jay, just read Ares. Zeus grumbled out, he was rather exhausted from this bullshit. At first she had gotten a letter from her mother, which is strange as her mother died when she was little and she had never gotten anything from her mother since she was a child. It was strange, this place was just so dead, and the air tasted horrible. Not to mention the people were not so kind to help a blind girl out. Seriously, these people were assholes. Hey, but it was always funny to see them try and push her around. Score 1 for female warriors. Artemis nodded in agreement. I think I like this young woman, she said. Aphrodite rolled her eyes. Of course you would, virgin, she snorted. Hussy, prude, tramp, stick in the mud, slut. Okay, enough with the arguing, I'm trying to read here. Ares called out. Asshole, jerk. Zeus blinked. Ares, I think you should continue while you can. He pointed to his shocked son who nodded in agreement. Seeing those two agree on something was like announcing the end of the world. I wonder how Naruto and Sasuke are doing. I mean, it has been 3 months since they left our world for this one, the young woman said. Wait, so time moves faster in their world? Ares asked. Seems so, Athena said. Who'd have thought? Apollo said. Not you, that's for sure. Artemis stated. Lee, finish that sentence and you be in the same boat as Zeus was when Hera removed his crotch. Artemis said. Ares snorted. I'd pay money to see you do that. He admitted before he looked back to his book. Well, no sense in trying to figure that out. I have to reach Camp Half-Blood, she said as she looked at the note telling her where to go. Hopefully she wouldn't run into any more weird creatures like that multi-headed dragon thing. Seriously, how did people not notice that thing? It was a good thing she managed to kill it or else somebody could have gotten hurt. Wait, what? Hermes said in shock. Hell, a lot of the Olympians were in shock. She took on the Hydra and killed it on her own. He asked. Depends on which one she took on. It could have been the Zephaniah Hydra, you know, the lazy one that doesn't fight. Aphrodite said. Hermes nodded his head. That is true. That thing just doesn't do anything, so lazy, he said. She was only about 10 miles away from this camp, so hopefully she would make it in time. Running quickly, she soon entered the tree line and bounded up into the canopy, where she began to move faster in the direction she needed to go until she was all but a blur. Meanwhile, Naruto sighed as he sat his table with his little brother. Naturally, he was shocked when he learned he had a sibling, but in all honesty, he was glad he had a brother. Naruto soon learned that his brother's name was Percy Jackson and he was from New York, which was a city bustling with people. Naruto told his brother some of his adventures with his friends, and how he unlocked his Kekkei Genkai, saving Tsunade from Orochimaru when he was 12, when he was sent to inform her she was the 5th Hokage and the first female Kage ever. Soon they learned that they both loved to eat candy, a secret Naruto kept close as he didn't want people to know. Wait, I thought he liked ramen, Clarice said in confusion. I thought so too, Frank said. That's your favorite food, candy? Jake asked him. What? Sweet tooths are nothing to scoff at, Percy said in his defense. Keep telling yourself that, Percy, Talia said with a snicker. It was around then a voice called out to him, Naruto, where's is Naruto at? The voice Naruto knew all too well. It was Clarice. Naruto turned and gave a whistle where he watched as she walked over. Hey Clarice, what's up? He asked her. Clarice smiled at him. Nothing much, Whiskers, but I was told that Chiron and Mr. D needed you and Sasuke at the big house, she told him. Ah, so it was time. It had been about 3 hours since Naruto was told by Sasuke about their upcoming job to save the world from their thunder-headed uncle. Naruto nodded his head. Alright, I'm coming, he said as he got up from his table. Be right back, bro, he said to Perseus. Wait, why does he address me as Perseus? I don't even like being called that, Percy complained. It's Naruto, he says what he thinks, Clarice said. With that, he begun to follow the daughter of the war god to the big house for his job. Leaving Naruto alone, the warrior girl watched as Naruto walked inside. Inside, Naruto saw Sasuke and Chiron as well as Mr. D sitting around a table waiting patiently for his arrival. Ah, good, you made it, Chiron said with what sounded like a sigh of relief. Naruto nodded his head. Yeah, I heard you wanted to speak with us, Naruto said to the centaur trainer. Chiron nodded his head. Well, as I am more than aware of Sasuke's eavesdropping, I am sure you know what is about to take place, he said, getting a nod from the blonde. Chiron sighed. Naruto, there is no easy way to put this, but the master bolt belonging to your uncle Zeus has been stolen and Zeus now blames you, Sasuke as well as Percy on it going missing, he said to the blonde. Naruto looked confused at this. While I can understand something going missing and being blamed for something, how is it even possible for us to find a place we never physically made our way towards when we were zapped out of the place to begin with? He questioned. Chiron nodded. I asked myself the same question, but nevertheless you three will be the ones to make up your own teams to find the bolt. That means Percy has to join you on this quest as well with his own team. The two of you may choose 2 others to join you on your quest after you inform Percy that he will be joining you on it while he chooses his own team, Chiron said. Wait, all 3 of them can choose their team? That is so unfair, I want to live there now, Annabeth said with a pout. Percy and several other demigods nodded in agreement. Same here, this place sucks, Jason said in agreement. Why can't we do that? Piper asked her mother. Shit happens, and you can't do anything about it. So suck it up, Buttercup, Ares said before he continued to read. Naruto sat down and crossed his arms. Well, my first choice for people on my team would obviously be Clarice LaRue, as she is, from what I hear, one of the camp's best fighters, he said to the horseman. And your second? Chiron asked him. Naruto shrugged. I'll figure it out, he said with no conviction in his voice. Chiron nodded his head before looking to Sasuke. And what about you, Mr. Uchiha? He asked the black-haired warrior. Sasuke leaned forward. Well, I know that some things we do need to be unseen, so I will like to have a child of the love goddess to accompany us where she can hypnotize people into forgetting about it. The counselor of the love goddess cabin will do fine, and she is a good person to work with from what I hear, he said. We have the mist for that, Chiron explained. Okay then, never mind, Sasuke muttered. Oh Selena, how far you fell when you betrayed us. Annabeth sighed out. She was a good friend. Fine then, I would choose a good tracker, somebody that knows how to not only avoid unnecessary problems, but one who knows how to live off the land for a prolonged period of time, he said, unless there is nobody like that here, Sasuke said. Chiron shook his head. Unfortunately we don't, as the ones with those kinds of credentials are with the goddess of the hunt, Lady Artemis. However, I am sure something will happen to ensure you safely return, Chiron said with a sigh. Before any more words could be spoken, the door to the big house opened to reveal Luke, who was breathing hard. Chiron, a new demigod's appeared, she just arrived not even a minute ago, he said. Wow, I honestly didn't think she'd make it that fast. Apollo said. Same here, I wonder whose child she is. Artemis questioned curiously. Aphrodite looked to Ares, who had a shocked look on his face. Well, don't just keep it and tell us whose daughter she is, she said. Ares begun to chuckle before he begun to roar with laughter. It became so bad his face became blue from lack of air in his lungs. Okay, what is so funny? Athena asked him with a scowl. Ares looked to Poseidon. Well, it looks like somebody was pissed at somebody, he said before he begun to read. Just as Poseidon went to question him, Chiron looked to the demigod. Was she claimed? He asked the counselor of the Hermes cabin. Luke nodded. Yeah, but you're not gonna believe who she is, he said as he ran out with Chiron and the two demigods following him, where they saw a large crowd surrounding someone, obviously the new demigod. Creon made his way through them as he begun to issue out his order. All right, clear out and make way. Allow me to meet the newcomer, he ordered out as the crowd parted to reveal one Hinata Hyuga. Aha, I knew it was a Hyuga, Apollo said, only for his eyes to grow wide with all the other Olympians at the symbols above the girl's head in the picture. However, it was Poseidon that took the cake. What? He screeched out. Hades snickered into his hand. It seems that Amphitrite got sick of you fooling around one too many times, he said. Poseidon sighed and shook his head. I honestly should have seen this coming, but never in my dreams would I have thought she'd be her daughter, he moaned out. Zeus cleared his throat. That's not all. Look above her head just beside her mother's symbol of power. Oh fuck, Hermes said in shock. We are so screwed, Aphrodite said. When the hell did that happen? Hera questioned. Yet another demiprotogonoi has entered the fray, Artemis said with an amused look on her face. Naruto and Sasuke walked over and gave waves of greeting. Hey Hinata, what's up? I didn't know you were a demigod, he said to the Hyuga heiress, who blushed when she saw him. Sasuke quirked a brow. So, whose daughter is the Hyuga? I also assume she's what you guys called a legacy with her having two of those symbols over her head, he questioned as he pointed to the slowly fading images above Hinata's head. Said images were a trident with a seal circling around it with what appeared to be a cluster of stars beside it. Chiron kneeled on the ground along with the other campers. Queen of the seas and spring, mother of seals, all hail Hinata Hyuga, daughter of Amphitrite. Second dark being, primordial of the night, mother night, all hail Hinata Hyuga, granddaughter of Nyx the nighttime primordial. Chiron said as the demigods cheered in elation. Yet another ninja had joined the ranks. Oh fuck, Nyx, Percy groaned out. Seriously, we had one run-in with her and we nearly died for good. I don't like this one, he said. Nyx is just stubborn, but she isn't all that great either, Hades said. Says you. Most of the Olympians said with scowls. Nyx was a utter bitch. Naruto grinned. Awesome Hinata, those are some cool relatives, he told her, getting a blush. Sasuke rolled his eyes. Idiot, he muttered. His relatives were better. Clarice walked up and nudged him. Who the heck is she? She asked with crossed arms. She knew exactly who she was, but she just wanted to make sure. Yeah, couldn't let that Hyuga bitch claim her man. Ooh, somebody's jealous, Aphrodite sang. Can it, Aphrodite? We are trying to listen to the story, Artemis said. You're not denying it, the Lady of Dove said. Shut it, ya pile of foam, Artemis said loudly. Children, now is not the time, Hera said. Naruto looked to the daughter of war. Oh, it's just Hinata. She's a old friend of mine and Sasuke's from back in the day. We went to the academy together where we graduated to become ninja, he said. Clarice nodded her head. Oh, she said, she better remain friends with him. The way the kids act in the second series annoy the shit out of me. Besides, I would be twice the woman in bed than her, she thought to herself. Okay, even I have to admit that sounds like jealousy, Ares said, ignoring his daughter's embarrassed wail of, Dad. Wow, he finally gets the memo. Athena states. Hey, I may not be smart, but I ain't dumb, he retorted with a sneer. She then shook her head in confusion. Okay, where did those thoughts come from? I have never thought like that before, she thinks to herself. Jealous, Aphrodite sang out. Enough, Aphrodite, we are not here to listen to you make up ideas for a relationship, Hera ordered her. Ah, party pooper, the Lady of Dove said with a pout. Chiron cleared his throat before talking loudly. All right, that's enough, return to doing what it was you were doing, he ordered before looking to Hinata. Miss Hinata, I am privileged by meeting you. I am Chiron, trainer of heroes, so if there is anything that you need you may come ask me. However, I think that your arrival has signaled something for young Sasuke here, he said, pointing to the Uchiha before walking away. Hinata felt her eyes widen where she turned and saw both Naruto and Sasuke, where she ran over and breathed a sigh of relief. You guys don't know what a relief it is to see a familiar face, she said as she looked around her. Can you tell me what's going on? She asked. Sasuke shrugged. As you know, gods exist. We're in a camp for the children of said gods, thus making us children of the gods. We, he said, pointing to Naruto, Percy, and himself, have a job to do, so I was hoping you'd join my team, as Naruto is currently walking away with his own. Sasuke said plainly to the young beauty. Percy stepped up. Not to sound like a party crasher here, but since you guys are already skilled fighters, can I have at least one ninja on my team? You guys could take anything on here, but I'm a newbie to all of this, he said. You know, for once you could surely have a good plan, and it doesn't involve me saying I'm going regardless. Annabeth said. Thanks. Percy said. Just take the compliment, Prissy. Ares said, looking up from the book in his hand. Sasuke-san, I think he has a point, but, Hinata said, looking to Percy, I'm afraid I can't do that, she said. What? Why not? Percy asked. Wouldn't it be better for someone you know to tag along with you, someone you can trust to have your back? Hinata said. It was at this time Grover ran up. Sup, Perk, and a new girl, he greeted jovially. Good ol' Grover, can't go wrong with the guy, Percy said. Of course you can, why do you think we let them track you demigods down? Mr. D said. 'Cause you're too lazy to do anything other than whine about a booze binge. Athena said. Well, not only that, but I'm not gonna deny it, the god of madness said. Sasuke stepped forward. Alright, introductions. Seeing as Naruto left to go get the daughter of war, who is obviously infatuated with him, and gods above, who knows who else. Hinata, this is Grover, he is what is known as a satyr. Grover, this is Hinata, a old classmate of mine. He introduced the two of them. Hello, it's very nice to meet you, Hinata said nervously. Ah, she definitely gets that from her mother, Hera said with a smile. By the way, brother, does Amphitrite still blush like when she was younger? Zeus asked the sea god. Unfortunately, yes, he responded. Wow, I would have figured she would grow out of that after siring your sons. Hades commented. I did too, but she is still prone to it, Poseidon said. Same to you, Percy said. Sasuke looked to Hinata. He's Naruto's half-brother, he told Hinata. You're Naruto-kun's brother, she asked him. Yeah, I'm younger by 2 years though, if we did the math right, he said. At least I think we did, though, I was never good at math, he admitted. Neither was Naruto, the two demiprotagonoi said together. Well, at least we know you're not alone, Annabeth said. Gee, thanks, Percy drawled out. All Percy could do was mentally thank the gods. Someone who understood his pain. Meanwhile, Clarice had to clear her ears out just to be sure what she heard was right. Okay, I may think I'm hearing things, but can you please repeat that? She asked the blonde. I want you on my team, he told her. I also need a medic to come with us, but I have no idea who to ask, he informed her. Well, it's a good thing that I'm good at both fighting and healing. I'm actually one of the better medics here. Not as good as some of Apollo's kids, but still one of the top healers here, she told Naruto calmly. Good, then I guess my team's made, Naruto said. Wait, what? The gods and their children asked in confusion. I did not get that at all, Percy said. Yeah, same here, Clarice said. What is he even talking about? Annabeth asked. Hell if I know, Talia said. I'm confused as fuck right now, Jason said. Same, Frank spoke. What did he say? Leo asked in confusion. What? Clarice asked him in confusion. Well, you're a combat medic. Not as good as Granny or Sakura-chan, but still a combat medic. We'll need that on the quest. From what I can guess, Percy will team up with his friend Grover and Annabeth, as she seemed eager and she is smart as hell, so it's a given we'll need someone with knowledge we don't have. Grover is a tracker due to him having to go out and find demigods, so it's a given he's coming. Hinata is a great tracker with her eyes, and she can see enemies from a great distance and can inform us of what is coming. Me, you, Sasuke, Percy are all heavy hitters, so we'll be at the front. Since you're also a healer, you are also able to patch us up, so we're covered, he said. So, am I the only one who heard that come from his mouth? Leo asked. No, you're not, I heard it too, Percy said. Holy shit, that was some of the smartest planning I have heard from one of your, Poseidon. Hera said. I may not be the best, but there are some exceptions, the sea god said. Clarice couldn't help it and giggled like a girly girl, something found extremely cute, before she managed to calm herself down to look at Naruto. Okay, even I have to admit that what you just said was some of the best planning I have heard for a quest of this size. She admitted, but what about this? What happens when we confront the thief? She asked him. We kill him or her. Simple as that. He told her. Clarice quirked a brow. So, you'll just off him or her for the hell of it? She asked him. Naruto shrugged. Well, yeah. Wouldn't the gods do the same since it was one of their weapons that was stolen? He asked. Yes, but what if it is someone you know? She asked him. I can't say. He answered. Okay, what about this? What if it is someone you know, someone you have gained trust from and have come to respect? She asked him seriously. I'll ask why they did it, then see from their point of view if what they did was right or wrong. If I can manage to see their flaw, then I can attempt to stop them from doing something really stupid, he told her. Clarice sighed. It was the best she was gonna get from him and she knew it. It was Naruto after all. Go. Fucking. Figure. Well, she's not wrong. Athena said. Gee, thanks Aunt Athena. Clarice muttered. Nearly an hour later, the quest-goers were getting one last meal in at the camp before setting out on their quest. Unfortunately, they were not allowed to sit at their camp tables, as they were quest-goers. They had one provided for the group to eat at. Naruto was chatting with Percy about something he had done as a kid which caused his younger sibling to laugh at what he had done. Sasuke was planning with Clarice in the way of strategy in case a fight were to break out. The daughter of Athena pitched in whenever she thought she should, and soon a thought of a plan was formed. Grover was sitting at the table eating his tin cans. He never could help himself. Annabeth said to herself. He wouldn't be Grover if he wasn't obsessed with them. Percy said. Good ol' Grover and his tin can munchies. Leo said. He is one of the more tolerable satyrs. Clarice admitted to herself. However, that changed when the bonfire that shared their food with the gods exploded violently, sending the campers into a frenzy as they readied themselves for a fight. However, what they weren't prepared for was for Hades himself to emerge from the flames as if it were just an ordinary thing. Naruto Uzumaki, show yourself to me. He ordered the blonde, come forth and hand the master bolt over to me. He preened the young offspring of his brother. Naruto walked forward. I don't have the bolt dipstick. He called out. Oh, Hades said curiously, I was under the impression that the most powerful human in the world would do anything for his father, such as steal the king's master weapon, the god of death said carelessly. Wow Hades, you're really getting into this one. Zeus said. Well, I do paint a scary picture. The death god gloated. Naruto shook his head, and you'd be wrong. How can I steal something when I have only been to the main throne room? I don't know where Olympus is located in this world, nor would I know of a place that keeps weapons for gods locked up, the blonde responded. Only 'cause that is your excuse. We have evidence that it was you who stole the bolt from the vault, and you can't tell me that crashing through things isn't your style, the god stated. On what grounds? I've been here since Thunderprick sent me here. Hell, your son can vouch for me, he said, pointing a thumb at Sasuke. Not really, it's not my job to keep an eye on you all the time, the Uchiha retorted to him. Hades smirked darkly before waving to his son. See, even my boy vouches that he is not your keeper. How is it that none of these demigods know that you didn't just sneak out and ask for transportation to Olympus just so you could find the bolt and hold it over our heads? He questioned. I mean, with your famous shadow clone jutsu, this is a very possible possibility, is it not? Even you can't deny that it was possible to have both a shadow clone go to Olympus and steal the bolt by swapping places with it, as well as stay here when in fact you could have left a clone in your place on the night of the theft. Hades commented. Wow brother, you're really laying it on thick on the poor boy. Demeter said in honest surprise. Like I said, I paint a scary picture, he said. Those are all valid points he makes. Athena said. But, so does Naruto. Hera said. As valid as you make in your points, you also forget. I also wanted nothing to do with the gods or their domains. So why don't you do us a favor and shove off? Naruto responded before walking away. Alright then, have it your way. I guess your mother will just have to suffer for your incompetence. Hades said. Dude, you don't just threaten the mother like that. Apollo said. Yeah man, that's against the bro code. Ares said looking up from the book. You forget I also did the same to Jackson. Hades commented. Yeah, but not like that. Percy said. Naruto stopped in his tracks. Now it was one thing to accuse him of something he didn't do. It happened more than once and he even went to jail, Actually prison if one wants to get technical with it, for those accusations against him. It was a completely different thing to say things about his mother when she wasn't there to defend herself from the guy, although he was pretty sure she could make even him quiver in fear on her own. He turned around. I dare you to say that to my face, you piece of shit. He dared the death god, shocking a lot of the demigods around him, only he didn't notice his eyes turn a interesting shade of black with a 8-point star in them with smaller stars around it. Hades made no comment about his eyes, being the only one to notice them change, and smirked as he leaned down to the boy. I told you, your mother will be the one to suffer from your ignor. He didn't finish as Naruto launched a powerful uppercut to the god's chin and sent him flying into the air. Kids got balls of steel to do something like that, Hephaestus commented. I'll say, and they must be really big ones at that if he managed to do that to me. Hades said with an interested look. Ooh, that had to hurt. Leo said with a wince, though he was also smiling. That's gonna bruise. The daughter of Pluto said in agreement. The demigods, nymphs, satyrs, Chiron, Mr. D all watched with wide eyes as the death god was sent to the sky with the powerful hit. However, Naruto wasn't done with the guy who threatened his mother to damnation just because he wanted to pick a fight with him. The ground shook and shattered as Naruto was launched into the air to a point just above Hades. With a yell, he launched a powerful roundhouse to the god's face that sent him hurtling across the forest before he crashed into Naruto's forearm in the form of a clothesline that caught the god's throat and caused him to spiral in the air before he crashed into a rock formation. Naruto dove down with vengeance in his eyes. Landing on the ground, he waved his arm around and Hades was thrust up from the earth and into Naruto's foot, where he crashed through several trees. Reaching his hand up, he pointed a finger at the high god, and the stars above glowed brightly as he gave a yell, causing several of them to fall from the heavens. Explosions ripped through the heavens before they crashed down on the god of death. So his anger gives him better control over the elements he commands. Zeus said in observation. Interesting, I think he might be as good as you are with your geokinesis. Nico said, looking to Percy. Geez, remind me if I ever meet him, not to piss him off. Leo said. Noted. Clarice said. Naruto then raised his hands into the air as he watched Hades bat away one of the incoming falling stars, and with a yell he brought both his hands down like he did during Capture the Flag. A powerful ripple of air burst forward at Hades, only to be swatted away with a flick of his wrist. Once more Naruto growled as he summoned his trusty Bisunto into his hands. Hades narrowed his eyes when he looked at the weapon, the spear of the High King. It does exist after all, he thought to himself. The boy had no idea what he held in his hands. Do what? Leo asked. It's the spear of Uranus, the first king of the heavens. Didn't you hear from the earlier chapter? Annabeth said. Well said, Annabelle, Mr. D said with a nod, ignoring her comment of her real name being Annabeth. Okay, explain to me how he is holding it. Aren't weapons for gods supposed to slowly drain us of life the longer we hold them? Percy asked his girlfriend. Only if we don't allow you to use them without our permission. If you have permission, you are fine. It usually takes a couple years for it to happen though if it is stolen from us. Artemis commented. He is a different type of demigod. He is the son of one of the big three, but he is also the son of a demiprotogonoi, which would in sense make him a demi-titan. However, he is also a Uzumaki, which if you have watched the anime, are blessed with incredibly long lives. The Uzumaki live for centuries at a time, some live to their third century if they are blessed with a powerful enough life force. Now couple the fact he is a half Uzumaki with him being 2/3 immortal, then he has a powerful enough life force to not only hold a Primordial's weapon, but wield it in conjunction with his own powers. Athena supplied. Oh, some of the men said in unison. They had in fact ignored the earlier chapters, so thus needed the explanation. So, you think you can take on a god? Very well then. Hades said as he conjured up a sword. With that he charged at the enraged blonde. Naruto grasped his Bisunto in one hand and thrust it forward, creating a blast of air that sent Hades sliding back, unlike the kids from Capture the Flag who learned to fly. With a yell of anger, Naruto swung his polearm and stopped the death god's sword. Gripping it with both hands, he brought his polearm up and swung down, and the god blocked it barely with his sword. Naruto moved quickly and brought his weapon up, only to bring it down just as fast where the conjured Stygian iron sword chipped at the top of the blade. Releasing a hand on his Bisunto, he swung it from his right, the god's left, and broke the sword as he brought it back around and grasped it solely with his left hand and brought it down once more, which broke through the god's armor. With a yell, Naruto drew his arm to his shoulder, where he quickly lashed out with a powerful blast that sent Hades sailing through the trees. However, this didn't work as well as it had with the teens. Hades gave a roar as the trees that were piled on top of him turned to dust and he charged at Naruto. What happened next was a powerful clash between steel and wits. Hades was grinning darkly as he clashed his sword to Naruto's bisunto. With a yell, the god launched his foot to the teen's chest and sent him flying back where he crashed into the forest. However, it was as if it was a mere scratch to the boy. The trees exploded off of him in a shower of splinters and sparks as Naruto walked forward and looked to his quarry. Hades waved his hand at Naruto and suddenly a legion of dead rose from the ground. Naruto growled ferally as he twisted his bisunto's handle and Hades watched in fascination as the spear shrunk down into a set of twin demonic blades that had chains attached to them, where the twin chains wrapped around both his forearms. No way, Leo gasped. The blades of chaos, shut the front door. Percy said in shock. Where the hell is this coming from? Ares asked in confusion. I never did like the other god of war games besides the first, but this is cool. Clarice said with a shrug. So unfair, I've always wanted to have the blades of chaos. Frank pouted. Same here, that is so mean. Jason said. You guys know, they can be made by Leo and the other members of my cabin, right? The smith god asked them. Hades narrowed his eyes, he doesn't realize he is slipping into a rage. He is not even in control of his actions. The king's spear is the only weapon that has the ability to take on the form its user desires, and in this case, it is a set of twin swords that are attached to chains wrapped around his wrists. He thought to himself, I have to finish this soon and quell the boy's rage or else he'll die from his rage. Hades finished as Naruto gave a yell as the blades glowed white before Naruto threw them out, forcing Hades to dodge out of the way where the ground shook upon contact, the power he surged through being released. Oh, that's cool. I didn't know that, Athena said. It's something only we elder Olympians have. We keep it close for a reason. Hera told her stepdaughter. Wow, I want it now. Leo said with giddy eyes, maybe I should make a weapon like this, he said in thought. You'd die before it would be comp, eted. His father told him, causing the Latino to pout. Naruto swung a chain back and threw it around him, forcing the blade to follow, where he once more surged his power through the chains rather than the blades, and swung down. The swords planted themselves into the ground, and with a yank Naruto pulled himself towards his quarry. As he neared Hades, the swords pulled themselves out of the ground and whirled around from behind Naruto where the blonde swung his right arm in a circular arc around himself and then down where Hades conjured a shield to block the blow. Naruto landed a foot away from Hades and launched a powerful kick to his stomach that bent the god over before a punch was launched at his face. Ooh, that had to hurt. Nico said. What a blow to his pride. Talia said. Ha ha, eat it bone breath. Jason laughed. He has how many years of experience, and he's still getting his butt whooped. Percy commented. Yay, my own family has turned against me. Hades grumbled to himself. Hades was sent sliding back once more with a growl. With a wave of his arm, the ground turned into a wave of spikes that raced at Naruto, only for them to stop a few feet away from the blonde who merely waved his hand to stop them. Naruto then proceeds to drop the swords and race forward towards Hades. About 15 feet away, Naruto then grasps the chains and swings them up and over his head, his quake powers traveling through them before they slam into the ground, causing the world to shake, break apart, and then rise into the air. What the hell is going on here? Poseidon asked in confusion. I don't remember anything like this happening in anime. Apollo said. Wicked. Hermes said. It's alright. Artemis spoke. I don't get it. What is this? Zeus asked. Let us read and find out. Hera said. Naruto then controls the destroyed earth where it is then launched high into the air and gathered to form a massive mountain-like structure where Naruto then reaches out and grabs an area by grabbing and pulling on the air around him as if it were tangible, and rapidly shifts it that causes the large rocky structure to fall towards the ground and crushes anything caught in its wake. Unfortunately, this means Hades is the one who is being crushed. Fortunately, Hades is also immortal to he would survive. The rock formation on top of Hades explodes violently as the god of death looks at his current enemy. Enough, boy, you are under the thrall of power. Either calm down or I will be forced to revert to my true form and kill you, he demanded. What he didn't expect was an answer from the blonde. Quare, mi nepotis oppress us interit. Et gaudio dixi primum ad me. A voice that was clearly not Naruto's responded. What's happening? What's he saying? Annabeth asked. But he's supposed to be scattered, dead. Zeus stuttered. The language of creation, Hera said in awe. She had never heard it before. You did hear what Gaia said when Naruto arrived, didn't you? He is Uranus reborn. I am shocked he spoke so soon. Athena said. Holy shit, he's been possessed. We need an exorcist in here. Leo called out. I have one on speed dial. Apollo said. Artemis gave a look to her twin, seriously. She asked him. Can't ever be too prepared. Some things can't be healed with magic and have to be forced. He responded. Grandfather, you're supposed to be dead, scattered. Hades said warily. It wasn't easy to scare Hades, but this was one of the few things that terrified him. His grandfather was a supreme deity for a reason, but he was killed by the Titans eons ago, and scattered to the four winds. The voice of Orinus scoffed. I am, peculiar praebit ministerium, nos sunt immortals verum est, et non morieris nec enim usque in sempiternum atqui dispergit. The voice responded. What are you saying? Hades questioned. He never did learn the language of creation from his mother, now he was regretting it. Maybe he should ask her the next time he saw her. The possessed Naruto rolled his eyes before clearing his throat. I said, my dear grandson, aren't you glad to meet me, and I am a primordial, we don't die nor scatter for long. As a true immortal we have this power to reform if we are scattered. It's a shame the new immortals have forgotten the old tongue of the immortals, a deep baritone voice told Hades. Hades was now frightened, his grandfather was talking to him, and he wasn't even attacking. This spoke volumes for those who didn't know of his fear of his grandfather's power and wrath. He calmed himself and spoke, why have you possessed my nephew? He demanded. Yeah, we were never given a clear answer on that, the daughter of Pluto said. I'm confused as to how he did it in the first place. Leo said. Ain't that the truth? Jason said. Right, Talia said. The boy snapped into a rage when you threatened my daughter with purgatory. I guess we didn't like the thought of you threatening her and he snapped. I took over when he reached the red, or he was so enraged he blacked out from seeing so much red. Orinus explained, be glad it is I who is fighting you through him, for if it was boy, you'd be dead. He was going to sap your life force and immortality from your body or die trying, the primordial deity said. He can do that? Piper asked. I didn't think it would be possible, but it seems so. Annabeth said. Huh, I didn't think he had that power. Jason said curiously. Okay, so you possessed him for what reason? Hades asked. There was more to this than met the eye. I wanted to test my mettle against one of the newer immortals. Orinus said as he shifted his twin swords into yet another weapon, the Kubikiribocho of Kiri. I must say, you are certainly better than Pontus in combat, but much weaker than Tartarus ever was on his worst day, the primordial said. At least he said you were better than Pontus. Poseidon said. He also said he was worse than Tartarus. Zeus commented. You guys suck, you know that. Hades said with a pout. You're the lucky one, we never got to fight a protogenos. Athena scoffed. Athena, we've discussed this. We would have our asses handed to us by the primordials. Artemis said. The demigods were wondering if their family had lost it some time ago. So you take control and fight me because you wanted to see how strong I am compared to other primordials, is that it? Hades demanded. In a way, yes. We primordials have power, but even we are capable of fading away into nothingness. Tartarus is one of the ones who are fading. He has been forgotten by those who once worshipped us, his power is fading rapidly and he will eventually fade away into nothingness once more. My dear brother, my rival in everything I know of, will die and will cease to be. The humans have forgotten about the great creators of old, and have turned him into a prison for the containment of monsters created upon my death. In 3 centuries he will fade forever, his power returning to Kiosik, or in your tongue Chaos himself. I on the other hand am remembered due to my death by the Titans, my children and their betrayal to us. Oranos said. Yes, I now understand why Gaia betrayed her love for me for our children who usurped my control. I am not angry at her or them, it makes me quite proud they are willing to do it in fact. But it also let me disperse enough of my power to assume a human form and create many demiprotogonoi through the centuries and millennia. My last child was the boy's mother, she was so much like Gaia I had to watch over her from the heavens. When I saw my grandson Poseidon fall in love with her, I knew the child they had would hold immense potential to restore a primordial's power to full. So I sealed my entire being at the time into him, he told Hades. So basically he's using Naruto as some type of battery charger to gain his power back? Annabeth asked. I don't really know, it seems like that. Piper said. She had rather enjoyed how Ares tried to imitate the voice of the characters in the book. It was rather funny hearing him use a high squeaky voice for a female character. It's kinda cool if you think about it, being possessed by a ghost. Leo said. No it's not. Nico and his sister said. They have experienced that, and they will not do it again. If you think about it, it kinda is. We've never met a projection of the sky itself, so this is pretty cool. Percy said in agreement to Leo's statement. It is the only way to regain my lost power, and save my soul from fading away forever. I have seen through the boy's eyes, he has suffered humiliation, pain, hatred, and he has experienced love, family, bonds I never expected for one of his stature to feel. I have come to understand him in ways his parents and other immortals have never understood him. Even the beast I have forced into slumber that resides in him, has seen these emotions play out before him. It is why I have decided that, he is the next High King, and he will become my very embodiment. He will become Uranus in due time, the sky declared to his grandson. What? Zeus asked in a squeaky voice. Hey, I think it's about time we got some change around here. Hades muttered with a grin. Yay, new management, Poseidon said with a grin. Meh, could have been worse, could have been D who took charge. Athena muttered. Woo, Apollo said loudly, he knew it. Hermes owed him 500,000 drachma now. I must relinquish control before my power kills him, be quick and strike the back of his neck when you see his eyes turn back to normal. The embodiment of the sky instructed, we will meet again, when your war for the seat of the king starts. Me and my brother will make sure that your plan is stopped before you can ruin the balance of the cosmos. Uranus told Hades silently as his control fade over Naruto faded away. So he already knows what Hades has planned. How does he know that? Athena asked. He was the original king of the sky, he had many abilities. Sure, prophesy was one of his abilities. Hermes said. Suddenly the blonde's eyes turned from his grandfather's, and back into his stunning blue as Naruto gave a yell of, I'll kill you. As he charged at Hades with murder in his sapphire-colored eyes. Hades didn't hesitate as he knocked the blonde's weapons out of his hands and struck him in the stomach, forcing him to bend over. Raising his elbow into the air, he struck the teen in the middle of his back, causing him to crash into the ground. Naruto quickly rolled over, only for the god of death to stomp his foot into the teen's chest, causing him to cough up a glob of spit as he was shoved into the dirt. Are you done yet, boy? Hades asked as Naruto grabbed his ankle and tried to pry his uncle's foot off. Never, you threatened my mother with damnation. I'll kill you, Naruto declared. Hades rolled his eyes, it was just a threat, nothing more. I wasn't actually gonna send your mother to hell. Can't really do that when she is already in Elysium, boy, he said and watched as Naruto's eyes calmed down where he stopped struggling. Are you done? He asked and got a nod from the blonde and led him up. You know your quest, leave immediately or war will break out. Hades said before he vanished in a swirl of fire. A fire shunshin, so cool. I have to learn that. Leo said in excitement. Anything that involves you and fire should be stopped. You are a walking hazard. Annabeth said calmly. Hey, Leo whined, ignoring his cousin's laughter. It was here that the other members of the quest came running up, where they saw Naruto stand back up and dust himself off. He had yet to notice his Bisanto was transformed into a set of twin swords. Naruto. Clarice called out for him. He gave a wave. Hey guys, what's up? He asked them. With us, nothing. With you we don't know. 1 second Hades was demanding you give him the master bolt, then he threatened your mother, and all of a sudden we felt the ground around us shaking as the two of you fought. She said to the blonde, are you okay? You're bleeding. She said as he wiped his nose. It's nothing, he must have hit me once in the face or something, he said as he looked around him. Why do you say it like you don't remember what happened? Grover asked him. I kinda don't remember my fight with him. Naruto answered. Well, when you are possessed, you kinda tend to forget things. Percy said. Oh yes, let's just say you had a out-of-body experience. Talia said. Ooh, good idea, Hazel said. Exorcist, we need an exorcist here. Leo said. What do you mean by that? And what happened to your Bisanto? She asked as she saw his trusty polearm was gone now. Naruto looked around and saw she was right, but then felt weight in his hands. Looking down, he saw the same glimmer of metal his Bisanto had in the twin swords in his hands. How did that happen? He asked as he lifted the blades up. Wait, what happened to the head cleaver? Ares asked in confusion. Maybe Uranus turned it back into the blades of chaos. Clarice said. I'm still jealous he gets to have them. Leo pouted. Lucky dick. Percy muttered. How come his brother got all the cool stuff? Where'd you get those blades? Percy asked. I don't get it, why is it giving off the same feeling as your Bisanto? Grover asked him. It's because, these were made from my Bisanto transforming. I think I made a seal to transform it into these blades. Naruto said. Sasuke sighed and pinched the bridge of his nose. We can worry about that later. He said, Naruto, why did you fly off the handle like that? He demanded. He threatened my mother. The blonde said. Oh yes, because that is the perfect excuse. Mr. D said with a wave of his hand. Like you wouldn't do the same for your mother. Apollo said. I wouldn't, she was a utter bitch. The wine god said, how our father could sleep with her is a complete mystery even to me. The god said. She was hot. The thunder god said. Oh, so that's your excuse is it? I see how it is. Hera said angrily. Sasuke sighed. He could actually see where his cousin was coming from. He would call himself a liar later on in life, but he would agree currently his cousin was in the right for hitting his dad. He shook his head. Again, we will worry about that later. Right now we have to get our gear and leave. We don't have much time. Zeus is getting angrier by the minute and will soon declare war on the underworld and sea for his missing bolt, the last Uchiha demigod said. Naruto crossed his arms with a huff, so he get upset for his night light going missing. I don't see why we have to go play fetch the lazy bum's toy for him when he is perfectly capable of finding it on his own, he said. It's not a night light. Zeus said angrily. And yet you sleep with it in the bed more than with me. Hera said getting snickers from the rest of her family. I just don't want it going missing ever again like it did when the Castellan boy took it, the thunder god said weakly. Ares sighed as he closed the book. Well, apparently that is also the last of the chapter. Who's next? He asked his family. I guess I'll give it a go. Jason said as he took the book from his stepbrother. Jason cleared his throat, having taken the keys from Chiron. Grover and the gang piled into the van and took off to the unknown. As they drove along, Clarice looked to the lavender-eyed girl who had accompanied them. So Hinata, where and how did you get here? I don't know much about Amphitrite, but I'm pretty sure she doesn't just bring her children to the camp for no reason, she said as she leaned against the window. Hinata gave a gentle smile that she was known for as she spoke. My mother didn't bring me here, it was my grandmother. She actually came to me when I was on my own and explained things to me. When she finished, she asked me if I still wanted to go and I said yes. The idea of a continuing adventure with Naruto was something I couldn't pass up, she said with a dreamy sigh at the end. Honey, I hate to break it to you like this, but even to me that is just wrong. He's your stepbrother for Olympus' sake. Piper said. Oh, the drama. Aphrodite gleamed. Ew mom, just ew. Her daughter said. You do know the Greek practically made the term, incest is best, right? Annabeth said. Quote. Okay, point taken. Piper conceded to the wise girl. Clarice looked to the blonde in question in the front seat before looking back to Hinata. You do know that since his father is the god of the sea, which is your mother's husband by the way, that it practically makes you siblings, right? She questioned her. Hinata suddenly got a little green in the face. Naruto was her brother. Okay, that was so wrong on so many levels. Well, can't say that. I mean, some of us actually married our siblings. Hera commented. Yeah, and besides, if you think about it, the anime practically preaches incest with how they keep their clans pure and all that. Clarice stated. Oh, I didn't even notice that. Apollo said with wide eyes, how could he not notice that? Artemis shook her head, because it's you, she said as she ignored his comment on her being the lil sis, as she was engrossed in Jason's storytelling. Leo looked to the sun god with crossed arms. Bro, I'm an idiot half the time and even I knew that. Where have you been? He asked the stylish immortal. Jason shook his head as he continued to read. So that means I had a crush on my brother. Oh, that is so wrong. Hinata shivered. Clarice nodded her head. Yeah, sorry about that. I mean, I know that the ninja clans of your world stay together to keep the bloodline pure and all, but I would never condone two siblings to sleep together, she admitted. Hinata nodded her head. I have to agree on that with you, she said. Percy looked to Sasuke with a curious look. So what can you tell me about my brother's quake ability? I mean, I seen another anime with something similar, but I can't help but feel there is more to this, he said. Oh yes, some details. Finally, Poseidon said as he leaned forward. This should give us some insight to this version of Naruto. Clarice said. Mark is going to be so jealous when he hears you fawning over an anime character. Leo said. Leo, the young woman cried out. What? He's not lying. Talia said with a shrug. Sasuke leaned back in his chair. He actually unlocked the ability when he was going to retrieve the fifth Hokage. She was nearly dead and Jiraiya had been taken down from what I heard. Shizune was trying to heal Tsunade and that left Naruto on his own to battle Orochimaru. He explained to the younger sibling. From how he told it, it was a spur-of-the-moment thing and all he remembers is launching his fists outwards and destroying the town he was staying in with Tsunade. He didn't complete the Rasengan, but he did win a bet of sorts against Tsunade, he stated before scowling. What is it? Percy asked. It wasn't that bad, was it? No, it was. Shortly afterwards Naruto practically robbed a nearby casino with his freaking luck of the gods. I still don't see how he was able to do that, he muttered. Poseidon chuckled. Seems he inherited the devil's luck, or Taish really likes him, he commented. All because you slept with her once. Hera huffed. Hey, we both agreed that it was a drunken mistake and it hasn't happened since, the sea god said as he ignored the gagging demigods. Naruto chuckled as he looked back at his younger sibling. Actually, I only won about 750 million yen from the place on a single chip that was lying on the floor, and it was at a slot machine, he informed the younger son of the sea. So that's how he won, is that even possible? Annabeth asked curiously. Artemis nodded her head. While it is rare, the slot machines can hit a multiple jackpot winning and hand out large quantities of money to the winner. The largest that any slot machine can give out is around that number, if not a bit more, she said. Apollo looked to his twin. And how do you know this? He asked her. Artemis had the decency to blush. I might have played with Taish a couple of times and she got drunk and revealed the secrets to the slot machine on accident, she answered him. Fireball. The goddess of the moon nodded her head, and a bit of tequila on the side. You little trickster, you gave her the one thing she can't resist besides a good bet, her favorite drinks. Athena gasped out towards her sister as Apollo burst into laughter. Zeus chuckled as Hera shook her head. Don't even think about having her reveal the way to win at Russian roulette either, Zeus. Hera said as she saw the glint in his eyes. What? But, I have to know, I never win at that one though, honey. Please let me learn the secret. He pleaded like a child to his wife desperately. Hera shook her head. No means no, or do you want to sleep on the couch for 1,000 years? She questioned sternly. Yes, dear. Zeus sniffled. Cough. Whipped. Cough. Ares coughed out, getting his uncles to chuckle. Jason snickered at his brother's response before he continued to read. Sasuke snorted, or so you say, but I have never seen the proof of you not cheating. You and those shadow clones are quite convincing when you put in a bit of effort, he said. Naruto just chuckled. You're just jealous that you always lose when we play cards, the blonde responded, causing Percy to chuckle along with Clarice. Sasuke merely crossed his arms. Grover sighed and shook his head. The immortals, these guys sure know how to amp up a joke, he muttered to himself. I think he's just jealous. Percy said. What's that supposed to even mean? Annabeth asked in confusion. Clarice shrugged her shoulders. Heck if I know, Chase. She sighed out. Percy looked to his friend at the comment. What's that supposed to mean, Grover? He asked. Grover smirked and shook his head. It's nothing, Perk, nothing at all. He sighed out. Well, that's a downer. The daughter of war commented. Probably not. Grover is pretty good at keeping secrets to himself. Talia said. Clarice shook her head in amusement. Even after all this time, Grover still kept the humorless jokes cracking. She wondered when Juniper was going to have him stop that. Looking to Naruto, she tapped his shoulder, getting his attention. So I have to ask, your earthquakes, how do they work? She asked. Ooh, we gonna get some cheats on how to counter the super demigods? Ares asked excitedly. Doubt we can even counter some of their powers. Athena spoke up. Besides, their chakra avatars are on par with our true forms, she stated. That is true, Apollo said as everyone gazed at him. What? I'm the god of truths, this is the real deal here, he said with crossed arms. Sasuke spoke up before she could get her answer. Don't tell her, those are the secrets to your techniques, and if somebody her was able to replicate them, it could be bad for you, he said. Naruto snorted. Sasuke, if you haven't noticed, there is nobody on this planet besides our parents that have an inkling of an idea on how our abilities work. Besides, Clarice doesn't even have a couple of the elements needed to make it work, he said, getting a huff from the Uchiha as he turned back. He scratched his head. Well, I guess it wouldn't hurt to tell you how some of them work, but none of you guys can repeat what I say, okay? He said, getting nods from the others. My earthquakes are a combination of earth, wind, lightning and yang release, he said, getting confused looks from Annabeth and Grover. But wouldn't earth and lightning release create the explosion release though? That's what I got from what Deidara told us when he fought Sasuke in the anime, she said. Athena blinked in confusion before her silver-colored eyes lit up. Oh, I get it now, so that's how they work. Interesting, she said. What is it? Percy asked the goddess of wisdom. Ares snorted. Don't even try and get it out of her, Prissy. If she said she figured it out, it is more than likely going to be revealed in the story, he said, ignoring his cousin's annoyed scowl. Annabeth looked at Naruto in confusion, but doesn't Earth style and lightning style create explosion release though? She asked. Sasuke huffed in annoyance, of course it does. I once fought a user of that particular bloodline and it wasn't easy to combat when the guy got serious unless I caught him in a genjutsu, he said. Naruto sighed and looked back, generally yes, but with the way I use it doesn't exactly work like one would expect. I can use the explosion release, but I don't have the necessary control for it. He said, however with the way I use my ability, the explosion release is brought forth from my fist and sent through my hand in a burst of energy, and my yin and yang style chakra causes it to transfer into the ground in a blast of kinetic energy, which is why you see the air in front of my hand crack as if it was glass. That would be the yang and yin style chakra coming together to transfer the energy, the blonde said. Ares nodded his head, like I said earlier, if she figured it out, it would be revealed in the story, he said smugly. Okay, we get it, Ares, now shut up will you? Demeter said. Yes, Aunt Demeter. The war god huffed. Naruto cleared his throat. Now as for Sasuke's blaze release, that is a combination of fire style, lighting style, wind style and yin style chakra. Other than that I won't reveal how he combines and uses them. He would start another fight with me just so I'd keep my mouth shut, he said. What? Why not? Ares cried out. Apollo sighed. Secrets that he obviously won't reveal means it has a greater weakness than even the Uchiha kid knows or doesn't want revealed. It's simple when you understand the anime stories, he said with a shrug. Obsessed with it too much are you, brother? Athena asked. Just a little bit. The sun god admitted. Sasuke growls in annoyance that the elemental composition of his most powerful element was revealed, but he could understand that they would want to know what his blaze release could do. At least he didn't reveal the elements of the Amaterasu, which was a completely different composition of elements altogether than his blaze release. He'd let Naruto have this one, but the next time he'd put the Uzumaki in his place for revealing the secret behind his abilities. Okay, that's not right. Artemis muttered. This is strange, she said with annoyance. What is? Demeter asked. His train of thought. If he was pulled from the darkness to see that blonde's point of view, why is he thinking of putting Naruto in his place if he was redeemed? She asked. Demeter went to answer but stopped herself as her niece had asked a very good question. Apollo perked up. Oh, what a sneaky plot twist, I so did not see that coming. Oh, I can't wait to see how this plays out, he said eagerly. What is it? Athena asked. Yeah, don't keep us in the dark. Ares agreed. I agree, Lord Apollo, what is it? Clarice asked. If you know the secret, why not tell us? Frank asked the sun god. Because he wants to let the plot reveal it for us, that about right. Leo said with crossed arms and a pout while Apollo nodded his head. Sighing with a shake of her head, the daughter of wisdom looked to Sasuke. Hey Sasuke, can I ask you something? It's not personal, I promise, she said. Sasuke shrugged his shoulders. Technically you just did, but sure, why not? He said plainly. Wow, just wow, Ares said as he gave a sarcastic clap. Mr. D gave a snort. Of course Sanjay would act like a spoiled brat even now. The god of wine spoke. Hades gave a growl towards his nephew. His name is Sasuke, you'd do well to remember that, nephew, he told the drunkard. HMPH, oh please. As if I'm not in enough trouble already. Clarice snorted in annoyance. Rude much Uchiha? She asked, causing the last Uchiha to glance at her. I'm a ninja, you hating me just means I'm doing my job, he said with a subtle smirk. Annabeth shook her head and cleared her throat to gain Sasuke's attention once more. I know that we already know that you and Naruto had the last battle you desired to have, but can you tell me the differences that were in it to the one we know of? She asked. She had shown him the fight on AI Phone 8 she had acquired from Drew Tanaka so he could get the gist of what they were talking about when it came to anime. Needless to say, neither ninja had been amused at all. They were just glad they hadn't shown Hinata. Sasuke's eyes flashed red as he glanced into her eye. If what I read about this world is true, then our planet alone is nearly 7 times as large as the planet Earth, and the elemental nation's continent is 2 to 3 times the size of your largest continent. The battle that Naruto and I waged against each other last for a total of 7 days and 7 nights, and that is just from what I personally remember. Naruto hardly recalls a single day passing him by, as the fight was so fast-paced we couldn't even remember a single day going by the time it came to its conclusion, he answered. In all of the time we spent fighting, we nearly destroyed enough land to have actually brought 2 of your continents to the brink of collapse due to the sheer amount of damage we wrought on our own through taijutsu alone. Our jutsu had enough firepower inside that each one we launched at one another could have destroyed a small country in one blow, while our most powerful techniques would have wiped out some of the largest populations this planet has in one blow. You'll have to forgive me if I sound a bit apprehensive, but I'd rather not talk about the experience, he said honestly with a small edge in his voice. Okay, let's be honest, none of us saw that coming. Percy said. Yep, Piper agreed instantly. Wish I could make the time pass, but I guess we can't have everything. Dee sighed. And you should be thankful your punishment is as short as it is and not for eternity. Zeus scowled at the now shivering wine god. Sorry, I was just curious, I have been watching the show that featured the two of you for years now, she said honestly while she received a snort from the Uchiha. It says that there is a line break here. Jason stated. Of course there is. Leo said. Curse you fourth wall. Apollo cried out while shaking his fist causing Demeter to chuckle. Across space and time in a different reality. The universe that Naruto and Sasuke lived in was seeing an era of peace. Sure their two strongest weren't there but the tranquility that they brought was going strong. Okay, bad guy appears, right? Hermes asked. Dang it, now you've done it. Percy said. Zing. Apollo said. On top of the Hokage mountain, 4 men and a teenager all stood tall as they looked over the most powerful village on the elemental nations. From left to right these men were named Kinshiki Otsutsuki, Momoshiki Otsutsuki, Arashiki Otsutsuki, Ashiki Otsutsuki and Tonari Otsutsuki son of Ashiki Otsutsuki. 2. I knew it, Hermes shouted. Oh will you shut up already? Talia cried out to her brother. No, I will not. He crowed. I would rather hear what these guys are gonna do. Clarice stated. Oh, curious to see what happens to your boy huh? Ares teased his daughter. PSSH, no, she denied quickly. Drama, Aphrodite cheered. Hera shook her head and looked to her champion, please read on Jason, she said. Kinshiki has pale skin with short spiky blue-grayish hair, a full beard, and a long horn above his left eye. He has big hands and a burly physique accompanied with a towering height that reached over 2 meters. He wears a pale blue shirt with back cuffs and a high collar over which he wears another darker appendage with a gray sash wrapped around his waist. He also dons gray pants and black, flat shoes on his feet which were upturned at the toes. Too much muscle. Aphrodite said in disgust. HMPH, finally found one you don't like. Artemis asked only to be ignored by the love goddess. To Kinshiki's immediate right stands his foster son, Momoshiki Otsutsuki. Momoshiki has extremely pale skin, and pale blue hair which he kept in a long ponytail. His hair is parted down the middle in a zigzag pattern, and his head was adorned with a pair of flat, curved horns which resembled bull's horns. He has delicate facial features and his eyebrows were cut very short as a symbol of nobility. He dressed in traditional nobleman's attire consisting of a white Koriginu hunting robe, baggy pants, a pair of tengu geta, and a single black glove on his left hand, with a hole cut into the palm for his rinnegan, which was red in color. He also wore a transparent veil over his head. Hey, what a girly-looking child. Hephaestus snorted. Wow, going for a low-blow cripple, nice. Ares commented. Dad, I'm pretty sure he was talking about you. Frank stated. Ares bit back a curse, he was right. That sucked. After Momoshiki stood Arashiki Otsutsuki, who was more of a spy master than a fighter as he liked to know what his enemy was capable of doing before he confronted them. Quite smart. Athena stated. Not really mom, Annabeth said. You only say that because these are bad guys who we will most likely be fighting. Percy said dully. Not gonna deny that, but yeah, the wise girl said weakly. Arashiki has grayish-blue unkempt short, spiky hair which he wears in a ponytail. Like other members of his clan, Arashiki has brown horns that grow from the back of his head and wrap around to his forehead, with a small gap in between them. He also has the typical clipped eyebrows as a symbol of nobility. He wears a long-sleeved, light-colored suits with a sectioned apron over it, along with a sash. Meh, could be worse. Aphrodite muttered. Tonari Otsutsuki was by far the youngest of the group. Wait, why'd they skip the 4th adult? Percy asked. For plot development most likely. The boy's father stated. Hey, I'm the god of sight, that's my shtick. Apollo pouted. Being the age of 300 rather than the 5,000 years of age shared by his elder brethren. Hera raised a brow, such a long lifespan, it must be a good reason for that, she said. Says here, that the members of the Otsutsuki clan age slowly, and retain any power from youth. At a young age the eyes are removed and are replaced with a more suitable pair for them to use. Jason said in disgust. Ew, really? Talia asked. Yeah, says so right here, he said. Oh gross. Piper cried out as she read the passage. Tonari is dressed in clothing typical of the Otsutsuki clan, consisting of a white, high-collared kimono with a black obi, over which he wears a pale green sash tied at the right shoulder. On the back of his kimono is the Otsutsuki clan emblem of a yellow crest depicting a sun enclosed in a crescent moon. Beneath his robes he wears black fingerless gloves, long black pants, and black shinobi sandals. Unfortunately he was too young for his horns to begin growing as they tended to grow in at the age of 2,500 years old. Finally, there was a Shiki Otsutsuki. Now we see the main antagonist. Leo said as he leaned forward. I'm surprised you know what that even means. Hazel said. Hey, the Latino cried out as the other demigod snickered at his plight. A Shiki is dressed in an elegant, slim-cut robe with an oversized collar and extremely long sleeves, over a pair of baggy black pants tied at the ankles. The robe is embroidered with vertical columns comprised of 8 magatama designs on the sleeves, and a similar pattern on the back, with the second magatama replaced with a black emblem resembling an eye. He bore the telltale features of the Otsutsuki clan, including a zigzagging part in his hair and a long, curving horn, which grew from his left temple and wrapped around the back of his skull before jutting outward behind his right temple, resembling a crown. Okay, Big Boss right? D said as he pointed to the picture of the man. Most likely, Hestia stated. Leo snorted. I just realized something. He said. What's that? Percy asked. This Ashiki guy looks like a combination of a constipated and a PMSing Annabeth. He said before he went wide-eyed. Oh shit, he muttered. Annabeth was growling. You're dead, she told the kid. Leo jumped up with a girly squeal. I'm sorry. He cried as Annabeth tackled him. I'm gonna kill you, ya little troll. The wise daughter yelled out in fury. Trolls exist. Ares cried out, causing Annabeth to stop her attempted murder of the son of the smith god. Huh, was the collective thought of everyone in the throne room. They steal your socks, but only the left ones. I don't know why though, he muttered at the end. Moving on. Jason said cautiously as he looked back at the book, as the 5 self-proclaimed gods looked down on the village. Ashiki snorted, the source of the chakra we sensed isn't here, he growled. Arashiki sighed, and to think we had thought it might have been Kaguya, shame. I was actually looking forward to the battle we might have waged with her, he said carelessly. Momoshiki gave a huff as he crossed his arms. Ever since her power vanished from my senses, I have the distinct feeling that something greater confronted her. I would very much like to meet the one who did away with our strongest clansman, our queen at that, he said curiously. I can still sense the raw chakra from the battle that Kaguya and the man she fought in the air, so much as there I can almost see it with my naked eye. Kinshiki said with wonder in his voice. That's cool, I guess. Apollo muttered. Meh, weak, Hermes stated with a shrug. Tonari nodded his head. I'm sure Mother was surprised when she was defeated, but then again she may have underestimated her enemy. To think that there is a mortal that can rival us in this universe, the blind Otsutsuki said, but there is some scattered remnants of Mother's power across the continent, he noted. Should we go gather it, my lord? Arashiki asked as he looked to Ashiki. No, leave it be. We have no use for my beloved's power. Besides, she would have wanted it that way. Now what I really want to do is go meet this mortal who somehow bested my beloved wife, and judging by the potency of the mortal's chakra, he is one of us. But somehow his latent Otsutsuki chakra is very weak. He said with intrigue in his voice, oh yes, I would very much like to meet him if he used the dredges of his true power. To fight a god with nothing but the fumes of energy within his body must make him a god in the makings. Let us go. He commanded. And of my sight? Tonari asked. Find the purest set of eyes you can find in what these mortals call a hospital. I'm sure that is where they would store such priceless items. But be discreet about it. We don't need for the mortals to find out about us, the Otsutsuki king said as he opened a portal behind him and his comrades. And how would I get past those who can see me? Kill them. I like him, Ares said with a nod. You like anyone who condones needless violence. Athena sighed. I need a job, so yeah. Ares responded. Back with the Motley Crew, not to be mistaken with the band Motley Crew from LA. Yeah, Ares cheered, always did like that band, he said. Anything that deals with rock and roll you like. Athena muttered. Better than that Mozart brat you had, so disgusting. Ares said in response. Naturally this made the goddess simmer, however several other immortals nodded if albeit reluctantly. She would stay her hand, for now. Grover cleared his throat, so where exactly are we going, guys? He asked. Well, if what we suspect is true, then we need to head west. Naruto said. The end.